The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 14, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Tony Cardenas to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 10, 2022, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with the time equally allocated between the parties. And each member, other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
I rise today during Pride Month to honor the phenomenal Ruth Ellis, a former Detroit resident who is the oldest surviving open lesbian and an LGBTQ rights activist. Born in 1989 and living until the age of 101, she came out as a lesbian around 1915. She took in LGBTQ plus youth experiencing homelessness and displacement in her home, became known as the, quote, the gay spot. Not only did she give refuge to our youth, but provided them books, food, and even assistance with their college tuition. She was an icon. Still today, LGBTQ plus youth experience homelessness at a disproportionate rate. The Ruth Ellis Center in Highland Park was created in the 13 district strong and was named after and in honor of Miss Ellis. They provide safe, affordable, identity-affirming housing for marginalized Black and Brown Detroiters, especially our LGBTQ plus youth. Join me today in honoring and recognizing Ruth Ellis and the incredible advocacy of the Ruth Ellis Center and their incredible team. Mr. Speaker, today I want to celebrate the memory of Greg Mudge, a long-time community advocate and business owner in Detroit, who we tragically lost last year. Greg was a beloved member of our community, and his sudden death was a shock to us all. When he first opened Mudge's Deli back in 2008, Greg was already considered a member of our community. A food service veteran himself, he built and managed his own business with the heart and soul of family. His approach was, quote, all hands on deck, and he never shied away from any task and always ready to give a helping hand. Greg's commitment to serving homemade food, including incorporating family recipes, made Mudge's Deli a neighborhood standout. More than that, Greg's enthusiasm and passion for his work shined through in all that he did. Greg Mudge embodied the spirit of our beautiful Southwest Detroit community in our Corktown neighborhood. Please join me in honoring his memory. And I yield.
The gentlewoman yields back. The Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Democrats keep forcing taxpayers to bail out failing and mismanaged union-run multi-employer pension plans, and needs to stop. The Committee on Education and Labor have dedicated considerable time and held countless hearings on the problems posed by multi-employer pension plans and the Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation's PBGC multi-employer insurance program. Unfortunately, unlike previous bipartisan legislation to address the failing system, our Democrat colleagues decided to go it alone by enacting the deceitful American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA. Under the guise of COVID relief, ARPA included an irresponsible and uncapped taxpayer bailout of failing and insolvent multi-employer pension plans. Let me repeat. There is no cap on the amount of taxpayer dollars that PBGC may send to multi-employer plans. This is especially concerning given that multi-employer plans are currently underfunded by $756 billion. Unsurprisingly, the cost of ARPA's pension bailout program continues to grow. The Congressional Budget Office originally estimated it would cost taxpayers $86 billion. 5 months later, PBGC estimated it would likely distribute $94.2 billion. After 2 more months, PBGC estimated it would likely distribute $97.2 billion, and in one scenario could distribute upwards of $147 billion. To date, PBGC has dispersed $6.7 billion to 26 plans, and this is just the beginning. In April, the Central States, Southeast, and Southwest Areas Pension Plan requested a staggering $35 billion from taxpayers. PBGC is reviewing an additional 8 applications requesting a total of $1.1 billion. In all, PBGC is expected to send money to over 250 pension plans. PBGC has confirmed what we knew to be true, but others refuse to admit. ARPA's taxpayer-funded bailout will not fix a thing. In September, the agency stated the massive influx of taxpayer dollars will only delay the immediate insolvency of the multi-employer insurance program, and insolvency is still likely. Simply throwing money at plans will not solve the problem. ARPA failed to address the underlying structural issues in the multi-employer system that contributed to the crisis, thus ensuring that plan mismanagement and underfunding will persist. In fact, ARPA includes a galling provision that explicitly bars PBGC from reforming plan governance or altering plan funding rules of plans receiving a bailout. It is clear to me that the mismanagement of multi-employer plans and the risks they pose to workers, retirees, and the taxpayer cannot be ignored. Congress must require multi-employer plans to measure their liabilities accurately and collect adequate contributions to fund benefits. Failing and insolvent plans must stop making promises that they are unable and unwilling to keep. It is common practice for insolvent plans which do not have enough funds to pay current retirees to continue allowing active participants to accrue benefits and enroll new workers into the plan. This is deceptive. This is wrong. This must stop. Congress should increase multi-employer insurance premiums to account for the risk that underfunded plans pose to PBGC. Multi-employer plans pay a meager flat rate premium of $31 per participant. In contrast, the single employer program requires plans to pay an $88 flat rate premium in addition to a variable rate premium based on a plan's level of underfunding. Decades of chronic underfunding and false promises have put millions of workers and retirees at risk. By propping up this clearly unsustainable system without enacting reforms, ARPA continues to enable and encourage the irresponsible behaviors that caused this crisis. Taxpayers saving for their own retirements should not be on the hook to pay for the broken promises of union-run multi-employer pension plans. There must be accountability for this gross mismanagement and real reform to ensure the multi-employer pension system does not continue to deceive workers and the American people.
The gentlewoman's time has
I yield
expired.
back.
The chair recognizes gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the extraordinary life and legacy of Montgomery County Commissioner Elton Dean, who passed away at the age of 72 on June 8, 2022. A native of Alabama's 7th Congressional District, Chairman Dean graduated from Montgomery's own George Washington Carver High School before attending Selma University, where he received his associate's degree. Returning to Montgomery, Chairman Dean pursued his Bachelor of Science at the Alabama State University, where he graduated in 1971 with a degree in business and economics. Chairman Dean went on to become a successful businessman, putting to work his entrepreneurial spirit to serve and improve his community as owner of Dean Realty as well as 21st Century Hair Studio. In November of 2000, Chairman Dean was first elected to the Montgomery County Commission, where he humbly and faithfully served the 2nd District for over 20 years. Dean was elected vice chairman in November 2004 before making history in March 2009 as the first African American to serve as chair of the Montgomery County Commission. Montgomery County includes the historic city of Montgomery, Alabama. Known as a dedicated public servant and passionate community leader, Chairman Dean's legacy lives on in the countless projects and initiatives that came into fruition under his leadership, including the implementation of the Montgomery County's back-to-school sales tax holiday. Chairman Dean is also known for bringing the commission meetings to the people by holding on-the-road initiative, which allowed the constituents to meet directly with their representatives. Chairman Dean worked tirelessly to improve Montgomery County's economic well-being. Among his most notable achievements, he oversaw the implementation of the 1% sales tax in 2001, which generated over $428 million for public education in Montgomery County, delivering critically needed resources to the children of our community. Chairman Dean never missed an opportunity to give back. Through his adult life, he held countless positions, including serving on boards and organizations throughout Montgomery County, which included as executive board member of the South Central Alabama's Boys and Girls Club, as well as board member for the Montgomery Improvement Association, board member for the Central Alabama Community Foundation, chairman of the trustee board and mass choir member of Mount Zion African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church. He was commissioner of the Central Alabama Amateur Baseball League and commissioner of the Southern League Dixie Youth Baseball. And a very strong advocate for his alma mater, Chairman Dean returned to the Alabama State University later in life to serve as chairman of the Board of Trustees for the Alabama State University. In his role, he served for 9 years and generated $525 million worth of campus improvement. In his role as chairman of the Board of Trustees for Alabama State University, I got to know Chairman Dean because he gave me, as a young bond lawyer, the opportunity to represent my parents' alma mater, the Alabama State University. It was Chairman Dean who encouraged me to run for Congress, and for his membership and for his mentorship and his friendship, I am forever grateful. Chairman Dean was rightfully received numerous awards throughout the community. The Pioneer Award by the Montgomery Tuskegee Times, the Montgomery Area County Chamber of Commerce Chairman's Award in 2012, the Citizens of the Year Award by Sigma Phi Chapter of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity in 2004, the Citizen of the Year Award by Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity, Montgomery's alumni chapter, as well as the Kearnasaw YMCA Man of the Year. Chairman Dean was a true public servant and a servant leader. And though I know so many of us are heartbroken by his passing, I am eternally grateful for our partnership on behalf of the citizens of Montgomery County, Alabama, and blessed to have been guided by his mentorship as well as his friendship over the years. May his family find comfort in knowing that Elton Dean's legacy will live on in the hearts of all of those who he impacted. As we mourn his passing, I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating the extraordinary life and legacy of Montgomery County Commissioner Chairman Elton Dean. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, inflation is at the highest level we've seen since Jimmy Carter was in the White House. I've spoken many times about rising prices being fueled by out-of-control spending. Today I rise with even more proof that this has been the case. President Biden's 2021 COVID stimulus bill overheated the economy, just as I and many other Republican members of Congress, along with numerous economists from both sides of the political divide, predicted. Now, a report by the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office shows that spending did, in fact, create a worker shortage, which strained supply chains and contributed to the economic crisis in which we find ourselves today. 1 year ago, companies across Middle Tennessee were struggling to find workers. More than 160,000 Tennesseans were unemployed, yet 218,000 jobs were available. Folks were earning $15.75 an hour to stay home because of the unnecessary $2 trillion bill pushed through by congressional Democrats on a party line vote. Employers became desperate. Many were forced to offer massive sign-on bonuses and other incentives just to find enough workers to continue operating as normal. Unfortunately, some had to close their doors. Tennessee's Governor Bill Lee, a business owner himself, recognized the damage enhanced federal unemployment benefits were causing on restaurants and retail stores. He noticed many couldn't compete with $300 a week from the federal government on top of state unemployment benefits. Fortunately, he put a stop to the flow of federal unemployment dollars in Tennessee, and he was right. At last check, there were about 13,000 unemployment claims in Tennessee compared to roughly 60,000 claims this time last year. Still, the cost of living has increased every month under the Biden administration, and the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office projects it will continue to impact Americans at least into 2023. This is what happens when you do what's politically expedient. This is the direct result of runaway deficit spending. The Federal Reserve is now having to be the adult in the room and raise interest rates to lower inflation. Raising interest rates is a harsh step, but one made necessary by the Biden administration's reckless handling of the economy. It will make it harder and more expensive to borrow money for your first home or to buy a new car. Raising interest rates will also cause our economy to slow down. This means people will lose their jobs, their savings, and in many cases, even their small businesses. Our economy already got 1.5% smaller in the first quarter of the year. It's why many economists are predicting a recession or worse in the next 12 months. It didn't have to be this way. The president and congressional Democrats didn't have to borrow and spend so much money. This administration inherited one of the strongest economies in my life. It took fewer than 2 years for them to completely destroy it. President Biden must do better. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, for 5 minutes.
When the pandemic closed schools and left millions of children without meals they needed, our government took action. Emergency waivers eliminated income caps and gave meal providers flexibility in delivering food. Even now, with schools reopened, these waivers are getting healthy meals to children without burying families under mountains of paperwork. But these provisions are set to expire on June 30. As 97% of meal providers, like schools, struggle to pay soaring food prices, these protections should be strengthened, not stopped. This year, California became the first state to provide free meals to any student. Offering no-cost meals to everyone, regardless of income, helps resources reach the kids who need them most. This will also help California's kids in schools perform better. Free meals contribute to better attendance, fewer nurse visits, and higher test scores. California's universal meal program will benefit schools and families, and the nation should follow our example.
The greater our delay in taking action on climate change, the higher the price tag will be for families and our economy. Last week, Californians suffered through an intense heat wave. Temperatures went over 100 degrees in parts of our state. That is bad for public health and bad for our economy. A study by the Atlantic Council estimates that the total economic loss from excessive heat is at least $100 billion annually. They also estimate that this loss could double by 2030 and quintuple by 2050 if we don't take climate action. Simply put, the fiscally responsible thing to do is for Congress to act quickly to prevent further losses. Taking climate action will lower and stabilize costs for families. High temperatures aren't just bad for human health, they are bad for our economy. Heat waves push prices for electricity higher, costing us billions. We should not leave families in California and across the country to figure out their budgets while Washington figures out climate change. The need for climate change is urgent, not just for our planet, but also for our pocketbooks. Our nation is failing people with post-traumatic stress disorder. During June, PTSD Awareness Month, we must commit to doing better. Mental health affects many across our nation, but I rise today to shine light on the brave young people dealing with PTSD. Too many Americans, including many with PTSD, go without the mental health care they need because their insurance won't cover it. I wrote a bill, which is now federal law, to crack down on insurance companies that break the rules and refuse to cover mental health the same way they cover physical health. And I'm proud the House is considering additional proposals I've worked on to strengthen the enforcement of protections for mental health coverage. When a child experiences a traumatic event, like emotional or sexual abuse, it harms their emotional, social, and cognitive development. These adverse childhood experiences are linked to substance use disorder, chronic health issues, and PTSD. We cannot let trauma or related challenges hold students back from getting high-quality educations. The effect of these experiences don't end when children leave their homes for college. They bleed into their daily lives, including in the classroom. I am proud to introduce legislation, the Student Mental Health Rights Act, which would direct the Department of Education to study mental health, issue guidance to help schools level the playing field, and support students in overcoming their mental health challenges so they can complete their schooling. Our students need this help. For Americans with PTSD of all ages, awareness is not enough. They need action. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to discuss the chilling state of the American economy. The stock market is tanking. The American people know what a disaster President Biden and the majority's economic policies have been, and they're acting accordingly and expressing the lowest consumer confidence in a record 50 years of data. Pumping trillions in spending through this body, including the so-called American Rescue Plan, has in large part caused a 40-year high in inflation, as the CPI rose to 8.6% in May. The nation is $30 trillion in debt, and the CBO predicts $1.6 trillion in deficits over the next decade. The Federal Reserve will be forced to continue to raise interest rates, further exacerbating the beleaguered economy. Gas prices are at $5 a gallon due to the President's assault on American oil drilling and fracking and domestic energy exploration, and the Green New Deal priorities of the majority and this administration are exacerbating the energy crisis. As the Wall Street Journal recently asked, has anyone other than unsuccessful green energy subsidy firms benefited from the Biden economy? What's more, the President's $5.8 trillion tax and spend budget is fiscally irresponsible. Biden's budget cuts $428 million in Customs and Border Protection's budget in the midst of a border crisis. It skyrockets federal spending by a third compared to pre-pandemic levels, calls for $2.5 trillion in tax hikes, and sets this country on a course of extended fiscal doom at a time when we're currently on the precipice of a recession. The American economy cannot sustain a federal government that is vacuuming tax dollars out of the pockets of the private sector at a record pace. And still today, the majority will not even propose a budget, much less one that achieves balance, and instead funds the government and inflates the currency through massive omnibus bills and continuing resolutions. We need to return to regular order in this House and return to fiscal sanity to rescue this economy from a recession that looms large in what is likely to be a long, hot summer for millions of American families. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the record-breaking number of jobs created under President Biden's watch, his plan to lower costs for hardworking American families, and our plan to continue building a better America. Since President Biden took office, the economy has added 8.7 million new jobs. 8.7 million new jobs. That is staggering. Fun fact, Mr. Speaker, this is the most jobs added in any president's first 16 months. I repeat, the most jobs added in any president's first 16 months. This is historic. The fact that the economy is booming is no accident. You see, President Biden laid the foundation for an amazing recovery through his American Rescue Plan and vaccination program. This plan got people back to work, kids back in schools, and helped the American economy bounce back. Together with President Biden, House Democrats are not only bringing back jobs, but we are growing paychecks for households across the country. Because of this, unemployment is near historic lows, and even better, the number of Americans relying on unemployment benefits has dropped by more than 90%. This is huge. In short, our nation has recovered 96% of the jobs lost during the pandemic and is on track to return to pre-pandemic employment levels before the end of the year. Mr. Speaker, this is a direct result of President Biden's leadership, Congress's partnership, and the backing of the American people. And while many Americans are back at work, we've heard calls from hardworking families struggling with the cost of inflation. Sadly, Putin's war against Ukraine is now the biggest single driver of inflation. But we have a plan for this too. I'm proud to report that House Democrats and President Biden are acting to lower gas prices by fighting Putin's price hike. The United States is on track to produce a record number of oil next year, and coming from Texas, that's music to our ears, and the president is working with the industry to accelerate this output. Democrats are also laser focused on lowering everyday costs for families at the grocery store and also improving the supply chain. We're fighting for everyday Americans by reducing the cost of everyday goods through the Competes Act. This landmark legislation will lower costs and strengthen our supply chains by making more products right here in America, made in USA. And again, this will create more jobs. We've also have great news on the federal deficit. Biden is still on track to drop the budget deficit by $1.6 trillion this year alone. Mr. Speaker, another fun fact. President Biden has cut the deficit more this year than any president in history. I repeat, than any president in history. In contrast, Mr. Speaker, the Trump administration increased the federal budget deficit every single year they were in office. All things considered, President Biden and House Democrats are not only working together to continue building a better America for all Americans, but we are delivering on that promise. And we will continue to do just that, delivering on our promise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as the four-day tour occurs inside the Capitol on January 6th, where a loaded, biased committee attempts to parse the words of the president on the day. We have many other crises to deal with in this country that are directly affecting and harming the American people, their ability to do their basic day-to-day operation of their homes, get to their jobs, get their kids to school. So what are we doing? What are we doing? Chasing January 6th. Look at our border right now. We're under the current Biden policies, we're attracting the largest caravan ever of illegal aliens heading towards our border. The idea that we're going to get rid of Title 42 or just the general porosity of the border anyway. It's been a giant magnet ever since January 20, 2021, when this president came in and started shredding our border policy. We had success under President Trump, where we had the best control of the border we had in quite a while, with additional approximately 450 miles of rebuilt or new fence that was very effective in those zones. So what do we have now? We have warehouses and stacks and pallets of fence material, millions of dollars worth of it, lying about on our southern border being stored instead of installed. So now we heard some chatter here a couple of months ago from the Biden administration, like, well, maybe we should just go ahead and put up those additional pieces there where there's some obvious gaps. Had a chance to visit Yuma, Arizona a few weeks ago. It was pretty incredible because the people, there'd be miles of fence, but there'd be these gaps occasionally, and that's where they would pour through illegally. Amazing. And we could rectify that by just filling a lot of the gaps, thereby making our Customs and Border Patrol job much easier by being able to focus on less areas instead of wide open spaces or gaps all along our border. But no, it seems to be about some other agenda. 15,000 people, possibly, will crowd the border here soon under the idea that we're going to possibly let Title 42 go. Thankfully, 2 different courts have stopped that. So what are we doing? The terrorists that come across our border, really almost unchecked. I mean, they capture a handful of them, but how many are getting by that get away? We don't know that. Are they starting cells right here in our country? Why not? So as we know, in April, there was over 230,000 encounters, they call them, at the southern border. So that's the highest in U.S. history for 1 month. Why is this? Because we have a giant magnet, again, turned on by this administration saying, come on across. You only need to have a sliver of a excuse for asylum. The asylum law needs to be changed if that's how they're going to enforce it, because it has to be for a true threat. And you also have to seek asylum in the country closest to you if you're an asylum seeker, and that's what you're really after. The one closest to you, not pick and choose what country you're going to move up to, basically the United States with all the benefits it hands out. So according to polling on that, when you ask American people who are worried about gas and groceries or whether another load of formula is going to come in from Europe on a military transport in time for their small children to be able to have the type of food that they were accustomed to, the majority of Americans disapprove of the Biden administration operation of our borders, especially the elimination of Title 42, which is a health risk issue. So we're putting really, with the issue when you talk about formula, we're putting Americans last. When the Biden administration prioritized shipments of pallets of baby formula to the border holding stations instead of across the fruited plain, it's pretty pathetic. Indeed, it was this administration whose FDA stepped in on the major producer of formula and said, we're going to shut you down because we had a couple incidents that have been reported. So what happens? FDA doesn't call back the major producer of formula, the company, say, what is it, when they ask, what is it we need to do to be in compliance in your eyes? The administration knew about this, yet they prioritized what formula is available to go down to the border stations there. Thankfully, recently we passed legislation so that we could release more supplies to have them be eligible for those that are on assistance. So as we see the disaster on the border, I don't see a single remedy even being talked about by the Biden administration. They don't really care about the American people. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Okay. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben. Would you pray with me? Eternal God, on this Flag Day, when we pause to acknowledge this symbol of liberty and democracy to which we pledge our allegiance, remind us of the significance of your authority over this land of the free and the brave, and the faithfulness to which we are called to give to you. In this season, when we celebrate with cookouts and patriotic festivities, when we stand and salute the national ensign held with great honor in the hands of scouts and veterans, may we pause first in homage to the author of our freedoms, in whose hands our lives are held. And as we consider the multitude of times this emblem of our country has draped the caskets of men and women who have worn the cloth of our nation, having sacrificed their comforts, their security, their very lives in its defense, may we find strength in the covering of the peace you keep over our land and the solace you provide all those who grieve. Almighty God, long may our flag wave under the banner of love you hold over us. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen. Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the last day's proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams.
Please join me in saying the pledge to the greatest country in the world. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
By direction of the House Democratic Caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The gentleman from New York will suspend. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York, Mr. Higgins, seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, 1 month ago today, my community of Buffalo was targeted by a racist mass shooter. The lasting toll and trauma of gun violence is evident and perhaps most compelling through the words of Buffalo students in Miss O'Rourke's class. Tanaya wrote, "I want to be able to go to school and earn my education without the fear of possibly not making it home because of the color of my skin." Nazir describes feeling vulnerable because he is black and worries, will my family be safe when we go to supermarkets? Journey says, I'm 13 years old. It is unfair for a middle schooler to regularly think about these things. She asks, what will you do and the government do to stop these attacks? Brianna pleads, I want somebody to do something. I want the government to do their job. Too many mass shootings happened in such a small amount of time. For students and families in Buffalo and other communities forever changed by mass shootings, now is the time for Congress to do its job and take action to end gun violence. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1173, resolved that the following members be and are
Madam
hereby
Speaker,
elected.
I ask for unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read and printed in the record.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. After 3 unanimous consent requests of mine that were blocked, Congress will finally vote to provide Supreme Court justices and their families with more security. I'm glad this bill is coming to the floor as is. The Senate passed it unanimously, 100 to nothing, more than a month ago. But, Madam Speaker, the House Democrats have delayed it for more than a month. The question the American public asks is why? Why would you delay it? We have all known that additional security has been necessary since the Dobbs opinion was leaked last month. Justice Kavanaugh was targeted by an armed and dangerous man who flew clear across the country to kill him. He had zip ties. He had a plan. And far-left groups have plans to target Justice Amy Coney Barrett and her children. They put out where their children go to school. But Congress kept it here for a month. For a month. These unnecessary delays put the safety of the justice and their families in danger. By passing this bill as is, we are sending a clear message to the left-wing radicals. You cannot intimidate the Supreme Court justices. I hope we all take that message to heart. How can we forget what Senator Schumer said? He didn't just say it, he screamed it on the steps of the Supreme Court. You will pay the price. You won't know what hits you if you go forward with these awful decisions. I don't know what he meant by you'll pay the price, because the Supreme Court justices aren't up for an election. It couldn't be that they would lose at the polls. They're lifetime appointments. Now, I don't know if that young man who came all the way from California to kill a justice, if that's what he thought Schumer was saying, but what was he saying? You will pay the price? I hope Senator Schumer understands what his words have consequences. I believe he should apologize for contributing to this heated climate. With that said, again, I am glad this bill is finally coming to the floor. It should not have been this hard or taken this long. Every single person in the Senate voted for it. Republican, Democrat, Independent. And it sat here for a full month. Even though we would come to the floor and ask for unanimous consent to bring it forward. But we were denied. And it should not have taken a threat against Justice Kavanaugh to force action. A threat that even Speaker Pelosi dismissed in her press conference. She said everybody will be fine. But at the end of the day, this is the better bill. And I'm glad it will be heading to the President's desk without any poison pills to ping it back to the Senate to delay it further. This is a big victory. Now let's work to defend our justice system for everyone by upholding the rule of law, which is under attack daily in our cities. We can't uphold the rule of law when there's looting, when cities and police stations are being burned down, when criminals are coddled instead of locked up. Now that this Congress has come together to condemn intimidation against Supreme Court justices, let's take the next step to keep America safe. Let's support our police, not defund them. Let's enforce all the laws on the books, like the law that prohibits protesting outside justices' homes. And even President Biden encouraged people to do that. Let's get tough on crime so that every American can feel safe in their homes and in their communities. Just in my home state, back in the city of the home city of our speaker, in San Francisco, the people had a big voice. They have just recalled their district attorney because of crime. It's not me to give any political advice to the other side of the aisle, but if you want to know what the registration, Republican registration in San Francisco is, 6.8%. I think your message of defunding the police by this majority party, and I think your message of not upholding the law, the American public doesn't want that. They want to feel safe, just as a Supreme Court justice. They want to be able to go do their jobs and not feel they're being intimidated. Let's get tough on crime. We want the American public to feel safe in their homes and their communities. They want to feel safe. Those are the things that would create a safer, stronger America, just like we had before. I'll make this one promise. If Democrats don't do it during this Congress, I promise you, we will in the next Congress, because there's definitely going to be a change. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 50th anniversary of the founding of the United States Sergeants Major Academy. Fort Bliss is the home to the Sergeants Major Academy that trains our military leaders to address our country's challenges. Since 1972, the Academy has expanded students' strategic level of thinking to become capable to address large-scale combat operations. At the end of the Academy, leaders leave as agile, adaptive senior leaders with the character, competence, and commitment to be effective leaders. I am proud that my office's veterans caseworker, Sergeant Major Benito Torres, graduated from the Academy in 2009. I commend the continuous education that the Academy provides and their dedication for our military to be ready for future challenges. Please join me in recognizing the accomplishments of the last 50 years of the United States Sergeants Major Academy and wish them continued growth and success. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
For 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
5 years ago today, the Republican baseball team took to the field for their regular morning practice. That morning took a dark turn when the team suddenly became a target of a Bernie Sanders supporter with an agenda to shoot and kill Republicans. It could have been the worst political massacre in American history. But we are alive today thanks to those brave and honorable law enforcement officers who were at the field that day and willing to sacrifice themselves to protect us. Every day, I wear this wristband, stamped with the date of the shooting and the words, "In God We Trust," to remember the angels watching over us on that life-changing morning. It is a testament to that day, always living in our hearts and our minds. There is no doubt that without the quick action of Special Agents Greiner and Bailey, along with the Alexandria Police, the team would not be here today. We forever owe a debt of gratitude to our law enforcement and our first responders who acted swiftly to take down the gunman and simply save our lives. In God we trust. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to former Sheriff John O'Brien, who passed away on June 1st at the age of 74. John was a beloved fixture of the Lincoln County community in my district, where he's known for his dedication to the people he served. A dedicated Oregon State Beaver, after graduating from OSU, John was drafted in the U.S. Army in 1970 and served in Vietnam, where he earned a Vietnam Service Medal and Bronze Star. He returned home and joined the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office as a patrol deputy in 1973. It was here that John would find his calling, serving his community in the department for 30 years, the last 9 as sheriff, until his retirement in 2003. After retiring from the Sheriff's Office, John worked for the Pacific Northwest region of FEMA, assisting with disasters in Oregon, Alaska, Washington, and New York City. All who were close to John could attest that he cared about people in an extraordinary way. His generous spirit touched everyone in his life. John dedicated his time to making life better for those he served. He will be missed by all that knew him. He is survived by his wife of 50 years, Priscilla, as well as his kids, Eric and Aaron, and his 4 grandchildren. Hope they can all find peace during this difficult time, as well as mourn the loss of an extraordinary member of this great family. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sadly, inflation has increased to over 8%, the highest rate in over 40 years. Now family budgets are draining at the pump. The over $5 per gallon for gas is the highest ever caused by failing Biden policies. The American Energy Alliance, with Stephen Moore on the Unleash Prosperity Hotline, has identified over 100 initiatives enacted by Biden to restrict American oil and gas development. When Biden took office, gas was $2.39 a gallon. Now it's doubled. These extremist policies intentionally discourage gas usage without alternatives available to families. Declaring war on American energy subsidizes war criminal Putin mass murder in Ukraine and allows Iran to proceed with nuclear weapons to fulfill death to Israel, death to America. America needs price relief through an all-the-above energy policy achieved by President Donald Trump. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years in the global war on terrorism as it continues moving from Afghanistan safe haven to America. Happy birthday, Donald Trump.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Donald Trump lost the 2020 presidential popular vote by over 7 million votes. Trump lost the Electoral College 232 to 306. Trump lost the state of Arizona. Trump lost Nevada. Trump lost Georgia. Trump lost Minnesota. Trump lost Wisconsin. Trump lost Michigan. Trump lost Pennsylvania. Donald Trump lost the 2020 presidential election.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute. Rise to stand remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, as we endure more and more of the Biden-induced energy crisis in this country, I have to point out another aspect of that is very important that we get a handle on soon. Our ability for our trucks to deliver the goods, the products we expect to be in the stores is going to be hampered even more, not just by, in my home state of California, $7 diesel or $6 in the rest of the country, and the ability to get truck drivers, but also, interestingly enough, there's a product called diesel exhaust fluid that is part of the newer truck engines that's going to run out. It's already in short supply. The railroads have a hard time shipping it. It's not even produced enough in this country. We have to rely on one important component, urea, that the major exporters of it are China, Russia, and Qatar. So we're going to run out of the DEF that you put in the trucks. The trucks will not run without it because the computers will not let the truck run without this fluid, which is a component in the diesel exhaust system. If we run out of DEF, the trucks can't move, and they will not move the products you need, your food, your other supplies, to the stores for you to purchase. So we have yet another crisis within a crisis. If we run out of DEF. DEF needs to be produced in this country. We need to produce the urea in this country. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Last year alone, fentanyl killed more Americans than any weapon of mass destruction in our nation's history. Fentanyl is now the #1 cause of death for Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. It's not guns, it's not COVID-19, it's not even car accidents, it's fentanyl. CDC numbers show more total drug overdose deaths last year in the U.S. than those killed by the atomic bomb blast that ended World War II. The direct cause of so many Americans' deaths from fentanyl is the Biden administration's surrender on our southern border. In 2021 alone, more than 11,000 pounds of fentanyl was seized at our southern border. So just imagine how much fentanyl got across the border and into our communities. Fentanyl is a drug so deadly poisonous that Russian military has reportedly weaponized it. Countless families who have lost loved ones to fentanyl deserve better than what we're getting from this administration. That's why I've co-sponsored Congressman Boebert's Fentanyl is a WMD Act, a designation that follows the 2019 proposal from the Trump administration that will enable our government to treat fentanyl as a crisis with the urgency that it deserves. We can't turn the other way as the Mexican drug cartel kills thousands of young Americans. We must take the fentanyl threat seriously. We must secure our border. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S4160, the Supreme Court Police Parity Act of 2022.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4160, an act to amend Title 40, United States Code to grant the Supreme Court of the United States security-related authorities equivalent to the legislative and executive branches.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on S4160.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of S4160, the Supreme Court Police Parity Act of 2022. While the Supreme Court Police Force is currently authorized to provide protection to the justices of the Supreme Court, this bill would unequivocally extend their authority to provide protection to the family members of justices if there is reason to believe they are at risk. It is imperative that the justices are free from fear of violence or physical intimidation to make decisions based on the Constitution and law as applied to the facts of the cases before them. This is essential to the rule of law. Assailants like the man arrested recently for allegedly plotting against the life of one of our justices are a threat to our democracy, but with the right security, they can also be stopped before they inflict harm. I thank Senators Coons and Cornyn for their work on this issue in the Senate and Representative Stanton, Correa, and Issa for their leadership in the House, likewise introducing bills that would extend protection to the families of justices. I also thank Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee as well. I further note that Mr. Stanton's bill would also have extended protection to the families of court employees. We understand that there was Republican opposition to that aspect of the bill, and in the interest of protecting the justices' families, we can no longer delay in passing the only version of the bill they would apparently agree to. But I hope we will move swiftly another bill to extend protection to the families of employees as well. I hope my colleagues will join me in passing this straightforward measure to ensure that the families of the Supreme Court justices have the necessary protection from any threats that they may face. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ask to speak for, yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Why did it take so long? Why did it take so long to pass this, bring this legislation to the floor? It's been over a month since the leak of the draft opinion, over a month of threats on Supreme Court justices and their family, over a month of protest at their home. Why did it take so long? I mean, the protests at their home are a direct violation of the law, 18 U.S.C. Section 1507. Over a month. It's been over a week, or actually a week, since an assassination attempt on a Supreme Court justice, on Justice Kavanaugh. Think about that for a second. An assassination attempt on a sitting United States Supreme Court justice. And what did the Speaker of the House say last week? No one is in danger. No rush on this legislation. No concern here. The Senate passed this bill a month ago. Why hasn't the House? Why did it take so long? I think the answer is obvious. Because they've always wanted to intimidate the court. That's been their goal since the get-go. Their goal was to intimidate the court. That's been their objective all along. Think about the history. First, we had the Kavanaugh confirmation mess, where the left just made up things about Justice Kavanaugh and his family. Then we had the leader of the Senate, the Democrat leader of the Senate, on the Supreme Court steps say to 2 justices, Mr. Kavanaugh and Mr. Gorsuch, he said, "You've released the whirlwind. You will pay the price." Last April, the Democrat chair of the Judiciary Committee introduced legislation to do what? To pack the court, to add 4 associate justices to the United States Supreme Court. Why 4? Why not 1? Why not 2? Why not 3? Why 4? Because 4 would give them a majority on the court. Then there was the sustained attack on Justice Thomas and his wife over the last several weeks. The Democrats on the Judiciary Committee even had hearings about Justice Thomas. Then, of course, there was the leak of the draft opinion itself, something that's never happened. And then there were the protests at Supreme Court Justices' homes, again, in direct violation of the statute. And then, finally, there was the hearing the Democrats had in the Judiciary Committee about the abortion issue while the Dobbs decision is pending in front of the court. You remember that hearing. That's the one where the Democrat witness said men could get pregnant. That's the history here. And then, of course, last week, we had an assassination attempt on Justice Kavanaugh. Intimidation is their goal. It's the same reason the Department of Homeland Security stood up the Disinformation Governance Board. It's the same reason the Department of Justice is targeting parents who have the nerve to show up at a school board meeting and speak up for their kids. It's all about intimidation. That's how the left operates, and we've seen it play out now against the Supreme Court. But the good news is, finally, this bill's going to pass and give the justices of the highest court in our land the protection they and their families deserve. So I say better late than never. We support this legislation. Should have passed a darn long time ago, and we reserve our time, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Thank you. Let me tell you why it took us a few weeks rather than just 1 week to pass this legislation. It's because Republicans refuse to protect the families of Supreme Court employees who are at risk. Shame on you for not doing that. And by the way, there are threats to justices across the board. I support this legislation. I just note that recently there was an article in CNN titled "Justice Sonia Sotomayor was targeted by gunmen," federal judge tells 60 Minutes, dated February 19, 2021. Intimidation goes on both sides. I support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio.
And that's why Republicans have condemned violence every single time it happened, Madam Speaker. We condemned it when it happened on January 6th, but guess what? We also condemned it when it happened in the summer of 2020. And it hasn't been a few weeks since the leak of the draft opinion. It's been 6 weeks. So, the Senate passed this legislation unanimously, and they wouldn't bring it up. They wouldn't bring it up. In fact, the Speaker of the House, as I said before, the Speaker of the House said last week there was no need to bring it up. But now we're going to. Thank goodness for that. I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from California, my friend, Mr. Ison.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, listening to the initial debate here, you would believe that there was a legitimate difference of opinion here on the floor about protecting the justices. Clearly, there was no such difference in the U.S. Senate. What there is, though, is a story that I think needs to be told. When I authored this legislation a month ago, I knew that we had support in the Senate, and I knew that we would have support in the House. The first thing I did was I called up the most senior member of the Judiciary Committee on the other side of the aisle and said to him, I believe we should do this. He agreed. Not a second, not checking with staff. He agreed that this simple bill of protecting those who would be intimidated and those who would be threatened and those whose lives could not be replaced in a timely fashion without changing the outcome of the court. And that was it. I had my co-sponsor. A day later, mysteriously, another bill, very different, was dropped in the hopper by the Speaker's staff. And it was done so without a Republican co-sponsor, without a call to the ranking member who stands here today. And that was done because they wanted to play message with it. They wanted to delay. And the Speaker has delayed for a month. Madam Speaker, 18 U.S.C. 1507 is not a suggestion that you prevent intimidation of the court. It is a law. It is a law that the President of the United States has sworn to uphold, and through his Attorney General has negated the responsibility. So this legislation is not only essential to protect against another assassination attempt or of justice or their family, but it is even more important because this administration, as we speak, is not obeying the law that they have sworn to obey, one that the Attorney General is required to. So it is a double-edged sword that I come with here today. Democrats who took 30 days and had to see a week after the attempted assassination of a Supreme Court justice before they would bring a common-sense, non-controversial piece of legislation to the floor. I applaud all those who will vote for it today, and I suspect it will be voted unanimously here on the floor. But justice delayed, or protection of our justice delayed, could have led to the death of a justice, and even as we speak, still could. So let's pass it. Let's pass it without further controversy, and let's never again do something as shameful as ignore the law and delay protection of people who are being intimidated. And I thank the Speaker and the ranking member, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman reserve? Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Republicans are misleading you. Supreme Court justices already have protection. Let me say that again. Supreme Court justices already have protection. This is about families of Supreme Court justices, which I support them having protection, and Democrats were fighting for families of law clerks, employees of Supreme Court. They should have protection too. Let me tell you the threats to employees of Supreme Court. Soon after the draft decision leaked, a right-wing activist posted the personal details of a law clerk who he basically claimed had leaked Justice Alito's draft opinion overturning Roe v. Wade. This right-wing activist even posted the clerk's wedding announcement and singled out the clerk's spouse. And Republicans don't want to protect that person or their families. After another Republican strategist claimed that a different law clerk had leaked the opinion, an extremist anti-abortion rights group issued a press release targeting that clerk and the justice the clerk worked for. The author of the press release had served years in prison for conspiring to blow up an abortion clinic. Referring to the people in the justice's office, the group's leader said that he could smell their fear. Republicans don't want to protect the families of Supreme Court employees. Shame on them. And recently, a news outlet obtained a DHS intelligence report identifying threats to murder justices and their clerks. Why don't Republicans want to protect the families of Supreme Court employees? I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heist.
I thank the gentleman. Look, unfortunately, this bill is necessary because we have a radical and unhinged left-wing activist group of individuals that also have been encouraged by a slow-walking Democratic Party in hopes of intimidation being used to influence the courts. That's why we're here today. We have assassination attempts on Judge Kavanaugh. We have fire bombings of women's resource centers and healthcare facilities. We have U.S. senators, sitting U.S. senators, encouraging violence against the children and families of Supreme Court justices. And ever since the leak took place some 6 weeks ago, there have been at least 14 coordinated attacks on women's pregnancy care facilities. And Democratic leadership has endorsed and encouraged physical threats to their political opposition. It's totally unacceptable. It's un-American. The unhinged left is not the party that empowers women. If that were true, they would not be trying to destroy women's resource centers, nor would they be trying to attack and intimidate those who work there. They would not be threatening the life of and encouraging violence towards the children of the fourth woman to serve on the United States Supreme Court. The protests that have been taking place outside the justice's home these past months are unacceptable, and Democratic leadership have refused to condemn the threats of violence.
And one great example of this is the prohibition despite the law and the prohibition against such protests. Jen Psaki, while she was White House press secretary, stated, quote, "We certainly continue to encourage that outside the judges' homes, and that's the president's position." This is the position of the Democratic Party. Intimidation, fear, and now it's getting out of control. It's about time the Democrats are coming to admit it.
Time has
I
expired.
encourage my colleagues to support this legislation.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the Senate or its members. Gentleman from California.
Okay. All right. I am prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 2 minutes to my friend, the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio.
Gentleman's recognized.
Supreme Court justices are already protected. Really, they're already protected. The Speaker said no one is in danger. No one is in danger after an assassination attempt. I don't know if I'd feel very protected on the very day of the assassination attempt in violation of the law. In violation of the law, protesters at the very house of the Supreme Court justice being intimidated by protesters. The Speaker says that no one's in danger. I don't want to engage in personality, so I might say a high-ranking official on the other side of the Capitol here said, "You have released the whirlwind. You won't know what hit you." And then down the street, Pennsylvania Avenue, a high-ranking official said, there might be a mini revolution. Does that sound not like intimidation to you? Because it sure sounds like it to me. I don't know my friends on the other side of the aisle want to happen. I don't know. I'm not in their heads and I'm not in their hearts. But I listen to what they say and I watch what they do. We should have passed this much, much longer ago when it was available to us. And the fact that we didn't might be the cause for people to come to assassinate a United States Supreme Court justice. This is not a third world country. If you don't get your way, you don't blow up the court and kill the justices. But apparently that's what some people in America think is appropriate. It is not appropriate. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Is the gentleman prepared to close from Ohio?
Madam Speaker, we have another speaker on the way, but just let me say this. I'm reading from a headline here. This group, Ruth sent us. This group hinted at targeting Supreme Court Justice Coney Barrett's children in church. Let me just read the headline here. Group gave details of Justice Coney Barrett's routine, her children's school, and family's spiritual life. So in plain English, this group was saying where Justice Coney Barrett goes each day, where her kids go to school, and where their family goes to church. They gave those details, and last week, the Democrats said no one is in danger. After an assassination attempt on Miss Barrett's colleague, Justice Kavanaugh, and they said, not to worry. Everything's fine. We don't need to pass this legislation. After the Senate had done it unanimously. That's the position of the Democrats in this body. And that's why we're saying, why did it take so long? 6 weeks ago was when the draft leak happened, and the protests started at justices' homes almost immediately after the leak of that draft, that unprecedented leak of that draft opinion. And they've been doing it now for weeks and weeks and weeks. Here's the email from this organization, this Ruth sent us organization. Here's one of the messages. If you're in the D.C. metro area, join us. Our protest at Barrett's home. Move the needle to this coverage. Falls Church is a people of praise stronghold. She sends her 7 kids to a people of praise school that she said on the board of directors she attends church daily, as if that's bad to go to church daily. I think that's a good thing. But this is what they're saying. This group, given the details of where her kids go to school, where they go to church, and her daily routine, and the Democrats said, nothing to worry about. That's our concern. So thank goodness this bill is here. Madam Chair, we reserve our time.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, continue to reserve.
I'm going to respond to that because what he just said was a lie.
Gentleman
The fact
recognized.
that he's saying that Democrats think there's nothing wrong, there's no danger to Supreme Court justices is a lie. Why? Because we're the majority party, and look, we just put this bill up and we're about to vote on it. We clearly care about Supreme Court justices, but we also care about the families and employees of the Supreme Court. And that is what we're talking about today. Because again, I just want to remind you, the Republicans are misleading you. Supreme Court justices right now have law enforcement protection details. They are protected by law enforcement. This bill has to do with the families of Supreme Court justices. I support protecting them. I also support protecting the employees and their families of the Supreme Court. And that is the dispute. The Democrats want to also protect the employees and their families who are getting threats from right-wing activists, intimidation from far right. And you want to talk about intimidation? I'll tell you what intimidation is. It is Trump supporters assaulting the Capitol on January 6th, brutalizing 140 police officers. That is intimidation. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio.
And Madam Speaker, we condemned what took place on January 6th. It'd have been nice if Democrats would have done the same thing in the summer of 2020 or passed this legislation 6 weeks ago, a month ago when the Senate passed it. Let me just recite a few things here that have been said by our colleagues on the other side. Former Attorney General Eric Holder said in 2018 at a campaign event in Georgia to, quote, kick Republicans. No, no, no. When they go low, we kick them. That's what this new Democratic Party is about. It sure is. It sure is. It's all about intimidation. Intimidating the court, intimidating parents who have the nerve to show up at school board meetings, setting up a disinformation governance board to intimidate free speech rights of all Americans. That's what the new Democratic Party is about, and we've seen it time and time again. In the summer of 2018, we saw one of our colleagues from California, Democrat members, said, let's make sure we show up wherever we have to show up. And if you see anybody from the Trump cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, out in a crowd, you create a crowd and you push back on them and you tell them, think about this. It's a member of Congress saying this to a cabinet member. You tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere. A cabinet member of the administration not welcome in their own darn country? That's what a member of Congress said on the Democrat side. We had another member of Congress on the Democrat side say this: there needs to be, quote, unrest on the streets. Calling for unrest on the streets while there was unrest on the streets in the summer of 2020. That's why this legislation is so darn important and why we cannot figure out, and the gentleman just said something that wasn't accurate. The Speaker of the House said last week, no one's in danger. No one's in danger. I just read you what they're posting about Justice Coney Barrett and her family and where they go to church and where her 7 kids go to school. And of course, this is in the context of everything they've done to intimidate the court and an assassination attempt on another justice, Justice Kavanaugh. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from North Carolina.
Gentleman's recognized from North Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Ohio. I've missed part of the debate, most of the debate on the floor. Mr. Jordan just made reference to that item that bowls me over. You wonder, after you've been in Washington for a little while, whether anything will surprise you. But yes, that tweet by the pro-abortion group Ruth sent us that identified Justice Barrett's church and identified the school that her children attend and encouraged protesters to, quote, voice your anger, close quote, by demonstrating there, is a new low. Not just the identification of justices' home addresses, which I never thought we'd see, not just the not just crowds materializing there, which I had never thought we'd see, not just the appearance of an assassin at the home of a justice, which we have never seen, and yet the response is, what about January 6th? And as the gentleman from Ohio made the point, I have never encountered any Republican who declined to condemn the violence and rioting at the Capitol that day. I've never found one. I've never heard one. And yet I never hear condemnation of such conduct as I've described from Democrats. I might be missing it. I'm not hearing it now. I'm hearing about what about January 6th. I condemn the rioting and the violence at the Capitol on January 6th. I condemn the Democrat leader of the Senate standing in front of the Supreme Court to say to two specific justices that you have released the whirlwind, you will suffer the result. I don't remember exactly the word. And then what I do remember, the phrase that sticks in my mind, you won't know what hit you if you go forward with these awful decisions. I never hear condemnation for that. I don't know why. I do think I know why this bill had to be delayed from last week when we were here and could have passed it. And that is because you want to protect the leaker. And that implies that although this has been pending for a month and a half, and the nation doesn't know who the leaker was, somebody knows who the leaker was. And that's who you want to protect. Amazing as that is, unprecedented as that is, we certainly ought to protect this or pass this legislation and protect the justices of the United States Supreme Court from assassins. Assassins responding to the advocacy, the unprecedented advocacy on the left. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I condemn violence, whether it's from right-wing groups or left-wing groups or white supremacist groups or any other group. Democrats say this all the time. I'll tell you why Republicans don't hear it, because they're in their bubble watching just Fox News, who won't even show the January 6th hearings. That's why they don't hear any of this stuff, because it's never played to them or their base. Democrats condemn violence all the time. And by the way, last year, I'm going to just tell you the headline of this article again, Justice Sonia Sotomayor was targeted by gunmen. Did Republicans jump up in outrage? No, they didn't. So let's just be clear here. What we're talking about today, once again, Supreme Court justices get law enforcement protection right now as we speak. This is actually a dispute about employees. So I'm going to ask the Republicans a question, and I bet you they will not answer it. Why do they not want to protect the employees and their families of the Supreme Court? I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Chair, the employees of the court are already protected. This is about protecting the justices' families, and we know that is needed based on the headline I read and the email that Mr. Bishop just talked about. The gentleman said Democrats they condemn violence. No, they don't. No, they don't. They called rioters and looters the entire summer of 2020. They called them peaceful protesters. And that same summer, then Senator, now Vice President, raised money to bail those rioters and looters and people who went after police, raised money to bail them out of jail. So you got to stick with the facts here, and that is just not accurate what was stated earlier. For all the reasons we've highlighted, Madam Chair, we're glad this bill is finally going to pass. We just wish it would have happened when it should have, weeks and weeks ago, when this threat was first present for Supreme Court justices. I reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman from California.
I yield 2 minutes of time to the Gentlewoman from Texas.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's incredible to stand here and listen to our Republican colleagues talk about the risks and the dangers that exist to the Supreme Court. I want to know where they were when the risks and the dangers existed for my community, El Paso, Texas, where 23 innocent people were slaughtered by a white supremacist with an AK-47. Where were they then? How about Uvalde? Where were they then? How about every other mass shooting? Buffalo, you name it. Last week, we brought to the floor legislation intended to protect millions of Americans, especially and including children. The vast majority of our Republican colleagues voted against those protections for vulnerable people who don't have access to 24-hour, round-the-clock U.S. Marshal protection. They don't have access to round-the-clock, 24/7 Capitol Police protection, which Supreme Court justices have today. Supreme Court justices have far more protections than members of Congress do, but more importantly than those innocent lives that were taken in innumerable cities across America. And as they rail about and clutch their pearls over the fact that it took House Democrats some time to get this bill to the floor, the reason it took that much time is because it was House Democrats that at least wanted to get one itty-bitty concession out of this bill to protect the staff of that institution, the United States Supreme Court. But they refused.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
May I have 30 seconds?
Yes. I yield in 30 seconds to
Gentlewoman's recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
I want to remind the American public why they brought this bill to the floor, both in the Senate and here. It's a talking point. It's not because it really does anything, it's simply a talking point. It came as a result of a leaked decision on the justices' desire to take away women's reproductive care. Guess who else doesn't get protections in America the way that they'd like to protect others? Some. And it's those healthcare providers and patients and staff who are vulnerable every day, especially because of the actions of this Supreme Court.
Ms. Time has
I yield
expired.
back.
reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio.
A talking point. The left is telling people where Justice Barrett's kids go to school. That is not a talking point, that is a fact. That's one of the craziest things I've heard said on this floor. A talking point? Every single senator voted for this package. That includes Democrats. Every single one. A talking point? You've got to be kidding me. They're reporting where a Supreme Court justice goes to, where her kids go to school, where their family goes to church, her daily routine, and the left calls it a talking point? I urge a yes vote on this bill, for goodness sake.
Gentleman from California.
Thank you. S4160 is a straightforward bill that will protect the families of the justices. Democrats also fought to try to protect the families of Supreme Court employees. Republicans objected and won't do that, so this is the best we can get. I urge my colleagues to support the bill. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 4160? Those in favor will indicate by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon.
I'd like to ask for a recorded
Gentleman
vote, please.
from California. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed.
Thank you, sir.
Are we good?
put my sunglasses on? The font's big enough, I can handle it.
Okay, Tim. So it's We're ready? For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1170 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 82, House Resolution 1170. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 2543 to amend the Federal Reserve Act to add additional demographic reporting requirements to modify the goals of the Federal Reserve System and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Financial Services now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-49, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. 2. The further amendments described in Section 2 of this resolution. 3. The amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution. And 4. One motion to recommit. Section 2. After debate pursuant to the first section of this resolution, each further amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules, not earlier considered as part of amendments en bloc pursuant to Section 3 of this resolution, shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 3. It shall be in order at any time after debate pursuant to the first section of this resolution for the chair of the Committee on Financial Services or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 4. All points of order against further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules or amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 5. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 2773 to amend the Pittman-Robertson Wildlife Restoration Act to make supplemental funds available for management of fish and wildlife species of greatest conservation need as determined by the state fish and wildlife agencies and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended amended by the Committee on Natural Resources, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-47, modified by the amendment printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. 2. The further amendments described in Section 6 of this resolution. 3. The amendments en bloc described in Section 7 of this resolution. And 4. One motion to recommit. Section 6. After debate pursuant to Section 5 of this resolution, each further amendment printed in Part D of the report of the Committee on Rules not earlier considered as part of amendments en bloc pursuant to Section 7 of this resolution shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 7. It shall be in order at any time after debate pursuant to Section 5 of this resolution for the chair of the Committee on Natural Resources or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part D of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 8. All points of order against the further amendments printed in Part D of the report of the Committee on Rules or amendments en bloc described in Section 7 of this resolution are waived. Section 9. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 7606 to establish the office of the Special Investigator for Competition Matters within the Department of Agriculture. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Agriculture, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-50, modified by the amendment printed in Part E of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Agriculture or their respective designees. 2. The further amendments described in Section 10 of this resolution. And 3. One motion to recommit. Section 10. After debate pursuant to Section 9 of this resolution, each further amendment printed in Part F of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. All points of order against further amendments printed in Part F of the report of the Committee on Rules are waived. Section 11, House Resolution 188, agreed to March 8, 2021, as most recently amended by House Resolution 1153, agreed to June 8, 2022, as amended by striking June 17, 2022, each place it appears, and inserting in each instance June 22, 2022.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania. pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, yesterday the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 1170, for 3 measures. First, it provides for consideration of H.R. 2543 under a structured rule. The rule self-executes a manager's amendment, provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Financial Services. Makes and order 27 amendments and provides 1 motion to recommit. Second, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 2773 under a structured rule. The rule self-executes a manager's amendment, provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking member of the Committee on Natural Resources, and makes and order 8 amendments and provides 1 motion to recommit. Third, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 7606 under a structured rule. The rule self-executes a manager's amendment, provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Agriculture, and makes and order 2 amendments and provides 1 motion to recommit. Finally, the rule extends recess instructions, suspension authority, and same-day authority through June 22nd. First, I'd like to say a few words about the Lower Food and Fuel Cost Act. Times are tough for working families across our country. Food prices are rising, and gas prices are at an all-time high. At the same time, food companies and big oil are making record profits at the expense of these same hardworking Americans. Costs are rising up and down the supply chain. The cost of fertilizer and pesticides has risen 50% over the past year, in part due to the ongoing war in Ukraine. But rising energy prices, increasing trucking costs, and the worst outbreak of avian flu in 7 years are all contributing to the higher prices consumers are paying at their grocery store. Plus, combine oil companies' irresponsibility with Putin's war in Ukraine, and you have an unbearable situation for American consumers. The Lower Food and Fuel Cost Act will help us look out for working families, not just big corporations and their billionaire CEOs. This package of bipartisan legislation supports farmers and lowers prices for America's families at the grocery store and at the gas pump. This rule also allows us to consider a package of legislation aimed at addressing racial and economic inequities that limit opportunities for Americans to buy homes, access loans, and earn fair wages. Income and wealth inequality is higher in the United States than in any other developed country, and there are examples of it in almost all parts of our lives. The reforms in this package will help. They'll help us better target and measure outcomes for underserved populations. Finally, the Recovering America's Wildlife Act helps protect the more than 1/3 of all fish and wildlife species in the United States that are at risk of extinction. This legislation funds conservation efforts for more than 12,000 species of wildlife and plants, and the recovery of 1,600 species already listed as threatened or endangered. Taken together and taken separately, these bills will all lead to real important change for Americans. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the distinguished gentleman from California for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The rule before us today provides for consideration of 3 pieces of legislation that are, once again, missed opportunities to provide real relief to the American people. Rather than working with Republicans to address the serious issues facing our nation, Democrats again prioritize the interest of far-left special interest groups in their radical progressive base over the needs of American workers and American families. Look no further than H.R. 2543, a compilation of 13 financial services bills that prioritize woke policies and unnecessary reporting over actually fixing Biden's economic crisis. As my friends across the aisle will remember, under President Trump, U.S. employment reached a 50-year low of 3.5%. Additionally, under President Trump, minority unemployment dropped to the lowest levels on record. Compare that with the economy under the Democrats' one-party rule. Inflation is now at a 40-year high. Gas prices are now over $5 a gallon. And Americans can expect to pay an extra $5,200 this year compared to last year for the same goods and services. So once again, rather than just working with Republicans to provide real economic relief, the Democrats continue to double down on reckless spending, far-left policies, and have prioritized their big government socialism over free market principles. And what has this led to? It's led to economic instability. It threatens the stability of our Federal Reserve. It piles regulatory costs on small businesses, and it emboldens unelected and unaccountable career bureaucrats. Ultimately, H.R. 2543 will make it more difficult for low-income and minority borrowers to start a business, to buy a home, and to build credit. It actually does the opposite of the intended effect. This rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 7606, a bill that claims to lower food costs by appointing and I quote, special investigator. And this special investigator will investigate American meat packers and live poultry dealers. This legislation, let's just be clear, this legislation is a weak attempt to lay the blame for President Biden's economic crisis on American job creators. In reality, this is just another unfunded mandate that empowers Washington bureaucrats and places new burdens on American food producers. Alarmingly, these compliant costs may actually rise the price of food even higher, making life in Joe Biden's America even harder on average American families. Finally, this bill provides for consideration of H.R. 2773, the Recovering America's Wildlife Act of 2022. While I support conservation efforts, I'm incredibly disappointed once again by the majority walking away from talks with Republicans to find offsets and to try to resolve spending concerns for the $1.34 billion in new annual mandatory spending authorized by this bill. In fact, the CBO, according to the CBO, this legislation spends $12.7 billion just in the first 10 years alone. Madam Speaker, 80% of Americans say inflation is the most important issue facing this country. But you wouldn't know it by looking at the bills Democrats are prioritizing for floor action this week. Perhaps it's time that my big government Democratic colleagues actually listen to the American people and work with Republicans on real economic solutions, rather than doubling down on out-of-control spending and reckless, far-left policies that created Biden's economic crisis in the first place. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no to oppose this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California.
I just want to, always as we have these debates with my good friend from Pennsylvania, encourage that we do work together, acknowledging that we have differences of opinion, and remind people maybe watching we are in a global economy that has inflation globally. And what we are doing in this package is to try to provide some small instruments for oversight and accountability so that we can have control, as much control as we can, in a global economy that is impacting this inflation that's so hard for working Americans. So with all due respect to my friend from Pennsylvania, always willing to work with him, but this package is intended to provide more accountability, not more bureaucracy. And with that, I'll reserve back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you. I hear this about this being a global issue. It is a global issue, but the reason it's a global issue, quick economics lesson, we are still the reserve currency. We also are the largest GDP. we are exporting the inflation to other countries. Let's be clear, the inflation is caused by Joe Biden's reckless big government socialist agenda. And unfortunately, the American people, as well as the world, have to deal with the recklessness. I would like to yield 5 minutes to my good friend and fellow Rules Committee member, Representative Fischbach.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague and friend from Pennsylvania for yielding me the time. Madam Speaker, I would like to start off by saying that I'm going to specifically talk about H.R. 7606, and many of the bills included in that bill, in H.R. 7606, I supported and helped introduce. The Butcher Block Act, Year-Round E15, and the Precise Act are all pieces of legislation I have long supported and are included in this package. I find it stunning that my colleagues in the majority, after many months of sitting on these thoughtful, bipartisan bills, are finally bringing them forward attached to a poison pill that is duplicative and unnecessary. But perhaps most disappointing is that this bill is being advertised as an immediate solution to skyrocketing food and fuel prices. But many of these bills are simply codifications of existing programs or duplicative of other efforts, all packaged with a feel-good title. Let me be clear. These will not address the underlying drivers of inflation or increasing input costs. If the majority was serious about bringing down the cost of our food and fuel, they would check their incessant spending habits far beyond the federal government's means. They would roll back the Biden administration's regulatory war on agriculture. But that is not what this bill does. Madam Speaker, the Packers and Stockyards Division already has enforcement tools at their disposal to address uncompetitive behavior in the meatpacking sector. However, by the Packers and Stockyard Division's their own estimates, the agency is chronically understaffed and underfunded. If my colleagues were serious about combating uncompetitive behavior in the meatpacking industry, they would have included robust resources to enhance enforcement under the Packers and Stockyard Act. This legislation is unfunded and creates unnecessary and duplicative special investigator appointed by an administration that blames rising costs of goods and services on everyone but themselves, and empowered with nearly unlimited authority to harass market participants when convenient for the politics of this administration. Further, the Department of Justice has already been in the process of investigating meatpackers with respect to this exact issue. I would ask my colleagues if they have yet to receive any update regarding this effort, and if so, what can we expect from it? I know many of my Republican colleagues and I have been seeking an update for months to no avail. Absent such investigation, it is inappropriate for this bill to move forward. Much of this package does have bipartisan support. But when I asked why the majority didn't focus on the bills with strong bipartisan consensus, I was essentially told that this is the package, this is what the majority wants. The message to me was, take it or leave it. This shows, once again, the majority's unwillingness to work in a bipartisan manner and really, really address the issues facing Americans. That's unfortunate. And I urge my colleagues in the majority to work with Republicans in addressing these issues in a thoughtful and bipartisan manner, and to stop playing politics while our country suffers. I urge my colleagues to oppose this rule and the underlying bill. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
I reserve, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Americans are now paying an average of over $5 a gallon for gas. This is the first time in history this has happened. Let me repeat, over $5 for a gallon of gas. The pain at the pump is a direct result of President Biden and congressional Democrats' radical Green New Deal agenda in a war on American energy producers. And let's just be blunt about something. The base of the Democrat Party, the bunch of woke yuppies sitting at home on Zooms all day, they don't care about gas prices. But if you're somebody who has to swing a hammer for a living and drive to a job site, if you're a woman that's a waitress at a diner, you've got to drive to your shift, that affects you. Republicans care about working families, working men and women. That's why we believe Americans deserve affordable, American-made energy. That's why if we defeat the previous question, I will personally offer an amendment to the rule to immediately consider H.R. 6858, the American Energy Independence Act. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here to explain this amendment is my good friend and member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Congressman Jeff Duncan of South Carolina. I yield him 4 minutes.
Thank you, gentlemen. I rise in opposition to the previous question so that we can amend the rule to immediately consider H.R. 6858, the American Energy Independence from Russia Act. You know, as a direct result of President Biden's war on American energy, the average national gas prices have hit $5. Don't know what they are in Michigan. I know I pay more than $5 a gallon for diesel fuel in South Carolina. This is the worst energy crisis we've seen since 1973. Why we had an energy crisis in the 70s was supply and demand. We had lessening global supply, increased demand as the economy was growing. When will we learn? The American people are feeling the pain directly due to the policies of the Biden administration. And this shouldn't come as any surprise to the American people, and really it doesn't. Because the president said during a presidential debate that he would phase out oil and gas production in the United States, and that's exactly what they're doing. It's costing moms and dads around the country. And Democrats are wondering why gas prices are so high. It's unbelievable. What's even more unbelievable is that President Biden killed American energy at the same time greenlighting Vladimir Putin's Nord Stream 2 project to allow Vladimir Putin to produce energy, sell it to Europe. We can't do that here at home. The logic of Joe Biden and the Democrats kill American energy while promoting energy developments of tyrants in Russia, Iran, and Venezuela is unbelievable. You know, it's simple. Y'all are playing politics with this country's energy crisis. Democrats want high gas prices so they can push their fallacy, a utopian world of wind, solar, and EVs for all. Meanwhile, the American families are choosing between filling up their tank and feeding their families, doing other things they're used to doing, because they're having to pay more at the pump. Energy prices hurt low-income Americans the hardest. They're seeing their savings erode in a volatile stock market. More of their paychecks going for basic commodities due to the rampant high inflation, and they're paying record high prices nationwide to fuel their vehicles. Energy Secretary Granholm's solution for high gas prices? Buy a $55,000 electric vehicle. They can range up to $90,000. How many American families can afford that? Even the Biden administration knows that's a failed approach. You know, I saw a Democrat plan recently that we're going to choose more of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to increase supply. Okay, you acknowledge a supply and demand issue. They're currently tapping the SPR at record levels to meet demand. The SPR fell to 538 million barrels just last month, and that's the lowest level since 1987. You know, that is a finite commodity that once we drain the SPR, unless you produce more energy or buy oil from Iran, Venezuela, Russia to replenish it, it's not an infinite supply. What are you going to do then? What are we going to do then when that runs out? If you want to blame someone for record high gas prices in America, look no further than House Democrats, who have already blocked Representative Kathy McMorris-Rodgers' bill, the American Energy Independence from Russia Act, 6 times. If you block it today, it'll be number 7 that you've blocked a common sense piece of legislation. It's a Republican solution. Now, this bill will approve Keystone XL pipeline, remove all restrictions on LNG exports, restart oil and gas leasing on federal lands and waters. It's well past time for the Democrats to wake up and follow the science, as you like to say. Stop putting special interest groups before the American people. Let's flip the switch. Let's support American energy and America First policies. And let's support the American Energy from Russia Act, unleash American energy production and security, take the first steps toward lowering gas prices for the Americans. Quit playing games. We're going to release the SPR oil to increase supply, to lower the price of the pump, because that's temporary. Because once that supply is used up, you're not going to have that to put back into the market.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Madam Speaker, I yield an additional 30 seconds to my good friend.
Gentleman's recognized for additional
Let's flip
30
the switch,
seconds.
folks. Let's support American energy independence, and I urge a no vote on the previous question so the House can immediately consider this common sense legislation by Kathy McMorris Rogers. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to remind folks that 50% of inflation is caused by the war in Ukraine and the actions by Vladimir Putin. In terms of energy, we believe in supporting American energy, but we also accept the reality that we're transitioning to more choices in energy like we do in California. I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a June 10, 2021 USA Today article entitled, "Fact Check, Rising Gas Prices Due to High Demand and Low Supply, Not Biden's Policies." Madam Speaker, President
Without
Biden...
objection.
Sorry. Madam Speaker, President Biden nor his administration have direct control of setting gas prices. The real issue is big oil's desire to pad their profits. The CEO of Occidental Petroleum said it herself. "I feel now," quote, "that we do need to return cash to the shareholders in the form of dividends and buybacks, especially during the better cycles," she said. End quotes. They are thinking in their shareholders' best interest, not the interest of the American people. I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve?
I'm sorry, I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Democrats and their allies on the left can blame Putin all they want. And it's partially true that Putin's war in Ukraine is partially to blame. But gas prices have risen every month of this administration. Every month. They were up $1 a gallon before Putin even invaded Ukraine. The real issue here is supply. And why do we have a supply issue? It's because Joe Biden, on day number 1, canceled the Keystone XL pipeline. That dried up all capital investment into hydrocarbon infrastructure. Maybe it's a problem because we cannot get the oil and gas to refineries to make sure that we have a supply. So what does Joe Biden do instead? Blames everybody else, goes to Venezuela and elsewhere and begs them to produce more oil when just one administration before, under President Trump, we were actually a net exporter of energy. Biden and House Democrats have created this mess, and the American people know that. The American people will also spend, you ready for this fact, $5,000 this year on gas. $5,000 for the average American. That's a 78% increase from a year ago. In other words, Americans are spending over $2,000 extra a year on gas under Joe Biden. Blame who you want, but every time an American looks up and sees $100+ on that gas tank that he or she just filled up, they know who to blame. Joe Biden and Democrats. I yield 3 minutes to my good friend, the gentlelady from the great state of Texas, Representative Van Dyne.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to post the previous question so that we can immediately consider H.R. 6858, the American Energy Independence from Russia Act, to address U.S. energy security, the production of oil and gas, and the importation and exportation of oil and gas. Gas prices have already topped $5 per gallon, and economists are predicting that'll be $6 per gallon by August. Every American driving is paying nearly double since Biden took office, and that crisis is only getting worse. This administration should have seen this coming. You can say what you want, you can blame whoever you want. This administration is failing to recognize that its policies have had a direct result on gas prices. You don't block crucial pipelines. You don't block domestic infrastructure. You don't shut down drilling on federal lands, declare war on the oil and gas industry, and become reliant on Russian oil, and not expect prices to skyrocket and our global standing to weaken. This administration is obviously not going to do anything but make this crisis worse. So this body must act. The American Energy Independence from Russia Act will strengthen U.S. energy security, counter Russia, create American jobs, and protect domestic oil and gas dependency and production. Republicans have proposed countless pragmatic bills, including the Strategy to Secure Offshore Energy Act, which I recently introduced. This directs the Department of the Interior to publish the next 5-year plan for offshore oil and gas lease sales. We must hold this administration accountable as they continue to throw their hands up and blame everyone else for the energy crisis that they created. This bill will help provide the certainty necessary for continued investment in offshore production and support our domestic energy security. In my colleague's home state of California, gas has reached $9.60 a gallon. Surely we can all agree that that is unconscionable and must be addressed. I urge opposition to the previous question so that we can pass needed legislation to put us back on course to unlocking American energy independence. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just some quick facts. As Mr. Duncan stated, House Democrats have blocked consideration of legislation to unleash America's energy independence 6 times. 6 times we've been down this road. House Democrats have blocked it. Gas prices have gone up 49 cents since the last time Republicans asked Democrats to bring this bill to the floor. Here we are again. To talk more about this issue, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Arizona, Representative Lesko.
Gentlewoman from Arizona is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to oppose the previous question so that we can immediately consider H.R. 6858 to unleash American domestic energy production. Americans across the country are paying sky-high prices at the gas pump. Almost every single day for the past month, gas prices have hit a new record high. The national average for a gallon of gas is now over $5 per gallon. In Phoenix, my home state, Arizonans are paying over $5.60 per gallon. I think yesterday it was $5.63 per gallon. Filling up at the pump is becoming increasingly unaffordable for many Americans. As members of Congress, many of us can afford to spend $5 for a single gallon of gas, but many Americans, like my own kids, who are working hard, and my senior citizens in my district who live on fixed incomes, simply can't afford to pay this high price. Republicans have a solution. We have a plan to increase American energy production today and lower prices tomorrow if only my colleagues across the aisle would agree to take up this legislation. H.R. 6858 requires the President to submit an energy security plan to Congress and requires the Energy Secretary to develop a plan to increase oil and gas production on U.S. federal lands. This legislation reinstates the Keystone XL pipeline, unleashes American natural gas production and oil production, reverses the oil and gas moratorium on federal lands and waters so we can harness our U.S. abundant energy resources. Republicans have brought up this legislation, as has been said before, for consideration several times. But the energy crisis just keeps getting worse and worse, and gas prices keep getting higher. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend from Minnesota and former police officer, Representative Pete Stauber.
Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise to oppose the previous question so that we can immediately consider H.R. 6858, the American Energy Independence from Russia Act, which I am proud to co-sponsor with my colleagues, Representatives McMorris Rogers and Westerman. The national average price for a gallon of gasoline today is $5 and climbing. Let that sink in. It's $5 and going up. And diesel fuel is skyrocketing at an even scarier rate. This is a self-imposed crisis
on the American people. As candidate Joe Biden pledged again and again to ban development on America's federal lands and waters. And he followed through on that promise, with the House Democrats following suit. No matter the pain they cause Americans at the pump, no matter the cost they impose on businesses reliant on shipping, trucking, and more. In contrast, we Republicans are here offering solutions. H.R. 6858 takes away Joe Biden's power to ruin our energy security and our economy by prohibiting harmful drilling bans. The bill creates a minimum number of annual lease sales, both onshore and offshore. And it reauthorizes the Keystone XL pipeline so we can resume moving energy throughout our country. Democrats are calculating that to reduce emissions, it's a necessary evil to make gas expensive for Americans and punish the middle class. Madam Speaker, let me tell you why that's dead wrong. Under President Trump, when we were net exporters of American energy, we averaged emission reductions of 2.5% every year. And under President Biden, his first year in office, we saw a 6% jump in domestic emissions. These policies Democrats push every day, again, are punishing the American families, the American workers, and the American middle class. It makes it harder for businesses to turn a profit. And it's a leading cause of why our economy officially became a bear market just yesterday. Biden's solution: trips to Venezuela and Saudi Arabia, pleading with communists and human rights violators to bail him out of a problem that he caused. Let that sink in. He's going to Venezuela and Saudi Arabia, pleading with communists and human rights violators to bail him out of a problem that he caused. Madam Speaker, it does not have to be this way.
Gentleman's time is expiring.
Madam Speaker, I reserve an additional 30 seconds to my good friend to close.
Gentleman's recognized for another 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, it does not have to be this way. We can bring gas prices down with Republican solutions. As the ranking member of Energy and Minerals Resources Subcommittee, I call on my colleagues in this body today to do the right thing and vote for H.R. 6858 to bring relief to the American people. Let's produce our energy right here in America. We have the resources, technology, and the workforce, and we absolutely have the need. I urge defeat of the previous question. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Madam Speaker, I still find it somewhat amusing that my friends across the aisle continue to blame foreign nations and their actions on all this. Let me just give a quick history lesson on how President Joe Biden and Democrats actually caused this crisis. Day number one, Joe Biden canceled the Keystone XL pipeline. Number two, he emboldened Putin with Nord Stream 2. I would actually argue he emboldened Putin to invade Ukraine when he recklessly pulled us out of Afghanistan, which served zero military purpose, but I digress. Additionally, Joe Biden suspended oil and gas leasing on federal lands. He delayed permits for energy and infrastructure pipelines. He drained the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. He revoked permits for critical mineral projects. He canceled oil leases in Alaska and the Gulf of Mexico. And what has this done to gas prices? Well, in California, gas prices are now $9 a gallon. Here to talk about this is my good friend from California, Mr. Doug LaMalfa, and I yield him 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
I appreciate my neighbor from Pennsylvania for the time here today and for this effort. And I also oppose the previous question on H.R. 6 and want to instead bring forward H.R. 6858, the American Energy Independence from Russia Act. It really begs the question, with what's going on in the world, why are we dependent upon Russia for anything, especially our energy? So if the number was somewhere around 7% of the barrels of oil we use, we can easily make up by our own production in this country. The amazing hydraulic fracturing that put America back on the map for being a exporter of natural gas, and all the other development that we can be doing to bring prices back down. This administration just seems impervious to the suffering of the American people right now on the cost of energy and the cost of just about everything else. Well, there's another crisis that's going to be coming out of this too. We're dependent on Russia and China for a product called urea. Now, what is that? Well, it's made into a fertilizer, basically, that is used extensively in American crops, but also urea has a use as a component in what's called diesel exhaust fluid. That is a part of making our diesel engines run cleaner on our trucks and tractors and whatever else uses a diesel engine with DEF in it. We're going to run out of DEF pretty soon. The railroads are having a hard time delivering it. And when that happens, that means our trucks don't run anymore because they will not run without this fluid. And so we're dependent on Russia for urea, dependent on Russia for energy. Want to blame Russia for everything? No, we blame this administration because we're not doing the steps it takes to make ourselves independent that we easily have within our grasp to do in order to go for, what is this, great reset, or the incredible transition the president talks about. We're being transitioned by this administration, and it's very dangerous. It's harmful to families, harmful to people's bottom line on running their households, going to work, getting their kids to school, all because we don't have an energy policy that works. So whether the trucks don't have DEF, be able to deliver the goods to the store or get it out of the field, whatever it is, because we're dependent on Russia for energy and all these things,
Gentleman's time
we're putting
has
ourselves in a real
expired.
bad spot. I thank you for the time.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no further speakers at this time, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman prepared to close.
I'd yield myself the balance of the time and just remind everybody that in Joe Biden's America, gas prices are averaging more than $5 a gallon. Inflation is at a 40-year high, and real wages have decreased 10 out of the last 12 months. Yet with today's rule, House Democrats are doubling down on far-left, radical policies, really failed policies that created Joe Biden's economic crisis in the first place. It's well past time that the Biden administration and congressional Democrats admit that they are to blame for the economic pain families are facing and workers are facing, and work with Republicans on solutions to immediately help the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question and no on the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my friend from Pennsylvania and the Rules Committee. I just want to remind folks that the economy under Joe Biden has created over 8 million jobs since he took office. The unemployment rate has dropped from 6.4% to 3.6% under President Biden, and his first year was the greatest year of job creation in American history. The Federal Reserve has found that the household financial well-being reached an all-time high last year, and GDP grew in the president's first year by 5.2%, the fastest rate since 1984. The U.S. was the first advanced economy that reached pre-pandemic rates of growth. And we're seeing wages increased for workers. There's no doubt that inflation and the high cost of gasoline is a challenge. That's the purpose of some of our actions today, is to hold the private sector accountable to be responsible to their consumers and the American people. That's why these bills are on the floor, to do something about inflation and the high cost of energy. At the same time, we're preparing for an energy transition. Michigan, California, we're aware of the realities of the current energy economy, but we're getting ready for the new one. In the area I represent, Madam Speaker, you've been out to visit me. I've got 5 refineries. I've represented them in local, state, and federal government. 2 of them are closed because of the pandemic. They're about to reopen using biofuels. They'll help everybody, and they're a better business model according to the oil industry. So all of these things have combined for a challenge. I would agree with my colleague, this is too important, although we have our differences about the approach, that we should engage in problem solving for Americans. I want to thank all of my colleagues for these bills and their ideas to deal with inflation and the challenges to American workers, and I yield back the balance of my time. Oh, sorry. Madam Speaker, I'll just say that each of these bills in this rule are worthwhile and impactful, and I look forward to voting for them all soon. I urge a yes vote on the rule and the previous question, and I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor will indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Pennsylvania. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the 15-minute vote on ordering the previous question will be followed by 5-minute votes on the adoption of the resolution if ordered, and on the motion to suspend the rules and pass Senate 4160.
Rhode Island, seek recognition.
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on the previous question.
Haley. For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence and Mr. Schneider, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote nay on the previous question, and as the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamb of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Lamb will vote yes on H-Res 1170, or on the previous question.
Does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Ms. Waters, Chairwoman Waters, will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Khanna, I inform the House that he will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does a gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Scott Peters, I inform the House these members will vote yea on the previous question.
From Indiana, seek recognition.
As a member designated by Mr. Cahaley and Ms. Bustos from Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Tenney of New York and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Tenney will vote no on the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Mace will vote no on the previous question.
Next. What's up? For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Stanton of Arizona and Representative Speer of California and Representative Correa of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
As member designated by Mr. O'Halloran of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. O'Halloran vote yes on the previous question.
Does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Dina Titus, Mr. Jerry Nadler, and Mr. Peter Welch, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
And from Texas seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Van Taylor of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Stansbury of New Mexico, I inform the House that she will vote yes on the previous question.
Gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree of Maine and Mr. Kristen Lawson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the previous question.
Gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on the previous question.
The gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. John Carter of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. John Carter will vote nay on the previous question.
What we got? Hello? What we got? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price and Mr. Hank Johnson, I inform the House that Mr. Price and Mr. Johnson will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Newman, Mr. McKeechin, Mr. Swazi, Ms. Evans, and Ms. Moore, I inform the House that these 5 members will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson, Ms. Davids, and Ms. Kelly, I inform the House that these 3 members will vote yay on the previous question. Thank you.
From New York seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote nay on the previous question.
On this vote, the yea. On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 199. This question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Chair, on that,
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
on that, I'd request the yeas and the nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson, South Carolina, from the House, Mr. will vote nay on the rule.
What? Illinois, seek recognition.
Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Stansbury of New Mexico, I inform the House that she will vote yes on HRES 1170.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Walorski from Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski will vote nay on the rule.
The gentleman from Delaware seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamb of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Lamb will vote yea on HRES 1170.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. John Carter of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that John Carter will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree of Maine and Mr. Lawson and Mr. Christ of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on HRES 1170.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote nay on the rule. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on HRES 1170.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei from Nevada, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representatives Stanton, Spear, and Correa, I inform the House these members will vote yes on HRES 1170.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? For what purpose? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Van Taylor of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Khanna, I inform the House that he will vote yes on HRES 1170.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Tenney of New York and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Tenney will vote no on HRES 1170.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price and Mr. Hank Johnson, I inform the House that Mr. Price and Mr. Johnson will vote yea on HRES 1170.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote yes on House Resolution 1170.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Lawrence and Mr. Schneider, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1170.
One from Michigan seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote nay on the rule. And as the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Swazi, Mr. Evans, Mr. McEachin, Ms. Newman, and Ms. Moore, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1170.
What purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kelly, Ms. Davids, and Ms. Wilson, I inform the House that these three members will vote yea on HRES 1170.
seek recognition.
As the member designated by Mr. Kahele and Ms. Bustos, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on Resolution 1170.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Halloran, I inform the House Mr. Halloran vote yes on HRES 1170.
Purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Scott Peters, I inform the House these members will vote yea on HRES 1170.
Rhode Island seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on H Resolution 1170.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Dina Titus, Mr. Jerry Nadler, and Mr. Peter Welch, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1170.
Does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Mace will vote no on H-Res 1170.
On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 204. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business in the vote on the motion of the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 4160, of which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 4160, an act to amend Title 40 United States Code to grant the Supreme Court of the United States security-related authorities equivalent to the legislative and executive branches.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purposes, gentlemen from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson, South Carolina, from the House, Mr. Wilson vote aye on S4160.
For what purposes, gentlemen from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote no on S4160.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Illinois, Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Walorski of Indiana, I inform the House Ms. Walorski will vote yea on S4160.
Thank you, ma'am. For what purposes, gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree of Maine and Mr. Christ and Mr. Lawson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S4160.
For what purposes, a gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Tenney of New York and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Tenney will vote yes on S4160.
For what purposes, a gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on S4160.
For what purposes, a gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Mace will vote yea on S4160.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamb of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Lamb will vote yes on S4160.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei from Nevada, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yea on S4160.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. O'Halloran of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. O'Halloran vote yes on S4160.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote yea on S4160. Thank you.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Khanna, I inform the House that he votes yes on S4160. S4160, yes.
Purposes the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price and Mr. Hank Johnson, I inform the House that Mr. Price and Mr. Johnson will vote yea on S4160.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on S4160.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Evans, Mr. Swazi, Mr. McEachin, Ms. Moore, and Ms. Newman, I inform the House these members will vote yes on S4160.
Illinois seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Stansberry of New Mexico, I inform the House that she will vote yes on S4160.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Stanton, Spear, and Correa, I inform the House these members will vote yes on S 4160.
From Colorado seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Davids, Ms. Wilson, and Ms. Kelly, I inform the House that these three members will vote yay on S 4160.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yay on Senate 4160.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Rep. Lawrence of Michigan and Representative Schneider of Illinois pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Schneider will vote yay and Representative Lawrence will vote no on S 4160.
Purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, as well as Representative Scott Peters, I inform the House these members will vote yay on S 4160.
What you got? For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Kahele and Ms. Bustos, I inform the House that those members will vote yay on S 4160.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. John Carter of Texas, I inform the House Mr. John Carter will vote yes on S 4160.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Dina Titus, Mr. Jerry Nadler, and Mr. Peter Welch, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 4160. And as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote no on S 4160.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote yea on S 4160. And as the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yea on S 4160.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr.
from
Speaker,
Virginia?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Newman of Illinois, I inform the House that Ms. Newman will actually vote no on S 4160.
The yeas are 396, nays are 27. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. House shall be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1170, I call up H.R. 2773 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 271, H.R. 2773, a bill to amend the Pittman-Robertson Wildlife Restoration Act to make supplemental funds available for management of fish and wildlife species of greatest conservation need as determined by state fish and wildlife agencies and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1170, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Natural Resources, printed in the bill an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of text of Rule Committee Print 117 through 47, modified by amendment printed in Part C of House Report 117-366 is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended is debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources and their prospective designees. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, each will control 30 minutes. House is not in order. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 2773.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2773, the Recovering America's Wildlife Act of 2022. This legislation has been years in the making, and this moment is the culmination of the collected work of a bipartisan group of members, a strong, diverse coalition of advocates and grassroots support from across the country. This work began in 2015 when the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, which represents state fish and wildlife agencies across the country, established a blue ribbon panel on sustaining Americans' diverse fish and wildlife resources. After working closely with hunting and fishing organizations, as well as partners in the sportsmen's community businesses, and other advocates, it was decided that we needed a 21st century model of funding conservation to address the current shortfalls in wildlife conservation. Because right now, the United States is facing an unprecedented biodiversity crisis. One-third of all bird species are in need of urgent conservation action. In fact, the number of birds in the United States and Canada have fallen by 29% since 1970, a decline of almost 3 billion fewer birds. We've seen similar declines across the board. For example, 40% of freshwater fish species are also at risk, and 1/3 of all U.S. wildlife species are currently imperiled or vulnerable. These developments threaten our common environmental heritage, reduce opportunities for outdoor recreation, and will require costly and aggressive interventions if not addressed soon. This legislation is particularly critical for the sportsmen's community. As one of the co-chairs of the Congressional Sportsmen's Caucus, I've always said that sportsmen and women are some of our best conservation advocates, as they understand the on-the-ground reality of the decline in wildlife and the importance of cost-effective conservation. And their input has been critical to the historic and innovative legislation before us today. Because without a change in the way we finance fish and wildlife conservation, the list of federally threatened and endangered species will balloon from nearly 1,600 species today to thousands more in the future. The cost of inaction is immense. The longer we wait to address this issue, the more resources we will ultimately need to safeguard our nation's wildlife and environment. And we cannot keep waiting. We must take the bold, urgent action that addresses the scale of the threat. We need strong, proactive conservation measures to address these unmet needs, and that is why the Recovering America's Wildlife Act is necessary. The legislation provides approximately $1.4 billion in dedicated annual funding to the states, the territories, and Native American tribes for proactive conservation efforts for the approximately 12,000 species of wildlife and plants identified under state wildlife action plans. This bold investment in our nation's wildlife will pay significant dividends. It will allow states to take proactive action that will prevent at-risk species from becoming endangered. This is critical not only to preserving our common environmental heritage, but for supporting hunters, anglers, and the almost $100 billion outdoor recreation economy. As I said previously, as one of the co-chairs of the Congressional Sportsmen's Caucus, I understand the importance of these measures to support fishermen and hunters across the country. And I would like to thank my 3 fellow co-chairs of the Congressional Sportsmen's Caucus, all who have sponsored the Recovering America's Wildlife Act as well. And it shows the strong bipartisan support for this bill. The broad group of stakeholders supporting the Recovery America's Wildlife Act underscores the need for action and the support for this approach. Hundreds of leading sportsmen's groups, hunting and fishing advocates across the country, conservation organizations, environmental organizations, businesses, all support this legislation for good reason. It utilizes proven funding mechanisms, boldly addresses pressing conservation needs, and prevents the need for more costly interventions in the future. The Recovering America's Wildlife Act is the product of years and years of work and consultation with these stakeholders and has broad bipartisan support. It has received bipartisan support in both the House and Senate, and the thoughtful input of my colleagues that has resulted in strong consensus legislation that will benefit every single congressional district in this country. We have a conservation, economic, and moral rationale to act in order to protect and recover America's wildlife for future generations. This is an opportunity to take historic action to address a pressing conservation need, and I ask my colleagues that they support the Recovering America's Wildlife Act. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in reluctant opposition to H.R. 2773 as drafted. The goal of this bill is commendable. Republicans and Democrats alike want to see America's wildlife thrive. Unfortunately, the legislation as written contains partisan provisions that I simply cannot support. State and tribal fish and wildlife agencies have long been recognized as the primary and most well-equipped managers of local species and habitat in the United States. After all, those on the ground are more attuned to what's happening in their backyards than the federal government. That's why state and tribal wildlife agencies, as well as prominent sportsmen's groups, support this bill. While the bill would provide financial resources to states and tribes to help meet wildlife recovery goals, the spending is mandatory and lacks any offset. This spending is not pocket change. The Congressional Budget Office estimated the Rules Committee print would lead to more than $12 billion. That's $12 billion in direct spending in the first decade of the program alone. And I say the first decade because that's only what's in the so-called scoring window. In reality, this program and its mandatory spending would last forever, since there is no sunset for Titles 1 and 2 of the bill. Mr. Speaker, this is not the modern-day funding model suggested by the Blue Ribbon Commission. This is an important issue, and we should make the responsible, tough decisions on how to fund it. This funding model has no offset, ever, and it has an average expenditure of $1.4 billion per year. It's the most irresponsible, lazy way to fund the program, especially with the record government spending that's contributing to record inflation. At a time of rampant inflation, it would be wildly irresponsible to drive inflation even higher and saddle future generations with the consequences. The debt created by this bill will only add to our nation's current $30 trillion debt. This bill also lacks a sunset provision. Without a sunset, there is no mechanism to ensure oversight or proper review of the program to fix flaws that may arise. Mandating a permanent new program is poor governance, and it ignores precedent. Congress routinely passes legislation like the Farm Bill or the Water Resources Development Act, which have proper sunsets. Those sunsets require us to come back and do our jobs by assessing what's working, what's not working, and making tweaks and changes to the law. The bill does not allow Congress the opportunity to perform the needed oversight. Instead, it requires spending $1.4 billion per year in perpetuity. I and my fellow Republican committee members tried to resolve these fiscal issues with amendments at the committee markup. We were told by the Democrat majority that although they opposed these amendments at the time, they would work with us on finding a funding offset before this bill would be considered on the floor. We stayed at the negotiating table, as did the bill sponsor, Ms. Dingell, who I have a lot of respect for and commend her for her efforts on this bill. But larger forces decided to ram this bill forward without fixing anything. In fact, the majority made the bill worse than it was when it left our committee. They decided to airdrop provisions into a new Title III that would siphon money away from states and tribes and give it to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. That's in direct contrast to the spirit of this bill to give money to state and tribal agencies so that they could do the management. We never even had the chance to debate this terrible title in the committee. The whole point of this bill is to empower states and tribes who are the ones, again, that are closest to our lands and waters. not increase Washington, D.C. federal bureaucracy, which is now what this bill will do. A number of Republican amendments proposed to the Rules Committee tried to fix these problems and several other issues, but they were summarily ignored, depriving us of ways to improve the bill and debate these issues today. As a result of all of this, we have a regrettably flawed bill. The situation we are now in was avoidable. The bill before us represents a lost opportunity to forge significant bipartisan compromise. It didn't have to be this way, and I hope that this is not a partisan sign of the future of conservation. I will remain at the table and hope that my Democrat colleagues come back and work together with us on a lasting solution. Until then, I am opposed to H.R. 2773, and I reluctantly encourage my colleagues to vote no on the resolution. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my colleague's perspective on permanent funding, and I have a great deal of respect for him, and we have and will always continue to work together on conservation issues. But the fact is, we know that stable, predictable funding is critical to effective conservation efforts. And that is what the Blue Ribbon Panel on Sustaining America's Diverse Fish and Wildlife Resources, which included 26 members from the hunting, fishing, business, and outdoor recreation communities, found in their 2016 report, whose recommendations form the basis of this legislation. And we've seen that this funding structure has been fundamental to the success of Pittman-Robertson and Dingell-Johnson conservation programs upon which this is built. I appreciate my colleagues' views on oversight. This legislation contains robust guardrails to ensure that there's appropriate use of public funds, including reporting requirements and other oversight provisions. So the Recovering America's Wildlife Act does meet the moment because of its funding structure and because of the strong oversight language which is supported by the coalitions of hundreds of organizations. But, Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California.
I thank Representative Dingell for the time and for her great work on this landmark bipartisan legislation, the Recovering America's Wildlife Act, or RAWA as we call it. This is a bright spot amidst so many problems facing our nation. As our constituents are well aware, the climate crisis and other human impacts have dramatically harmed our nation's wildlife. And in fact, state agencies have identified 12,000 wildlife species that are in need of conservation assistance. In the U.S. alone, there are currently 1,300 species that are either threatened or endangered. And if we fail to act, these profound and irreversible losses will continue to have devastating ecosystem impacts. States, territories, and tribes are doing great work to address threats to wildlife, but their conservation efforts have been chronically underfunded for decades. This stream of dedicated funding from RAWA is a lifeline for local wildlife agencies. The bill also provides local governments the resources to address key elements of impacting biodiversity loss, wildfire, and drought, which are worsening as the climate crisis accelerates. RAWA lays the groundwork for wildfire threat mitigation on a number of fronts, including managing vegetation and creating wildlife-friendly fire management plans on the front end, before the fire, performing emergency rescues during fires, and restoring critical habitat after fires. RAWA funding will also allow local communities to restore habitats that have been harmed by drought and protect vulnerable ecosystems from further damage, because we know these drought conditions are going to continue. And we cannot lose sight of the cultural implications of this legislation. The funding in this bill for tribal nations to recover fish and wildlife is critical to protecting the species that have been integral to their cultures since time immemorial. Biodiversity is declining at a rate not seen since the last mass extinction. Tackling this crisis simply cannot wait. As the chairman of the Water, Oceans, and Wildlife Subcommittee and the House Natural Resources Committee, I am incredibly glad to see this bill on the floor today with strong bipartisan support, 42 Republican co-sponsors and 152 Democrats. Madam Speaker, I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to point out that even though there's reporting requirements in the legislation, once you approve mandatory permanent spending, then Congress loses our leverage. Creating a permanent program doesn't bode well for oversight from Congress. And programs that were mentioned like Pittman-Robertson, think about the Land and Water Conservation Fund, all of those had dedicated funding streams. This funding is coming straight out of the Treasury. It's coming out of our kids and our grandkids' piggy banks. I want to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from the Claremont Review of Books, Spring 2022, entitled In the Red by Jeffrey H. Anderson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition, sadly, to H.R. 2773. Although protecting our endangered species is truly a worthy cause, our country is not fiscally sound, and to commit $1.4 billion a year in perpetuity is exactly the kind of spending that's landed us in the mess we are now in. Let me be clear. We do not have the money. In the 30 years since 1992, the national debt has increased from $4 trillion to $30 trillion. Mr. Anderson notes in his article that, quote, at that rate over the next 60 years, our debt would increase by more than 50-fold and surpass $1.5 quadrillion. In case one is wondering, a quadrillion is 1,000 trillions. Mr. Speaker, some might say, just raise taxes, but Mr. Speaker, the author of the article points out that, in fact, the federal government last year taxed over 100 times what it did in the first post-war year and spent nearly 200 times as much. So taxes are not the problem, spending is the problem. The $1.4 billion per year is perpetual. Now, under anyone's measure, perpetuity is a long time, and since this money will never be paid back, some might say, those deep in credit card debt, we'll just pay the interest. The interest on $1.5 billion for 30 years at current rates of 3.4% is $51 million a year. But, Mr. Speaker, we have to look at the current total interest bill. It's estimated to be almost $400 billion a year, or about 8.7% of everything we spend. Why would we add to this enormous obligation? There's a quote by Ernest Hemingway. How did you go bankrupt? And the answer, gradually, then suddenly. Mr. Speaker, this is exactly how bankruptcy works. You can keep spending recklessly and rack up debts for a while, even a long while, but at some point it comes to an end, abruptly. We've ignored our nation's spending problems for far too long. We've been going bankrupt gradually, and I fear the day will come when we will go bankrupt immediately. We must correct this course. For this reason, I cannot support, sadly, this bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back to Mr. Westerman.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to note that hunting and angling collectively support over $200 billion in economic activity annually, including over 1.5 million jobs, as well as almost $15 billion in federal tax revenue. My home state of Michigan, the Great Lakes state, is home to almost 650,000 licensed hunters and over 1.1 million licensed fishermen and women as of last year. However, with over 40% of freshwater fish at risk and significant declines in game and non-game species that support local ecosystems, we need RAWA's investments in the on-the-ground conservation to support hunting and fishing for future generations, which is why the major sportsman groups like the Congressional Sportsman Foundation and Ducks Unlimited have endorsed this legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady from Michigan. I rise in support of Recovering America's Wildlife Act. This is a proactive piece of bipartisan legislation that would help our state and tribal fish and wildlife agencies with the recovery and conservation of close to 12,000 species of fish, wildlife, and plants. Now, I support this bill not only as a United States representative for the Central Coast of California, a district that values and cherishes our wildlife, but also as the vice chair of the Congressional Sportsman Caucus, as some of the most passionate wildlife conservationists across our country. Many sportsmen and women, including those in the Congressional Sportsman Foundation, no matter what their political persuasion, support this critical piece of legislation. In addition to enhancing the Pittman-Robertson and Dingell-Johnson Acts, sportsmen and women want to ensure that our species are protected and perpetuated. From bighorn sheep to the Sierra Nevada red fox, from the California condors to the coho salmon, and from moose to monarch butterflies. The intent of this legislation is to protect those and thousands of other iconic animals well before they need to be listed as endangered or threatened. This way, rather than impose burdensome and costly regulations on fish and wildlife managers, sportsmen and women, and private businesses, those species can be recovered and renewed well before any measures are mandated. Look, it's estimated that it costs the federal government more than $19 million on average to recover a single species once it is listed, including $1 million to just list the species and $18 million for the science and habitat work. Let's simply take 2,000 of the 12,000 species this bill would help conserve, and it would cost the federal government at least $38 billion. This bill is a preventative measure to ensure that does not happen. Through this legislation, we would not only save billions of dollars by not having to list species, but we would save thousands of plants and animals by ensuring that they are protected. By providing millions of dollars in funding for the on-the-ground efforts, we could recover, reintroduce, and restore wildlife, fish, flora, and fauna throughout our nation. As many species face the growing threat of becoming extinct at accelerated rates due to changing global weather events and our climate crisis, this legislation and its proposed funding would protect those species well before they become endangered. That's why sportsmen, community members, and my country members support this bill, and that's why I urge my colleagues to do the same by voting for and passing the Recovering America's Wildlife Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I know that we all like the idea of dynamic scoring, and I spend a lot of money on hunting and fishing myself, as well as a lot of other members of Congress, but CBO unfortunately does not take that into account. I know we all think that this bill could help not have listings of endangered species, but case studies clearly show that federal money alone will not keep species off the endangered species list. I would ask unanimous consent to submit the CBO score from the Senate version of the language that's in this bill.
Without objection.
And this report does show that it will cost over $12 billion in the first 10 years and $1.4 billion hereafter. I now recognize the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, for 3 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today opposed to the underlying bill. Americans are living in paralyzing fear, watching all of their household income get eaten up by the price of gas and household needs, and watching their retirement security disappear in our new bear market. The Biden and House Democrat approach has been to spend their way out of every problem, and look where it's gotten us. The Recovering America's Wildlife Act is well intended. Of course, us conservationists support investments in our species, but there is still no pay for. This is $1.4 billion in perpetuity with no pay for or offset. During committee markup, Republicans on House Natural Resources simply asked to offset the spending that continues to punish Americans. But Democrats declined to negotiate in good faith and are choosing to aggravate inflation instead. However, I offer legislation that will actually help fix the problem. The Endangered Species Act, Flexibility Act, will give the Interior Secretary options to help endangered species without crippling our economy. Too often, the ESA is abused, science is ignored, and the law is used as a weapon to stop much-needed development. Take, for example, the northern long-eared bat. The bat's massive range runs from Maine to Texas to Montana with everything in between, and you can see it on the map right here. Northern long-eared bats are sadly afflicted with white nose syndrome, a disease caused by a fungus that interrupts hibernation, leading to their death. And the science is clear. This disease has nothing to do with human activity. But because of declining population, the Fish and Wildlife Service is deciding whether to uplist the species, which would severely restrict logging, mining, and infrastructure building like roads, bridges, ports, and more. Would you like to spend that infrastructure money on upgrading projects anywhere on this map? Good luck if the northern long-eared bat is listed as endangered. My ESA Flexibility Act will give the Interior Department the latitude to make species-specific habitat plans for endangered species, so we don't punish Americans who need a transmission line to get reliable power or need a bridge upgrade to drive to work. I don't think a single member of Congress here across both aisles would disagree that the Endangered Species Act is an imperfect law in desperate need of tweaks.
The gentleman's recognized.
Therefore, I regret that my ESA Flexibility Act was not accepted as an amendment, but I look forward to the eventual passage of the ESA Flexibility Act into law. And, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before recognizing my colleague, I'd like to talk about these costs and address the fact that dollars invested properly do save dollars. I'd like to note that the droughts in the American West cost $8.6 billion just last year, according to NOAA, and that the impact of wildfire cost over $10 billion last year alone. Restoration efforts, which this bill would help do, that make habitats and communities more resilient to climate change, have an exceptionally high return on the investment, such as reducing droughts and wildfire risks, increasing job opportunities, and growing local economies. Conservation and restoration of key habitats helps reduce the threats of wildfires and helps states conserve water and improve water quality, making their water systems more resilient to the drought. And finally, full implementation of state and tribal wildlife plans will help species recover, be removed, and even stay off the endangered species list, which is what we want, saving the U.S. taxpayers millions of dollars each year. The large economic and social benefits of this legislation would boost our economy and help us deliver on our climate commitments for years to come as well. So now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my distinguished colleague from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer.
The gentleman is recognized.
I appreciate the gentlelady's courtesy, and I appreciate her leadership on this. And she's right. Looking at these issues in a comprehensive fashion, we see opportunities to not just save species, but to save money and to deal with serious consequences that we are seeing. I'm from the Pacific Northwest. We're in the middle of a climate crisis. Last year, we had all-time records 3 days in a row for temperatures. And that same week in British Columbia, they set an all-time record for Canada. And in the city that they set it, it burned down the next day. Climate change, loss of habitat, severe weather, including wildfires and the spread of invasive species, are taking their toll on animals from fish and amphibians to birds and mammals. As co-chair of the Animal Protection Caucus, I'm particularly aware of the importance of saving our at-risk wildlife species. More than 1,600 are already listed as threatened or endangered under the Endangered Species Act because of our failure to act. Oregon alone is home to more than 50 of these threatened and endangered species. In states like Oregon, in partnership with tribes, we've identified thousands more species that are at risk and need conservation assistance. With states and conservation partners working diligently to pass and develop conservation plans, we can make a significant difference, but we lack dedicated annual comprehensive funding to implement the plans, which would be cost effective. With this bill, The federal government is stepping up in full partnership with the tribes, with the conservation community, and wildlife advocates. The Recovering America's Wildlife Act will provide more than $1 billion in dedicated annual funding for proactive, cost-effective model efforts, collaborative efforts by the states and tribes to recover and protect at-risk species. I fear it's a false economy to sometimes engage in short-changing these efforts. The long-term cost to the environment, to our communities, is immense. And I'm pleased to support this legislation because I think we can change this dynamic. I strongly urge people to support its passage.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman Marcus is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would encourage the majority to put their estimates to the test. Let's make this a bill with a 7-year sunset like the amendment that I proposed. Let's come back and look at it and see if it really did save money, if it really did save species. Maybe we should fund it at more than $1.4 billion a year. Maybe we can find that funding with an offset. But the simple truth is it's all speculation right now. And we're getting ready to put a permanent mandatory spending program in place with no way to come back and have checks and balances on it without repealing the law. And how many times has that happened when Congress passes a law? I now would yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you to the gentleman for yielding. Regrettably, I will not be able to support this bill either. It's another $1.4 billion of mandatory spending, no offsets, no sunset. This is another case of the runaway Biden inflation train gaining speed, and the only question at this point to the American people is how spectacular the crack-up is going to be. And the American people know that. When I go out and talk to them, I hear about two things: energy prices and inflation. Well, here we got another $1.4 billion that are going to be poured into the tinderbox of the train to send it careening down the rails even faster. The only question is how spectacular the crack-up is going to be, and unfortunately, the American people are going to suffer the consequences. The author of this bill just said that you'd like to take some species off from the endangered species list. There's one that can come off right now. Right now, that's recovered. And Representative Boebert and I proposed an amendment to delist the gray wolf. It is recovered. The gray wolf is in the ESA Hotel California. They can enter, but they never leave. 25 wildlife scientists from the upper Midwest a decade ago said, you need to delist the wolf. We put together an amendment for this bill, and it was not considered. Terribly unfortunate, because it is time for the Endangered Species Act to either be used properly and delist a species like the wolf that is fully recovered according to wildlife scientists, or else the ESA itself has to be reformed. And those scientists, when you read their document that they wrote, they specifically said the Endangered Species Act is endangered because it's not being used properly. Also, there is no language in this bill that prohibits funds from going to acquiring new federal lands. Think about it this way. If you have a neighbor, doesn't repair their roof, it's leaking into their house, and they say, we're going to go buy that lot next door. That, in effect, is what this bill will allow the federal government to do. And we're seeing across America, including in my district, that the federal government is not taking care of their lands appropriately. The federal government is becoming America's slumlord. This bill has grant programs that even the most extreme environmental groups can apply for. Every time some taxpayer-funded, so-called corporate green group runs an ad, and you're going to see a lot of them here in 2022, claiming the sky is falling, just remember, you may have paid for it. And you may pay twice, because you'll get hit with the inflation as a result of spending that the American people cannot afford. I want to thank the gentleman for the opportunity to be able to testify on this bill. Unfortunately, I will not be able to support it, and I hope in the future that we can do better.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Washington.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding and for her leadership on this issue. I rise in support of the Recovering America's Wildlife Act, bipartisan legislation I'm proud to co-sponsor that aims to make the most significant investment in wildlife and habitat conservation in a generation. Across Washington state, across our whole country, we're facing widespread species decline that doesn't just threaten the health of our ecosystems, it threatens the recreation and tourism and fishing industries that our communities rely on. That's why Democrats and Republicans support taking bold action to implement conservation efforts to conserve and restore habitat, to reintroduce native species, and to mitigate wildlife risk. This bill is critical to helping our state and our tribal wildlife managers put conservation measures in place to protect species before they become threatened or endangered. On top of that, this bill will help us combat threats to ecosystems, including the European green crab, an invasive species that is destroying essential marine habitat for Dungeness crab and Pacific salmon, and threatening our shellfish industry that so many of the families that I represent depend on. Get this, last year more than 102,000 European green crabs were caught in Puget Sound and along Washington's coast. That was an astronomical 5,500% increase from 2019. In response to that explosion in the green crab population, a series of disaster declarations were made by the Lummi Nation and the Makah tribe concerning the green crab's impact on tribal culture and on their economies, and another disaster was declared by the state of Washington to mobilize more resources. While our tribes and states and local partners and small businesses are working diligently to protect our region against the explosion of these invasive species, they need more resources to improve detection, increase control efforts, and pursue eradication of this invasive species. This burden shouldn't fall entirely on the backs of our tribes or on local taxpayers' backs. The federal government can and should step up and be a better partner in this effort, and this bill will do that. That's why I encourage my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, the West is literally burning. Major infernos are devastating states like California, Arizona, and Alaska. In New Mexico, the Hermit's Peak fire became the largest in state history nearly 1 month ago and is still not fully contained. This catastrophic fire has burned over 320,000 acres, cost taxpayers a whopping $224 million in fire suppression costs. In total, over 2.6 million acres have burned this year already, putting us on a pace to surpass every wildfire season in the past decade. Homes have burned to the ground. Thousands of brave wildland firefighters have put their lives on the line. Hundreds of millions of dollars have been spent trying to tame fires so intense they create their own weather systems, known as firenadoes. Why? The answer is simple. The lack of active forest management, decades of fire suppression and mismanagement have left our nation's forests as dry as powder kegs and ready to ignite from a single spark. In the last decade, mismanagement caused over 70 million acres to burn, and we have no signs of it slowing down. According to the U.S. Forest Service, over 1 billion, that's billion with a B, across the country are at the risk of experiencing severe wildfires. That's why I'm offering an amendment. My amendment seeks to add forest management activities such as mechanical thinning and prescribed burning that enhance or create wildlife habitat. That's enhance or create wildlife habitat. Or reduce the risk of destruction to wildlife habitat due to wildfires as acceptable projects under the Recovering America's Wildlife Act. Catastrophic fires remain one of the single greatest threats to wildlife in western states, as my home state of Idaho. In California, Los Angeles Times reported in 2020 that the Bobcat Fire turned one of the most abundant wildlife habitats with lush canyons and a mixture of rare endangered species into, quote, an apocalypse that looked like ground zero after a nuclear explosion. Experts believe this fire would reverse decades of conservation efforts. In Oregon, the 2020 wildfires burned over 360,000 acres of critical spotted owl habitat, pushing the species into what researchers call an extinction vortex. Catastrophic wildfire recently forced the state of Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife to recommend moving the greater sage grouse from threatened to endangered status in their state. This is the very action that RAWA seeks to prevent. These wildfires also killed nearly half of the state's endangered pygmy rabbit population. Seattle Times report stated that rabbits had asphyxiated as the fire in its fury devoured oxygen from the atmosphere. There was nothing but ash and dust. No movement, no footprints. There was no chance anything survived. Is this what Recovering America's Wildlife looks like? Choking animals in suffocating smoke? Burning them alive? These catastrophic wildland fires are polluting our air, degrading our water, releasing massive amounts of carbon into the atmosphere, and turning rich and diverse wildlife habitat into barren moonscapes. Incentivizing better, more active forest management through my amendment will create healthier ecosystems and abundant habitat for diverse wildlife. That's exactly what this bill is intended to do. If we truly care about recovering America's wildlife, then you'll support my amendment. We will instruct the committee, if we adopt this, we will instruct the Committee on Natural Resources to add my amendment to include the forest management activities that modify, improve, enhance, or create wildlife habitat or protect wildlife habitat from wildfires as acceptable uses of funding under this bill. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of the amendment into the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Idaho for making a point that is really the underlying reason that we should be, or the underlying question we should be talking about is, why do we need to recover America's wildlife? It's because we've messed up badly. We've mismanaged our federal lands. Catastrophic wildfire runs rampant. That does nothing to help wildlife habitat. And it's sad that we're actually here looking for funding and ways to fix something that we should have already fixed, something that we shouldn't have broken in the first place. So I think there's a way to recover wildlife if we would just simply manage the habitat that the wildlife lives in. That's the purpose of this bill, but it's going to have to take some worldview changes, and the so-called environmental groups that are pushing to stop the management activity are going to have to allow this activity to take place. It doesn't matter how much funding we put out from the federal government. We're going to continue to see wildlife habitat destroyed, and we're going to continue to see the loss of wildlife. So it's not a problem that simply throwing money at will fix, and it is, again, a problem that we should put a program in place, come back and evaluate it, and decide whether we want to continue the program based on the merits of the successes of it. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
Senate 3580, an act to amend Title 46 United States Code with respect to prohibited acts by ocean common carriers or marine terminal operators and for other purposes.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you. I would say to my colleague, I deeply agree that these fires are horrific and what they're doing to our natural resources. and our habitat, but that's why this bill is so important. And what we're not, it's not Washington telling the states or the native lands what to, territories and the native lands what to do. It's the state wildlife plans that are being drafted at the local level where they need that, where they know what needs to be done, that we will be funding and trying to prevent fires like that. With that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield as much time as he may consume to the very distinguished chairman of the Natural Resources Committee who leads all of us on so many of these issues.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And I rise in support of H.R. 2773, Recovering America's Wildlife Act, and to thank Representative Dingell and her colleagues that have worked diligently on this legislation for a considerable amount of time, and in the midst of species extinction crisis that we have, accelerated climate change, the loss of biodiversity, droughts, the wildfires that we just heard about, it's important to note that this legislation was built from the ground up. 1,800 organizations as diverse as Duke Energy on one side of the political spectrum, and Environmental Defense Fund on the other side, both agreeing that this approach of this legislation is the right approach. 180 plus co-sponsors represented in a bipartisan fashion, and this bill before us today will transform the state of wildlife conservation in our country. As we know, America's wildlife faces numerous threats, including habitat loss, pollution, climate change, wildfire, drought, invasive species, and emerging diseases. It provides a historic $1.3 billion of dedicated funding for states and territories and $97 million for tribes to assist in their efforts to conserve, restore, and protect wildlife and habitat each year. And with that protection comes the resiliency for habitat and the overall resiliency for communities and our environment. In the long run, this investment will save taxpayers money. It creates jobs, promotes tourism, and provides safety and resilience to those communities across our country. Through habitat conservation and restoration, this bill makes habitats and communities much more resilient to the ongoing and accelerated issue of climate change. This is an important piece of legislation for each and every state, territory, and tribe in our country, and I urge my colleagues to support it. During this present time, and to my friends on the other side of the aisle, my Republican colleagues are fiscal conservatives when they're not in the majority. When they're in the majority, that's not the pattern of behavior. And the present time, nothing should be done, is what's being preached. Nothing should be done about the climate crisis. Nothing should be done about wildlife extinction. Nothing should be done about January 6th and our democracy. That was merely a mirage, a walk in the park that we should all forget. Nothing should be done about our children and the danger that they're exposed to in our very schools. Nothing should be done about the rising healthcare cost and prescription drug cost. We can't do anything because of inflation and the rising gas prices. So the best thing to do is to do nothing. Well, my colleagues, I support H.R. 2773 because it does something. It does something in a bipartisan, comprehensive way. And if my colleagues want to talk about climate change, if they want to talk about droughts, if they want to talk about wildfire, if they want to talk about fiscally prudent things to do, let's talk about this bill today, support it with dedicated funding, make the investment that will guarantee the dividends for ourselves and future generations. I applaud Representative Dingell and all the work of her colleagues in this piece of legislation, and I urge its support and urge a vote yes. With that, I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there's been a lot of talk about this bill being bipartisan. The original text, the House version of the text, it did have 42 Republican co-sponsors on it, which is a sizable number. That is a bipartisan bill. And there'll still be Republicans vote for this version, but as long as we're in the business of estimating today, I'm going to estimate that it won't be 42 co-sponsors of the original text, which again was supplanted by the Senate version that didn't send all the money to the state and tribal governments. It sent the money to U.S. Fish and Wildlife, part of the funding to U.S. Fish and Wildlife. I've talked to some of the Republican members who have co-sponsored the bill, and their understanding was that the pay-for was going to be worked out. If we just sponsor the bill, we would get the pay-fors worked out. We were told the bill will go to the floor and we'll work out the pay-fors. Well, here's the bill on the floor, and there's still no pay-for. It's still permanent mandatory spending, $1.4 billion a year. And if this bill passes out of the House, and if for some reason it doesn't make it through the Senate and become law, then I hope to come back and work on a bill that does the same objectives but is fiscally responsible, a bill that has pay-fors, a bill that is not borrowing from our children, and a bill that is not permanent, one that actually gives Congress the authority to have oversight and to come back and analyze the language, to analyze the success of it, and make changes as needed as we go on. We do this with the Farm Bill. We do it with other bills. I'm not sure why we can't do it with Recovering America's Wildlife, because it is a very important subject. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserve, gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I do want to say to my colleague, we have worked in good faith. We will continue to work in good faith. You know, the Senate, the Senate, which doesn't work as closely at times the way that we do together, has negotiated a legacy fund that's a bipartisan negotiated provision by the chairman and the Senate ranking member of the Senate EPW committee. Actually, more Republicans voted for that than Democrats did in that. This bill has been supported by a broad cross-section of Senate Republicans and Senate Democrats, and quite frankly, there's some of your Republican Senate colleagues that will only support it the way that this is now. And I've talked to many Republicans who want to see this bill go through. I don't know how the final vote will be today. I know people want to support it. And by the way, it addresses a shared goal what the Senate did, that third provision, helping to move species off of the ESA listings more quickly. And it contains guardrails on the use of funds that I know are important to my Republican colleagues. These include prohibitions on the use of funds to make any listing or critical habitat determination relating to the endangered or threatened status of any species, or to acquire any federal land, which I know is really important on your side. The broad coalition supporting the bill, including the state wildlife agencies and sportsmen's group, have also backed all of this provision. So we're not done. We passed the House. We'll go to conference with the Senate. We'll all be at that table, but the time is now. We need to get this done. We've lost almost 3 billion birds since 1970. We're losing 40% of our fish. You and I both fish. I'm not as great a hunter as you guys are, but I was married to one. But they know what's happening. The time for action is now. So with that, we are prepared to close. And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman's recognized.
We have no more speakers, and we're ready to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to go back through the facts as we know them. We know that we need to do better habitat management, whether it's forests, rangelands, oceans, or rivers, or lakes. We know there's areas where we need to manage better. And that's the intent of this bill, is to let those management activities be done by the people who do it best, state and tribal agencies. I think there's a huge agreement in the House, both Republicans and Democrats alike, that that's a good thing. And the problems we have with the bill, though, is the way that we're going to implement it in the financial times that we're in now, and looking back at history and seeing how we got in the condition that we're in. The spending problem in this country is not discretionary spending. It's not the appropriation bills that we should be debating and approving every year. It's the mandatory spending. It's the cruise control programs that previous Congresses have put in place that are driving the deficit. Over 70% of our debt is due to mandatory spending. And here we are with record debt, record inflation, and we're talking about putting more on the mandatory side of the equation. There is a path where we could get huge support. We could probably do this on maybe even do it on a unanimous consent bill. And that would be if the majority would accept the amendment that I offered in the Rules Committee. As the ranking member on the committee, I offered an amendment that would bring a lot of our members on board. And it simply put a 7-year sunset in, make it an authorization, and let the Appropriations Committee do their work. We're not even going to vote on that. We're not even going to put it on the floor to see where the members of the body are at. The Rules Committee took that off of the table. So we have no choice but to recommend that we vote no on this bill, that we come back to the table, that we look at something that everybody can agree on, not just on the authorization, but on how we fund the bill. And I think we can get there. I hate to take it out of the House's hands and put it into the Senate's hands when we didn't give it a full effort on how to not only craft the legislation on what needs to be done on the ground, but how to pay for it, how to be fiscally responsible going forward. So again, I support the idea. I don't support the way we're paying for it. I have to recommend a no vote. I encourage my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman is recognized. Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I want to thank my colleague and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for the constructive debate and input that we've had to date on Recovering America's Wildlife Act. This legislation is historic, and our shared efforts today will help move us one step closer to a bold solution to the biodiversity crisis and will establish conservation measures that will endure for generations, which I know we both care about. The Recovering America's Wildlife Act has strong bipartisan support. The backing of hundreds of leading sportsmen's groups, hunting and fishing advocates, conservation organizations, environmental advocates, businesses, and countless others. It will fund proactive conservation measures that will benefit every state and territory and contains a strong tribal title to support tribal organizations' efforts to protect wildlife on tens of millions of acres of land. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the Recovering America's Wildlife Act. It will make a difference in every congressional district in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. Gentleman's recognized. Gentleman's yield. All time in debate has expired. Each further amendment printed in Part D of House Report 117-366, not earlier considered as part of the amendments en bloc pursuant to Section 7 of House Resolution 1170, shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put therein, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to demand for division of the question. It shall be ordered at any time in the chair of the Committee of Natural Resources or as designated to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part D of House Report 117-366, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendments and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. For what purpose does the woman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to HRES 1170, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc number 1, consisting of amendments numbered 1, 3, 6, and 7, printed in Part D of House Report number 117-366, offered by Mrs. Dingell of Michigan.
pursuant to House Resolution 1170. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingle, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This en bloc consists of 4 amendments. Amendment number 3, offered by the gentlewoman from Texas. Amendment number 7, offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Amendment number 6, offered by the gentlewoman from Washington. And amendment number 1, offered by the gentlewoman from Florida. Amendment number 3, offered by the gentlewoman from Texas, requires the Secretary of the Interior to submit a report to the House Committee on Natural Resources and the Senate Committee on Environment and Public Works, outlining the dollar amount of grants, contracts, subcontracts, and the percent of total awards and grants that were awarded or allocated under RAWA to HBSCUs and minority-served institutions, minority and women-owned businesses, and community-based organizations serving minority communities. Current conservation and restoration practices underutilize the breadth of traditional, indigenous, and local knowledge found in our communities. To be successful in our restoration and conservation goals, we must use all of the tools at our disposal. Amendment number 7, offered by the gentleman from Georgia, adds activities that support native pollinator conservation and restoration to the list of appropriate uses of funds from the Wildlife Conservation and Restoration subaccount. While many state wildlife action plans already include projects that will conserve and restore native pollinator species and habitat, we recognize the important role that pollinators play in the ecosystem functionality. 27 states included monarch butterflies in their state wildlife action plans, and thousands of other pollinators are identified as species of the greatest conservation need. Our pollinators are at risk, and it is important that we not forget the important impact they have on our landscape. Amendment number 6, offered by the gentlewoman from Washington, clarifies that the Wildlife Conservation and Restoration subaccount funds may include conservation infrastructure projects related to the protection and conservation of a species of greatest conservation need and the habitat of those species. Conservation infrastructure projects are cost-effective methods to enhance conservation and build climate resiliency. They can protect against excessive heat and coastal storms while improving wildlife habitat and carbon sequestration. Conservation infrastructure projects improve the health and management of ecosystems so that they provide important benefits and services. Examples include managing stormwater runoff, improving water quality for wildlife, restoring wildlife habitat in the built environment, and attracting beneficial species. Finally, Amendment 1, offered by the gentlewoman from Florida, broadens the appropriate uses of wildlife conservation and restoration subaccount funds to include using innovative technologies, tools, strategies, or collaborative partnerships that accelerate, expand, or replicate effective and measurable recovery efforts for species of the greatest conservation need and endangered species. Supporting the implementation and expansion of new, creative conservation methods is of the utmost importance if we wish to interrupt the ongoing mass extinction event. In this time of need, our species and ecosystems need all the help we can provide. Funding innovative ideas will fill the gaps left by traditional conservation methods while spurring research and creating jobs. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise in support of this en bloc of amendments. None of the amendments included in this en bloc amendment would add more spending to the bill. 3 of the amendments in this en bloc amendment amend Title I by adding more flexibility for state fish and wildlife agencies when they make conservation investments funded under the bill. These amendments do not impose new mandates, but rather provide states more tools to manage wildlife as they see fit. Mr. Scott's amendment on helping pollinators and their habitats will enhance ongoing efforts aimed at helping the monarch butterfly. Pollinators are critical to ecosystem conservation around the world. That is why my Republican colleagues and I have continuously supported the Candidate Conservation Agreement with assurances for the monarch butterfly, which allows private companies and landowners to contribute to proactive conservation. The amendment from Congresswoman Sheffield McCormack recommends the states prioritize funding towards innovative strategies and partnerships to recover species. I believe that innovation is critical for ensuring widespread species recovery. The current species recovery framework under the Endangered Species Act is not only outdated, but it is broken and needs innovation. Republicans have offered numerous ideas to use innovation to spur species recovery. One idea from Representative Harrell of New Mexico would help incentivize proactive candidate conservation agreements that allow private companies and landowners to contribute towards at-risk species conservation through their own dollars and efforts. Sounds like a good common sense idea. The outdated Endangered Species Act has become a top-down government approach that rarely works to help species or people. Innovative approaches like Ms. Harrell's are much needed. I was disappointed to see that the majority discarded agreements or amendments like Ms. Harrell's without even giving us the chance to debate its merits on the House floor. Representative Stauber also had an innovative idea to update the Endangered Species Act that he offered as an amendment. His amendment would have provided the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service with flexibility to utilize so-called 4D rules for endangered species. Under a 4D rule, the Secretary of the Interior can issue a rule for an individual species that tailors protections to that species' conservation and recovery. Unfortunately, again, the majority also ignored that amendment. The amendment by Congresswoman Schreier is also included in this en bloc by encouraging states to invest in, quote, conservation infrastructure projects, unquote. While states already have flexibility to decide how to spend the funding provided in Title I of the bill, this amendment would give them the option to invest in natural solutions, such as buffer strips, wetlands, one of my favorite things, planting trees, and other natural solutions to environmental challenges. Lastly, Congresswoman Jackson Lee's amendment would require the Secretary of Interior to issue a report within 1 year of this bill's enactment detailing the percentage of total awards and grants that were awarded or allocated to institutions serving minority communities. While I support this amendment and this reporting requirement, I have bad news for the sponsor. Because the bill lacks a sunset provision, there's little incentive and recourse for Congress to fix any problems. In other words, if the reports required by this amendment highlight a glaring flaw with the programs being carried out under the bill, there will be no guarantee that Congress will fix the problem. And the same is true for the state reports required under the bill. For that reason, I offered a common sense amendment that would have included a 7-year sunset to ensure that Congress would have to fix any flaws associated with the new program. Unfortunately, as I stated earlier, my amendment was also blocked by the majority. This bill and the process to rush this bill through the floor today is unfortunate. It could have been avoided, but at least the amendments included in this en bloc do not spend any more taxpayer money and provide some needed accountability. I support the en bloc, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I'm glad we found an area of agreement this afternoon. I think we got more than people realize. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the author of one of these very critical amendments, the gentlewoman from Texas.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House. 3 minutes.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I am delighted to be yielded to by the gentlelady and thank her for her championing this outstanding legislation. And I thank my good friend for acknowledging the en bloc. And I would like to say that there is good news. The good news is that Recovering America's Wildlife Act is a once-in-a-generation funding for the conservation of threatened species of animals and plants, as well as habitat preservation. And I'll discuss the importance of it as I also present to the body my amendment. But let me first of all say I pay tribute to Ellison, 7 years old, and to Roy, 7 years old, my twin grandchildren, who love every species that they can find within their backyard or any place else that you would take them. I see in their lifetime the vision of this legislation. They love the outdoors. They love to see crawling things, and they are both a boy and a girl. But yet, what are we facing today? The world is facing an unprecedented loss of wildlife. Bird populations have declined almost 30% in U.S. and Canada since 1970. Over 40% of America's freshwater fish are at risk of extinction. And state agencies have identified 12,000 species of wildlife in need of conservation. The Speaker knows that we experienced, Texas and Louisiana, a catastrophic oil spill some years ago. I remember visiting oyster fishermen and others who were devastated. We need to get in there and make a difference. 12,000 species are currently identified as endangered in the United States, and 1,300 of them are in my state of Texas. As I said, fishermen are still crying out for help. Climate change poses unprecedented challenge to plant, animal, and animal species due to wildfires, droughts, floods, temperature shifts. Hurricane Harvey devastated the coast and the opportunities for wildlife. The resulting threat to biodiversity has the potential to disrupt our ecosystem and with it human quality of life and sustainability. Urban sprawl, as well as development of suburbs and exurbs, all encroach on the habitat that supports biodiversity, and it has ripple effects that compound the degradation of our environment from climate change. We want to be hanging in there with fishermen, sportsmen, bikers, hikers, bikers in the appropriate atmosphere, but hikers in particular. Our children deserve to know the natural beauty of their country. They deserve to see the beauty of wildlife. They deserve to be good custodians of that. And the children need to be diverse. And so the amendment that I offer is to ensure that children will continue to spend their days fishing, gardening alongside bees, watching the migratory birds, but also looking at the wild and the species that are in them. In addition to providing $1.3 billion in funding to protect our nation's wildlife, $50 million of which will go to Texas, the Recovering America's Wildlife Act of 2021.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I would yield another minute to the gentleman.
Gentleman is recognized.
This is a great effort. My amendment fixes and adds to this by adding Title IV. We stipulate the Secretary of the Interior must no later than 1 year after passage provide a report on the dollar amount of grants, contracts, and subcontracts that were allocated to historically black colleges and universities, Hispanic servant educational institutions, tribally controlled colleges and universities, and women and minority-owned businesses. My amendment goes into the broad span of Americans, brings them into the arena, and gives a needed investment in people of color who deserve to be not only included, but intentionally targeted in new conservation investments to open their eyes, to give them the opportunity to ensure our Native American friends are included as well, and women and minority-owned businesses, let they have an investment as well. In addition, with the enactment of this legislation, my amendment would create a framework for prioritizing historically disadvantaged groups in environmental efforts, bring them again into the fold that should be replicated in future efforts. This is an important step. I want you to listen to me, historically black colleges, Hispanic serving. This is also a day for you. Support this legislation, and we will expand and build and support America. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves and gentleman's recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman's reserved. Gentleman's recognized.
I have no further speakers, so.
Gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I support this group of en bloc amendments, encourage a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to support this en bloc package as well as the bill upon final passage, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields pursuant to House Resolution 1170. The previous question is ordered, and the amendment en bloc offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell. The question is on the amendment en bloc. For those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I request a roll call vote.
Is the gentleman requesting the yeas and nays?
Thank you. Request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S, House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does a woman from Michigan seek recognition? Gentlewoman.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to H.R. Resolution 1170, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate amendments en bloc.
En bloc number 2, consisting of amendments number 2 and 8, printed in Part D of House Report number 117-366, offered by Mrs. Dingell of Michigan.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1170, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, on block number 2 consists of 2 good government amendments offered by my Republican colleagues. Amendment number 2, offered by the gentleman from Oregon, and amendment number 8, offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. Amendment 2 stipulates that no more than 1.85% of funds can be used for administrative costs in the grant programs authorized by Title III. The purpose of the Recovering America's Wildlife Act is to fund on-the-ground efforts that are focused on conserving and restoring wildlife and habitat. This 1.85% cap will ensure that these dollars are being used towards actions that create the most impact. Amendment 8, offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin, requires that half of 1% of the money in the Endangered Species Recovery and Habitat Conservation Legacy Fund be directed to the Office of the Inspector General of the Department of Interior to oversee the expenditure of the fund. This amendment will ensure that money from the Endangered Species Recovery and Habitat Conservation Legacy Fund is used appropriately and in a manner that is in line with the spirit of this legislation. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on block number 2, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam
Gentlewoman
Speaker.
reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in wholehearted support of this en bloc amendment, which includes amendments from our colleagues from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, and from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany. These amendments would ensure that the funds provided in Title III are subject to the same overhead cap requirements and oversight measures as Title I. The original point of this bill was to empower states and tribes to carry out species conservation, not set up another Washington, D.C.-based federal program, which is now what the bill does. Not only does Title III change that intent by giving more than $180 million annually in the first 4 years to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, but it was also added at the Rules Committee and was not part of the bill that the committee marked up in the Natural Resources Committee. Because the Committee on Natural Resources never had the chance to debate this title when we marked up the original bill, we did not have the opportunity to add these good governance amendments to it like we did for Titles I and II. I believe that Title III should be removed altogether. Unfortunately, Representative Moore's amendment, which would have removed Title III, was not made in order. So we didn't even get the chance to debate it or much less vote on it today. In the absence of that amendment, the least we can do is ensure funds allocated by Title III are being spent responsible and with some oversight. I urge my colleagues to join me in support of the amendments, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be very brief here. And thank you to the ranking member for saying it quite well. The least we can do here is make sure that these funds, we try to have some oversight and responsibility in terms of how they're going to be spent. And I do want to thank the author for including this amendment in the bill. If there's no pay for, then there must be some measure of accountability to the expenditure of these funds, ensuring Interior Inspector General's office has the proper resources to monitor this spending. Unfortunately, the bill in its current form has no sunset on the mandatory spending of $1.4 billion. And so I want to thank the lady for including this in the package, and I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentlewoman from...
I'm prepared to close.
Gentlewoman is prepared to close, and gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, 3 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Pence.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of my amendment number 8. This fiscally responsible amendment would establish a 1.85 administrative cap for the Department of the Interior when implementing Title III of this bill. Title I of the bill, which provides funding to state fish and wildlife departments for species conservation, includes a 1.85 administrative cap, and Title II of the bill, which covers tribal wildlife conservation and restoration, includes a 3% administrative cap for the Interior Department. However, as currently drafted, Title III does not have an administrative cap. The original intent of this bill was to provide states with funding to conserve species of greatest conservation need. Unfortunately, the majority decided to ignore the committee process by airdropping in Title III to give more funding to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Not only did they circumvent process to add the entire title to the bill, they didn't carry over any of the good government amendments made in committee. Under the current text, the state and tribal portions of the bill would be subject to strict administrative caps, but the federal government would not be. This is backwards, as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service needs much more oversight, since the agency is part of the reason we find ourselves in a position we currently are in with respect to the Unbroken Endangered Species Act. Additionally, the programs funded in Title III already receive existing appropriations, and if the majority would like to increase them, they should do it through the appropriation process instead of airdropping in another layer of state statute and bureaucracy into the legislation. For this reason, Title III should be struck from the bill. Unfortunately, the majority refused to allow a vote on my colleague from Utah's amendment that would have done just that. The very least we can do is ensure that Title III is subject to the same administrative requirements as are the other titles. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
Madam Speaker,
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Madam Speaker, I again encourage adoption of these amendments and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas yields back. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to support the en bloc package as well as the bill upon final passage, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment en bloc. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. What's this? Yeah, I know. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 4, printed in Part D of House Report 117-366. For what purposes the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part D of House Report number 117-366, offered by Mr. Kildee of Michigan.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1170, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Michigan, Congresswoman Dingell, for offering this very important piece of legislation, and to my colleague, Congressman Meyer, for his support on the amendment that I'm offering, and all of our dedication to the Great Lakes being quite evident by this work. Growing up in Michigan, my family would camp and fish every year in East Tawas, Michigan. We grew up in the Great Lakes, on the Great Lakes. And these are really fond memories that I have from my childhood, and it's a particular honor as a result to represent 118 miles of Lake Huron shoreline in Congress. But over the past couple of centuries, nearly 200 non-native species have established populations in the Great Lakes. In my home state, invasive species like Asian carp zebra mussels, and phragmites threaten the health of our Great Lakes. Zebra mussels have clogged our water infrastructure, costing millions in cleanup. Asian carp eat the wetland plants that are critical habitats for native fish and waterfowl. We have to prevent the spread of invasive species in our Great Lakes. We have an obligation to do that. This bipartisan amendment would expand the ability of the Fish and Wildlife Service Endangered Species Recovery and Habitat Conservation Legacy Fund to manage and prevent invasive species. We believe this simple amendment makes this very good bill stronger and will have a positive impact on the Great Lakes economy. When we protect our wildlife and natural resources, we strengthen our economy and we preserve our way of life. The Great Lakes are a source of drinking water for millions, a critical wildlife habitat, and help support 1 million jobs in boating, fishing, and tourism industries. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bipartisan amendment to protect our Great Lakes and strengthen our natural resources. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I wish to speak on the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as... Is the gentleman claiming the time in opposition?
I am.
The gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment, which adds more responsibilities to the already duplicative and expensive Title III portion of this bill, which was never debated in the Committee on Natural Resources. I have no objection to efforts aimed at controlling invasive species, and these efforts are already being carried out by many federal agencies. For example, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the agency funded by Title III at the expense of state and tribal funding, already administers invasive species control programs, including the Coastal Program and the Partners for Fish and Wildlife Program, 2 programs that Title III would duplicate. The Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service, or APHIS, at USDA monitors, responds to, and conducts control and eradication programs to address invasive species that pose a threat to U.S. agriculture. These and other similar programs are subject to federal appropriations, which is what Title III should be subject to as well, not permanent, mandatory funding. If the majority would like to increase federal funding for invasive species control, they should do it through the appropriations process instead of airdropping another layer of bureaucracy into this bill. For these reasons, we should be striking Title III from the bill, at least until the Committee of Jurisdiction has a chance to consider and mark up its provisions. Unfortunately, the majority refused to allow a vote on my colleague from Utah, Mr. Moore's amendment, which would have done just that. I oppose this amendment to allow the funding for Title III to be used for even more duplicative federal bureaucracy. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the gentleman's comments, and I agree that we ought to do everything we can to address this issue of invasive species. I just happen to believe that this bill is a very appropriate approach to this. And coming from the Great Lakes, I'll say we need every tool we can get our hands on to protect this incredible resource. And I welcome the opportunity to include this language in this legislation. And with that, I'll now yield 2 minutes to the sponsor of this legislation, the gentlewoman from Michigan, my colleague and friend, Congresswoman Dingell.
Gentlewoman is recognized from Michigan for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague and friend from Michigan for this amendment. This bipartisan amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan and co-sponsored by the Republican gentleman from Northern Michigan makes it clear, or Western Michigan, not from where Dan and I are, but it's Michigan, makes it clear that conservation activities eligible funding under the Endangered Species Recovery and Habitat Conservation Legacy Fund include invasive species and disease management, control, and prevention efforts. Invasive species and diseases pose severe threats to our nation's wildlife population, especially for species that are already threatened or endangered. Few places in the United States are more familiar with invasive species than the Great Lakes region, which has been battling sea lamprey, zebra, and quagga mussels, and now Asian carp. Native fish species are smaller and less plentiful than they once were, thanks to these invasive species. On the disease front, chronic wasting disease, a fatal disease for North America's deer, elk, and moose, has spread to 25 states, posing significant risk to those populations. To properly recover native species, we must provide the resources and coordinate efforts to eradicate or control invasive species, prevent new introductions, and better understand emerging diseases. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, thank the gentleman for it, and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back the balance of her time.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Michigan, reserved. Gentleman from Arkansas.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas, reserved. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I have no more speakers. I'm prepared to close. Yield to the gentleman. Oh, he has the right.
Gentleman from Arkansas has a right to close. The
Well, thank
gentleman
you.
from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, I appreciate the debate and the conversation, but for me, I think for Congresswoman Dingell, certainly for Congressman Meyer and anybody else who's grown up knowing and loving the Great Lakes, this is an important economic resource. It's an important cultural resource. It is literally the definition of the lines of our state. Protecting the Great Lakes is an incredibly high priority for Democrats and Republicans, liberals, conservatives, people all across the spectrum. And every opportunity we have to take even a small step to do more to protect this precious water resource, we're going to take that opportunity. And for that reason, I support the underlying legislation. I advocate on behalf of my amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me and Mr. Meyer and Ms. Dingell in supporting it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman has yielded back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, we all have invasive species that we deal with. It's something we should be focusing on. We just don't need another duplicative federal program to do that. So I encourage a no vote on the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 1170, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. What purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas rise?
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 5, printed in Part D of House Report 117-366. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk. Is the gentleman rising as the designee of the gentlewoman from Arizona?
Is the gentleman rising as the designee of the gentlewoman from Arizona?
Yes, I offer this amendment, Madam Speaker, on behalf of Ms. Kirkpatrick of the state of Arizona.
The clerk will now designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in Part D of House Report number 117-366, offered by Mr. Butterfield of North Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1170, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Butterfield, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina for 5 minutes. Mr. Butterfield.
Let me thank you, Madam Speaker, for yielding time this afternoon, and thank you to Ms. Dingell and to the ranking member for their courtesy, and just thank the Natural Resources Committee for all the work that they do. I am not on that committee, but I have great respect and admiration for the committee and its chairman, and so I thank you for letting me have 5 minutes this afternoon to present this amendment. Madam Speaker, this amendment is rather simple. It's straightforward. The underlying bill establishes a new competitive grant program to support innovative strategies to help species recovery. That's the underlying bill that we've been debating all afternoon. However, as drafted, the bill limits those grants, those competitive grants, to only state wildlife agencies. And so specifically, my amendment expands the eligibility of the grant program to include nonprofit organizations like the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission, the North Carolina Wildlife Federation, the Pamlico Albemarle Wildlife Conservationists, and so many more wonderful organizations in my state and perhaps in your states all across the country. Many of these nonprofits have tremendous expertise in helping species recover, and they should be eligible to participate in this new program under this amendment. And so, Madam Speaker, to my colleagues, I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment, which will strengthen our species recovery efforts. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Arkansas, for what purposes does the gentleman from Arkansas rise?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, this amendment would actually make the bill worse by authorizing nonprofit organizations to receive funding under Title I. This amendment is in direct contravention to the original intent of this legislation, which is to empower states and tribes in species conservation. The current bill directs funds provided under this program to state and tribal fish and wildlife departments or to regional associations of fish and wildlife departments. The amendment would allow activist environmental groups, many of whom are serial litigants against the kinds of projects this bill aims to support, to receive funding under Title I, decreasing money available for state fish and game departments. Radical special interest groups have weaponized the Endangered Species Act by continuously suing the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. This sue and settle process overwhelms regulatory agencies, resulting in settlement agreements and consent decrees that require agencies to promulgate major regulations within an arbitrarily imposed timeline. These agreements are often negotiated behind closed doors with little or no transparency or public input, allowing radical special interest groups to promote their own federal policy agendas outside of the normal legislative processes. To make matters worse, these groups are financially rewarded for suing the government, for suing the American taxpayer. According to the Government Accountability Office, from 2000 to 2010, ESA lawsuits cost taxpayers nearly $24 million in attorney's fees and associated costs. Private citizens with a net worth of $2 million and for-profit businesses with a net worth of $7 million cannot receive attorney's fees under the Equal Access to Justice Act. However, there is no such cap for nonprofit organizations, which allows these wealthy groups to rake in taxpayer money. According to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, from 2009 to 2017, there were 109 Endangered Species Act settlements. The majority of these settlements came from just 3 groups: the Center for Biological Diversity, Defenders of Wildlife, and the Wild Earth Guardians. The Center for Biological Diversity was individually responsible for 41 of the 109 settlements. This is not surprising, after the Center for Biological Diversity's director said in 2009 that, quote, "When we stop the same timber sale 3 or 4 times running, the timber planters want to tear their hair out. They feel like their careers are being mocked and destroyed, and they are. Psychological warfare is a very underappreciated aspect of environmental campaigning," end quote. And we're paying them to do that. Today, we can see the legacy of this mentality in these lawsuits out west, where we have had 2 of our worst fire years back to back, and this year is not looking any better. I cannot in good conscience support allowing these radical groups to receive funding under this bill, especially since it will pull money away from state fish and wildlife agencies and tribes as the bill was intended to fund. I oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to join me in opposition. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I listened very carefully to the gentleman from Arkansas, and I respect his position. But I just want to remind my colleagues that in my state and most states, these organizations that are nonprofits who care about the environment, who care about protecting endangered species, in most states, and I would say in all of your states, these are not radical groups. These are good grassroots nonprofit organizations who really care about the environment and want to do their part in protecting our economy and our environmental economy. And so I ask my colleagues to please vote for this amendment. I understand the gentleman's concern, but I want to assure him that the nonprofits that I speak of are not radical groups. They're good environmental organizations. Thank you. I reserve.
The gentleman yield.
Yes, I yield to Ms. Dingell of Michigan.
I thank my colleague.
Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague. This amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Arizona and the gentleman from North Carolina adds nonprofit organizations to the list of entities that are eligible to compete for innovation grants funded by the Wildlife Conservation and Restoration Subaccount. 10% of subaccount funds are used to fund innovation grants. These grants are meant to catalyze the innovation of techniques, tools, and strategies while fostering collaborative partnerships that accelerate, expand, or replicate effective and measurable recovery efforts for species of greatest conservation need and species listed under the Endangered Species Act. Including nonprofit organizations in this competitive grant process will foster collaboration and ensure that the best strategies and efforts are being funded. And I am sure that that none of the groups are radical groups that you are referring to, but I don't know. But it is a competitive process that will be carefully managed. With that, I support my colleague's amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And there are some wonderful groups out there that do great work, but this bill is not about funding private groups or nonprofit groups. This bill is about funding state and tribal entities. It's what it was originally about. It's changed. It's now funding the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as well. So I guess the majority is thinking, why not just throw in some of these environmental groups? Who else will this bill be putting funding out to before it's said and done? But there are groups that abuse the process. They abuse it greatly. They abuse it at the expense of the American taxpayer, and they abuse it at the expense of the environment. They claim they're wanting to help the environment, and they're destroying the environment. So I'm opposed to this amendment, and I hope my colleagues will join me in opposing it. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. A gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In closing, let me thank the gentlelady from Michigan for supporting this amendment. It's a very simple amendment. It's a very common sense amendment. It will authorize nonprofit organizations, as Ms. Dingell said, to compete for funding. It will not be a guarantee of funding. It will be an opportunity to compete for funding. It is a worthwhile amendment. I ask my colleagues to vote yea. I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina yields back, all time having been yielded back pursuant to House Resolution 1170. The previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Butterfield. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from Arkansas, what purposes do you rise?
I request the yeas and the nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. I can keep this, right? Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, proceedings will now resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Number 1, the following amendments to H.R. 2773. Amendments en bloc number 2. Number 1. Amendments en bloc number 2. Amendment 4, offered by Mr. Kildee of Michigan. Amendment 5, offered by Mr. Butterfield of North Carolina. A motion to recommit H.R. 2723 offered. 2773 if offered. Passage of H.R. 2773 if ordered. And motions to suspend the rules and pass Senate 516, and H.R. 7211. The first vote in the series will be a 15-minute vote. Renaming electronic votes will be a 5-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a question on amendments en bloc. Number 1, printed in Part D of House Report 117-366, offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingell. The clerk will redesignate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc number 1, consisting of amendments numbered 1, 3, 6, and 7, printed in Part D of House Report number 117-366, offered by Mrs. Dingell of Michigan.
The question is on the amendments en bloc, offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan. Amendments will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. For purposes of the gentleman from Georgia, seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Mace will vote yea on en bloc 1.
Gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition.
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Khanna, I inform the House that he will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamb of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Lamb will vote yes on amendments on block number 1. Check and see, did he actually send me? Yes. There we go.
Seek.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Walorski from Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski will vote nay on in block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Scott Peters, I inform the House these members will vote yea on the amendments in block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Van Taylor of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote nay on unblock number 1.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree of Maine and Mr. Christ and Mr. Lawson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on amendments in block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. John Carter and Ms. Kay Granger of Texas, I inform that they will both vote yea on block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon rise?
As member designated by Mr. O'Halloran from Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. O'Halloran will vote yes on amendment on block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote nay on in block number 1. Thank you.
The gentleman from Ohio seek recognition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei from Nevada, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yea on N block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Dina Titus, and Mr. Jerry Nadler, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1.
And from California seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Stanton, Representative Spear, and Representative Correa, I inform the House these members will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1.
What purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yea on block number 1. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote yea on block 1.
What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek
you have no
recognition?
idea. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Amodei, I inform the House that Mr. Amodei will vote nay on N Block 1.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan and Mr. Schneider of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on amendments on Block 1.
It's going to be a long. Gentleman from Colorado seek recognition.
As the member, Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson, Ms. Kelly, and Ms. Davids, I inform the House that these 3 members will vote yea on the amendments on Block number 1.
Does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Stanberry of New Mexico, I inform the House that she will vote yes on amendments on Block number 1.
Rhode Island seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on amendment on Block number 1.
It's in the pink. Does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price and Mr. Hank Johnson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the amendments on Block number 1.
What Does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Tenney of New York and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Tenney will vote no on amendments in block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Cahaley and Ms. Bustos, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the amendments on Block 1.
Oh my goodness. The gentleman from Virginia seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. Evans, Mr. Swazi, Mr. McKeachin, and Mr. Davis of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1.
What purposes does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1.
What purposes gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chair Waters will vote yes on the amendments in en bloc number 1.
Okay. On this vote, the yea. On this vote, the yeas are 276, the nays are 147. One person is present. The amendments en bloc are adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a question on amendments en bloc, number 2, printed in Part D of House Report 117366, offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingle. The clerk will redesignate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc number 2, consisting of amendments numbered 2 and 8, printed in Part D of House Report number 117-366, offered by Mrs. Dingle of Michigan.
The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. What purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Chair, as a member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Mace will vote yea on en bloc 2.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. Danny Davis of Illinois, Mr. McEachin, Mr. Evans, and Mr. Swazi, I inform the House these members will vote yes on the amendments en bloc number 2.
For what purpose, the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yea on en bloc number 2.
For what purpose, the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price and Mr. Hank Johnson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the amendments en bloc number 2.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yea on en bloc number 2.
From Delaware.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamb of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Lamb will vote yea on the amendments en bloc number 2.
For what purpose, gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Walorski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski will vote yea on en bloc number 2.
For what purpose, gentlelady from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Khanna of California, I inform the House that he will vote yes on the amendments on en bloc 2.
For what purpose, gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Tinney of New York and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Tinney will vote yes on amendments in block number 2.
What from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote no on the amendments in en bloc number 2.
What purpose gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the gentleman designated by the gentleman from Texas, Ms. John Carter, and by the gentlelady Kay Granger, I inform the House that they will both vote yes on block number 2.
What purpose gentleman from Indiana seek
As
recognition?
member designated by Mr. Cahaley and Ms. Bustos, I inform the House that the members will vote yea on amendments en bloc number 2.
What purpose gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote yea on en bloc number 2. Thank you.
What purpose gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Joyce of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yes on the amendments on block number 2.
Good. What purpose gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote yea on block number 2. And as the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yea on block number 2.
What purpose gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. O'Halloran of Arizona, I inform the House Mr. O'Halloran will vote no on block number 2.
What purpose gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Dina Titus, Mr. Donald Payne, and Mr. Jerry Nadler, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the amendments on block number 2.
Gentleman from New York seek recognition.
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Scott Peters, I inform the House these members will vote yea on the amendments in block number 2.
Tell me when he's ready. What purpose gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yea on amendment on block number 2.
What purpose gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representatives Stanton, Spear, and Correa, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the amendments on block number 2.
Gentlelady from Florida seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree of Maine and Mr. Kristen Lawson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the amendments and block number 2.
Purpose gentleman from Colorado seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Davids and Ms. Kelly, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the amendments on block number 2. And as the member designated by Ms. Wilson, I inform the House that she will vote no on the amendment on block number 2.
Michigan seek recognition.
As the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan and Mr. Schneider of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on amendments on block number 2.
On this vote, the yeas are 12, the nays are 8. The amendments on block are adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment 4, printed in Part D of House Report 117-366, offered by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part D of House Report number 117-366, offered by Mr. Kildee of Michigan.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose, gentleman from Ohio, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei, Nevada, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote nay on amendment number 4.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote yes on the Kildee amendment.
For what purpose, gentleman from Georgia, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Mace will vote no on the Kildee number 4 amendment.
What purpose, gentlelady from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on the Kildee amendment.
What purpose, gentlelady from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Van Taylor of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote nay on amendment number 4.
What purpose, gentlelady from New Jersey, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Khanna of California, I inform the House that he will vote yes on the Kildee amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Indiana, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Walorski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski will vote nay on amendment number 4.
What purpose, gentlelady from North Carolina, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price and Mr. Hank Johnson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the Kildee amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Tennessee, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote nay on amendment number 4. Thank you.
What purpose, gentleman from Indiana, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Bustos and Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Kildee amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas and Kay Granger of Texas, I inform the House they will vote no on amendment number 4.
What purpose, gentlelady from Michigan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan and Mr. Schneider of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Kildee amendment.
Gentleman from Texas, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Tenney of New York and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Tenney will vote no on amendment number 4.
What purpose, gentlelady from Delaware, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamb, I inform the House that he will vote yea on the Kildee amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Michigan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote nay on the Meyer-Kildee amendment number 4. And as the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote nay on the Meyer-Kildee amendment number 4.
What purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
As the members designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Scott Peters, I inform the House these members will vote yea on the Kildee amendment.
What purpose, the gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Correa and Stanton, I inform the House these members will vote yes on the Kildee amendment.
The gentleman from New Jersey, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Dina Titus, and Mr. Jerry Nadler, inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Kildee amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Oregon, seek recognition?
As member designated by Mr. Halloran, I inform the House that Mr. Halloran will vote yes on the Kildee amendment.
Purpose, gentleman from Rhode Island, seek recognition.
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yea on the Kildee amendment. What purpose, gentleman from Virginia, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Moore and Ms. Newman, Mr. Evans, Mr. Swazi, Mr. McKeechin, and Mr. Danny Davis of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Kildee amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Colorado, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wilson, Ms. Kelly, and Ms. Davids, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the Kildee amendment.
Have all members voted? For what purpose, gentlelady from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kristen Lawson of Florida and Ms. Pingree of Maine, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the Kildee amendment.
On this vote, the yeas are 231, the nays are 189. The amendment is adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question of Amendment 5, printed in Part D of House Report 117-366, offered by the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Butterfield. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in Part D of House Report number 117-366, offered by Mr. Butterfield of North Carolina.
Good. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from North Carolina. The members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Tenney of New York and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Tenney will vote no on amendment number 5.
For what purpose, gentlelady from Delaware, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamb, I inform the House that he will vote yes on the Butterfield amendment.
Purpose, gentleman from Ohio, seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote nay on amendment number 5.
What purpose, gentlelady from Florida, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Kristen Lawson of Florida and Ms. Pingree of Maine, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the Butterfield Amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Tennessee, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote nay on amendment number 5. Thank you.
For what purpose, gentlelady from Michigan, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan and Mr. Snyder of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Butterfield Amendment.
What purpose, gentlelady from Texas, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Van Taylor of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote nay on amendment number 5.
What purpose, gentleman from New Jersey, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Dina Titus, Mr. Donald Payne, and Mr. Jerry Nadler, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Butterfield Amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as gentleman designated by Mr. John Carter and Ms. Kay Granger of Texas, I inform the House that they will vote no on amendment number 5.
What purpose, gentlelady from New Jersey, seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Khanna, I inform the House that he will vote yes on the Butterfield Amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Michigan, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote nay on amendment number 5, and as a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote nay on amendment number 5.
What purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition.
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Scott Peters, I inform the House these members will vote yea on the Butterfield Amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Virginia, seek recognition.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. Danny Davis, Mr. Evans, Mr. Swazi, and Mr. McEachin, I inform the House these members will vote yes on the Butterfield Amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Indiana, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Walorski from Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski will vote nay on amendment number 5.
What purpose, gentleman from Indiana, seek
As a member designated by Mr. Cahaly and Ms. Bustos, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Butterfield Amendment.
What purpose, gentlelady from New York, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on the Butterfield Amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote yes on the Butterfield Amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition.
As the member designated by Gregory Meeks, I inform the House that Mr. Meeks will vote yea on the Butterfield Amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Georgia, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Mace of South Carolina, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Mace will vote no on the Kilpatrick Butterfield number 5 amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Stanton and Correa, I inform the House these members will vote yes on the Butterfield Amendment.
What purpose does gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition? Just get him out of the way.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price and Mr. Hank Johnson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the Butterfield Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yea on the Butterfield Amendment.
What purpose, gentleman from Oregon, seek recognition?
Member designated by Mr. O'Halloran, I inform the House that Mr. O'Halloran will vote yes on the Butterfield Amendment.
We got new goose. See. What purpose, gentleman from Colorado, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Davids, Ms. Wilson, and Ms. Kelly, I inform the House that these 3 members will vote yea on the Butterfield Amendment.
are 216. The nays are 206. The amendment is adopted. The previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Pittman-Robertson Wildlife Restoration Act to make supplemental funds available for management of fish and wildlife species of greatest conservation need as determined by the state fish and wildlife agencies and for other purposes.
For what purposes, gentlemen? The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purposes, gentlemen from Idaho, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Fulcher of Idaho moves to recommit the bill H.R. 2773 to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Pursuant to Clause 2, Subdivision B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. The motion is, for what purpose, gentlemen from Ohio,
Yeas and the nays, please.
Idaho, seek recognition?
Yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3, Subdivision S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. For what purposes, gentlemen from Delaware, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamb, I inform the House that he will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose, gentlemen from Tennessee, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote yea on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purpose, gentlelady from New Jersey, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Khanna, I inform the House that he will vote no on the motion to recommit.
What purpose, gentlemen from Ohio, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
What purpose, gentlemen from California, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representatives Correa and Stanton, I inform the House these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
What purpose, gentlelady from Texas, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
What purpose, gentlemen from Colorado, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson, Ms. Kelly, and Ms. Davids, I inform the House that these 3 members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
What purpose, gentlemen from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Kay Granger of Texas and John Carter of Texas, I inform the House that they will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kristen Lawson of Florida and Ms. Pingree of Maine, I inform the House that these members will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
What purpose, gentlemen from Indiana, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Walorski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose, gentlemen from New York, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Meeks, and Representative Scott Peters, I inform the House these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose, gentlemen from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Tinney of New York and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Tinney will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
What purpose, gentlelady from Michigan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan and Mr. Schneider of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
What purpose, gentlemen from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote no on the motion to recommit.
What purpose, gentlemen from New Jersey, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Dina Titus, Mr. Donald Payne, and Mr. Jerry Nadler, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Gentlemen from Indiana, seek recognition.
As a member designated by Mr. Cahaly and Ms. Bustos, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
what purpose does the gentle lady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Purpose, gentleman from Virginia seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. Swazi, Mr. Evans, Mr. McKeechin, and Mr. Danny Davis of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentle lady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price and Mr. Hank Johnson, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
Designated by Mr. O'Halloran of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. O'Halloran will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose, gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote yea on the motion to recommit. And as the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose, gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
Got it. For what purpose, gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Mace will vote no on final passage of is this number? Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Mace will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
The yeas are 202 and the nays are 220. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. For what purpose, gentleman from Arkansas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3, Subdivision S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose, gentleman from Georgia, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Mace will vote no on final passage of H.R. 2773.
For what purpose, gentleman from Indiana, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Cahaley and Ms. Bustos, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 2773.
What purpose, gentleman from Michigan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House Mr. Rice will vote nay on H.R. 2773. And as a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, I inform the House Mr. Gonzalez will vote nay on H.R. 2773.
What purpose, gentlelady from New Jersey, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Khanna, I inform the House that he will vote yes on passage.
What purpose, gentleman from Tennessee, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote nay on H.R. 2773. Thank you.
For what purpose, gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price and Mr. Hank Johnson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 2773.
Purpose, gentlelady from Texas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote nay on H.R. 2773.
What purpose, gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson, Ms. Davids, and Ms. Kelly, I inform the House that these three members will vote aye on H.R. 2773.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Carter and Ms. Granger of Texas, I inform the House they will both vote no on H.R. 2773.
What purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representatives Correa and Stanton, I inform the House these members will vote yes on H.R. 2773.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Tenney of New York and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Tenney will vote no on H.R. 2773.
What purpose, gentleman, lady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Pingree of Maine and Mr. Lawson and Christ of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 2773.
What purpose, gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote nay on H.R. 2773.
What purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote yes on H.R. 2773.
What purpose, gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Walorski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski will vote nay on H.R. 2773.
What purpose, gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. Evans, Mr. Swazi, Mr. McKeechin, and Mr. Danny Davis. I inform the House that these 6 members will vote yes on H.R. 2773.
What purpose, gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Meeks, and Representative Peters, I inform the House these members will vote yea on H.R. 2773.
What purpose, gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on H.R. 2773.
What purpose, gentlelady from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamb of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 2773.
What purpose does a gentle lady from Michigan seek recognition?
All right, Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan and Mr. Schneider of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2773.
For what purpose, gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yea on H.R. 2733.
For what purpose, gentleman from from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Jerry Nadler, and Ms. Dina Titus, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2773.
Gentleman from Oregon seek recognition.
As the member designated by Mr. O'Halloran of Arizona, I inform the House Mr. O'Halloran will be voting yes on H.R. 2773.
The nays are 190. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. DeFazio, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 516 as amendment, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 516, an act to plan for and coordinate efforts to integrate advanced air mobility aircraft into the national airspace system and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose, gentlelady from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree of Maine and Mr. Lawson and Christ of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7211.
For what purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Tenney of New York and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Tenney will vote yes on S516.
What purpose, gentlelady from Delaware, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamb of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that this member will vote yes on H.R. 7211.
For what purpose, gentleman from Ohio, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yea on S516.
For what purpose, the gentlelady from New Jersey, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Khanna, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 7211.
For what purpose, gentleman from Tennessee, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote yea on S516. Thank you.
For what purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote yes on H.R. 7211.
For what purpose, gentleman from Michigan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote yea on S516, and as the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, I inform the House that Ms. Gonzalez will vote yea on S516.
For what purpose, gentleman from Indiana, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cahaley and Ms. Bustos, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7211.
For what purpose, gentlelady from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote nay on S516.
For what purpose, gentlelady from Michigan, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan and Mr. Schneider of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7211.
For what purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the gentleman designated by Mr. Carter and Ms. Granger of the great state of Texas, I inform the House they will both vote yea on S516.
For gentleman from Colorado, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kelly, Ms. Davids, and Ms. Wilson, I inform the House that these three members will vote yea on H.R. 7211.
For what purpose, gentleman from Indiana, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Walorski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski will vote yea on S516.
For what purpose, gentlelady from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on H.R. 7211.
For what purpose, gentlelady from North Carolina, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Price and Mr. Hank Johnson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7211.
For what purpose, gentleman from Georgia, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote yea on the House amendment to S516.
For what purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Correa and Stanton, I inform the House these members will vote yea on H.R. 7211.
For what purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
Chairwoman, Chairman Meeks, and Representative Scott Peters, I inform the House these members will vote yea on H.R. 7211.
For what purpose, gentleman from Virginia, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Newman, Ms. Moore, Mr. Swazi, Mr. McKeach, and Mr. Evans, and Danny Davis, Inform the House these members will vote yes on H.R. 7211.
For what purpose, gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yea on S516.
For what purpose, gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. O'Halloran of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. O'Halloran vote yes on S516.
For what purpose, gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jerry Nadler, Ms. Dina Titus, and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S516.
On this vote, the yeas are 380, the nays are 30. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. DeFazio, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7211, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 272, H.R. 7211, a bill to amend the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act, review a final rule of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose, gentlemen from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Cheney of New York and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Cheney will vote yes on H.R. 7211.
For what purpose, gentlemen from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote yes on H.R. 7211.
For what purpose, gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yea on H.R. 7211.
For what purpose, gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Kristen Lawson of Florida and Ms. Pingree of Maine, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7211.
For what purpose, gentlemen from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote yea on H.R. 7211. Thank you.
For what purpose, gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price and Mr. Hank Johnson, I inform the House that Mr. Price and Mr. Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 7211.
What purpose, gentleman from Ohio, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amday, I inform the House that Mr. Amday will vote yea on H.R. 7211.
What purpose, gentlelady from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on H.R. 7211.
What purpose, gentleman from Indiana, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski will vote yea on H.R. 7211.
What purpose, gentlelady from Delaware, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamb of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Lamb will vote yes on H.R. 7211.
For what purpose, gentlelady from New Jersey, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Connor of California, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 7211.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas and Ms. Granger of Texas, I inform the House they will both vote yea on H.R. 7211.
For what purpose, gentleman from Virginia, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Danny Davis, Mr. Evans, Mr. McKeachin, Mr. Swazi, Ms. Newman, and Ms. Moore, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7211.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan and Mr. Schneider of Illinois, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7211.
For what purpose, gentleman from Georgia, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Mace will vote yea on H.R. 7211.
For what purpose, gentleman from Rhode Island, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yea on H.R. 7211.
What purpose, gentleman from Indiana, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Bustos and Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7211.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairman Meeks, Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, and Representative Peters, I inform the House these members will vote yea on H.R. 7211.
For what purpose, gentleman from New Jersey, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jerry Nadler, Mr. Donald Payne, and Ms. Dina Titus, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7211.
For what purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Correa and Stanton, I inform the House these members will vote yes on H.R. 7211.
What purpose, gentleman from Oregon, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. O'Halloran of Arizona, I inform the House Mr. O'Halloran vote yes on 2211.
For what purpose, gentleman from Colorado, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson, Ms. Kelly, and Ms. Davids, I inform the House that these three members will vote yes on H.R. 7211.
What purpose, gentleman from Michigan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote yea on H.R. 7211, and as a member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, inform the House Mr. Gonzalez will vote yea on H.R. 7211.
On this vote, the yeas are 396, the nays are 14, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, I have the honor to transmit.
The House will be in order.
I have the honor to transmit herewith a scanned copy of a letter received from Ms. Jana M. Lean, Chief Elections Division, California Secretary of State, indicating that, according to the preliminary results for the special general election held June 7, 2022, the Honorable Connie Conway was elected for representative to Congress for the 22nd Congressional District, State of California. Signed sincerely, Cheryl L. Johnson, Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the gentlewoman from California, the Honorable Connie Conway, be permitted to take the oath of office today. Her certificate of election has not arrived, but there is no contest and no question has been raised with regard to her election.
Without objection, will the representative-elect and members of the California delegation present themselves in the well? All members will rise, and the representative-elect will raise her right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely and without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office to which you are about to enter, so help you God. Congratulations, Representative Connie Conway. You are now a member of the 117th Congress. Without objection, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of my California colleagues and the House of Representatives, I'd like to welcome Representative Connie Conway to Congress. A lifelong San Joaquin Valley resident, Representative Conway has served as a businesswoman, health care worker, Tulare County Supervisor, President of the California State Association of Counties, and Director of the National Association of Counties. From 2008 to 2014, she served in the California State Assembly, and during her tenure, she also served as the Assembly Minority Leader. In 2019, Representative Conway was appointed to the USDA Farm Service Agency as the California Executive Director. In that role, she administered more than $100 million in safety net and disaster relief programs serving California farmers, ranchers, foresters, and agricultural producers. Representative Conway previously operated her own consulting business and comes with experience in the healthcare sector, previously working for the Women's Health Department at Tulare District Hospital and coordinating a wellness program for Visalia's Kauai Health Medical Center. We look forward to working with Representative Conway, and I'd like to yield now to my friend, Representative Calvert.
Thank you for my friend for yielding. Madam Speaker, it's my privilege and honor to honor and welcome now Representative Connie Conway as the newest member of the U.S. House of Representatives. Congresswoman Conway is a proud, lifelong resident of California's San Joaquin Valley, as was mentioned. She's dedicated the better part of her life to public service as a county supervisor, a legislator in the California State Assembly, and in the California Executive Director as the USDA's Farm Service Agency. The constituents of California in the 22nd District stand to benefit from Congresswoman Conway's vast experience and dedication. I want to congratulate the entire Conway family on this exciting occasion, including Connie's husband, Craig, her children, and of course, we can't leave out her black lab, Jake. And with that, I yield back to the Dean of the California delegation, Ms. Lofgren, to introduce our new colleague.
Thank you very much, and we would like to now welcome our newest representative to the podium, and I would like, Madam Speaker, to yield to Representative Conway.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Actually, Jake wanted to come, but so did my husband, and he wasn't able to make it. But I want to thank him, my sons, Anthony and Tim, my grandchildren, Kane and Autrey, for their constant, loving support. I hope to make them all proud. As an aside, my grandson Kane tomorrow will be 16. He told me, Nani, I can't go watch because I've had an appointment at the DMV for 6 months, and I'm getting my license, and I'm not giving it up. So all I have to say to that is watch out, Tillamook. He's off the tractor and onto the roads. I stand before you today and vow to give everything I have to be capable and zealous representative that my constituents deserve. I often look to the words of Luke and paraphrase, "To whom much is given, much is expected." I take these words to heart in the role that's been entrusted to me to honestly, loyally, and passionately represent my constituents in the United States House of Representatives. I accept this charge with deep humility. My constituents, the great people of California's 22nd District, are facing water shortages, rising inflation, and many other trials not of their own making. Their pain is my pain. Their concerns are my concerns. I stand shoulder to shoulder with them. As a daughter of the Central Valley and a lifelong fighter for our values, it is my duty to ensure that our voices are heard in Congress. As your representative, you have my commitment that my door will always be open to those seeking to make the Central Valley a better place. I look forward to serving with you. I close my remarks with a local colloquial saying, "Go Dogs, win the Mountain West." I yield back.
Thank you. In light of the administration of the oath to the gentlewoman from California, the whole number of the House is now 429.
Thank you for that. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the Biden administration abandoning tariffs on imported solar companies is terrible. What is the administration's strategy to protect American companies and American workers who are going to be harmed? First Solar and Solar Toledo, Ohio companies whose products are unrivaled anywhere on earth, are at risk with thousands of workers, jobs on the line. These firms employ hardworking Ohioans earning living wages that support themselves and their families, and it's unacceptable to allow China to lay waste to American industries. China has violated the rules and tilted the playing field in its favor. Our workers are sick of it. I've introduced the bill to create the Office of Manufacturing within the White House to champion good jobs in the USA. This bipartisan bill would ensure there's an explicit long-term plan to grow American manufacturing industries and unleash our full manufacturing potential. Domestic manufacturing is the backbone of our region's middle class, and it's time the federal government recognizes enough is enough. Let America's workers succeed. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in memory of Dr. James Emmett Jimmy Ducey Sr., a veteran, a veterinarian, and an exceptional Georgian. Jimmy was born in Savannah in 1934, the youngest of 4 children, and spent his entire youth in the state of Georgia. He then went on to graduate from Savannah High School and attended the University of Georgia, where he earned his doctorate in veterinary medicine. In 1959, Jimmy and his wife moved to Fort Hood, Texas, where Jimmy served in the U.S. Army as a veterinarian. In 1960, Jimmy returned to Savannah and took over his father's veterinary practice, where he continued to serve his community for 60 years. Jimmy eventually retired from the Army, achieving the rank of major. Jimmy founded and coached the Wilmington Island Cardinals baseball, soccer, and football teams, winning multiple city championships in soccer. Thankfully, Jimmy was able to see the University of Georgia win their 3rd national championship before his passing. A loving father and husband, a veterinarian, a veteran, and fellow Georgia sports fan, Jimmy is sure to be missed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Our nation's populations of fish and wildlife are dwindling. To save threatened and endangered species, we need the bipartisan Recovering America's Wildlife Act, which will boost science-based conservation efforts. The United Nations has warned the world that human actions will continue to drive plant and animal species to extinction if we do not act. In my home state of California, native species have declined by 20%, and over 600 species risk extinction. As a member of the House Natural Resources Committee, I have learned from scientists and advocacy groups that we need dedicated funding to recover and sustain healthy populations of threatened and endangered species. Importantly, protecting these species is good for our economy. Wildlife-focused recreation generates $140 billion annually. The Recovering America's Wildlife Act will sustain biodiversity, create jobs, and protect our planet. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does a gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is Flag Day and U.S. Army's 247th birthday. Every year on June 14th, we celebrate our Stars and Stripes. We celebrate on June 14th because on this day in 1777, the Continental Congress approved the design for our first flag. Over the years, our flag has been changed to reflect the growth of our nation. But one thing remains the same: it will always stand for freedom. Our flag is a glorious symbol of hope for our brave servicemen and women who salute it, defend it, serve it, and in some cases die for it to protect our freedom and liberty. Today is also the U.S. Army's birthday. For the last 247 years, our service members have been defending freedom at home and abroad. Today, our nation celebrates our Army and our flag, which symbolize both America being the land of the free and the home of the brave. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and service of Sylvia Sass, an extraordinary public servant and community leader in the state of Washington. Sylvia was a vital player in the early development of the Sister Cities International Organization. She was even appointed Washington State Coordinator due to her work in helping President Dwight Eisenhower rebuild international ties and selected as a delegate to have lunch with him. In 2017, Sylvia received the Sister Cities International Lifetime Achievement Award, and to this day, she remains an active and honorary board member of the organization. Sylvia Sass is known as the First Lady of Sister Cities International. Mr. Speaker, Sylvia exemplifies hard work, perseverance, and selfless service to others. I'm proud to call her my friend, and I offer these remarks in her honor. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the United States is a nation of laws, not mob rule. Whoever leaked a draft opinion of Dobbs versus Jackson broke the law and did great damage to the integrity of our judicial institutions. In the 5 weeks following the leak, protesters have taken to the streets in front of justices' homes to intimidate and harass them for fulfilling their constitutional duty to interpret the law. And even one deranged individual plotted to assassinate Justice Kavanaugh. Because of this, I am dumbfounded by the Speaker's refusal on 3 separate occasions to allow a vote to provide protections for the justices and their families. Finally, more than 1 month after the Senate passed the bill by unanimous consent, we were able to hold a vote today. It took way too long, but thankfully it wasn't too late. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like unanimous consent to speak for a minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
The talk of everyone back home is over inflation. I want to give the press corps something to do. We are told that the current inflation rate is 8.2%, the highest it's been in 40 years. I believe the number is higher than that. They claim that housing has gone up 5.2%, be the cost of rent or the cost to buy a house. I have talked to builders in which the cost of identical homes has gone up 30%. Interest rates have gone up from 2.5% to 4.5%. I know somebody who's looking might flip a house that's gone up 20%. I would like the press corps in this country to look for examples of housing that's only gone up 5.2%. The other thing I'd like to look up is used cars have gone up 16%. I've talked to car dealers, and they tell me the price of used cars has gone up 25 to 35%. So I beg the somewhat slumbering press corps to look into this and see whether a leg is being pulled at the claim that interest is only up, or the CPI is only up 8.2%. Thank you.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4, 2021, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweiker, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. We're going to try to do a continuation on a theme. Last week, came to the floor and sort of walked through what inflation was doing to seniors. Today, I'm going to try to walk through what it's doing to the poor, the working poor, the middle class, all of society. And one of the difficult things I'm going to turn, and I know it's somewhat rhetorical, is ask my brothers and sisters on the left, are you happy with what you've accomplished? Democrats took functionally power here 15 months ago. They had the House, the Senate, and they took the White House. And we got to see the playbook. And this is important because we often are so busy chasing shiny objects here, we never sort of talk about some of the economic differences and the way the left and those of us on the right view the world. The left sort of believes in this model of consumption. Send people checks and they'll go buy stuff, and somehow that will make society their utopian. Of course, it also sets off really bad societal problems like, hey, I have money, I don't have to participate in society and the economy. Hey, I have money, let's just go buy stuff today, and it sets off inflation. Those of us who actually showed up to our economics classes, we believe in this concept of, it's often referred to as supply side. It's much more complicated. And that is productivity in a society. When you're going to pay someone more money, when a worker is paid more money, it's functioning from two things. Inflation, which doesn't mean they got anywhere. Matter of fact, when you raise someone's salary because of inflation, they're often always behind the curve. And the second part is productivity. There was investment in plants and equipment to be able to be more productive, to have that newest, best, functional product. And that's a supply side model. That's functionally what we accomplished in tax reform. And the other challenge I'll give to our friends on the Democrat side is take a look at our couple years when we did regulatory reform, when we did tax reform. 2018, 2019, the poor got poorer. The middle class got much wealthier. Income inequality shrank. Food insecurity shrank. Minority populations had their best economic period in the modern economic time. I would visit the homeless shelter in downtown Phoenix, and St. Joseph the Worker had a list of businesses that were desperate for anyone who would just show up. Now the contrast, the Democrats took over, and functionally 15 months ago, they moved $1.9 trillion of spending. And I've been to the floor multiple times. I've shown you all the charts saying, isn't it fascinating that almost on the day you did this, you can actually see actual functional price changes in the wholesale markets. You can actually see the curve going, hey, they passed a bill, there's inflation. Now, some of that's not completely fair because some of it was actually already built into the policy sets the Democrats had adopted. When they blew up the capital stack, meaning when the Biden administration took over and they had a compliant Democrat Congress and a Democrat Senate, and particularly the left controlling the House of Representatives, when they threatened capital markets for investing in hydrocarbons, when they threatened capital markets for investing in the transportation of hydrocarbons, moving natural gas, oh, you're going to build a pipeline, we're going to do everything that you have to report to the SEC, we're going to basically make it so the companies, the investors in this have to do documentation of their environmental scores. You wonder why September a year ago, you actually looked at the futures markets and saw it was already beginning. Natural gas, crude prices. So the horrible prices you are paying today at the pump, it's not because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. That just moved it forward. This was already built into the Democrats' policy set. So let's actually focus on something that's the derivative, that's the next level over from last week's. Last week we focused substantially on what the left's policies were going to do to seniors. How many of them will be in poverty a decade from now because of inflation today? But let's actually sort of talk through inflation through the economy, because my fear is we do the headline discussion. Hey, did you see the number last week? It was, 8.6. My community, it's 11 something. I happen to live in number one or number two, the Scottsdale, Phoenix area, inflation in the nation. But what does it actually mean? It's much, much, much more than the little number you saw saying, hey, last month it was this. It's what did it do to your retirement a decade from now? What did it do to your kids, your grandkids' ability to ever purchase a house, to ever build up savings when every single day their savings becomes worth less? There's a reason inflation is the boogeyman. It's because it functionally is government. You know, you have a government with debt the size of our economy. And we're out there taxing all of you, whether you understand it or not. That's the scam of inflation. This is what the Democrats have set up. Every single day, your savings becomes less, but also the value of that massive debt the United States has becomes less because we're transferring your wealth. We're functionally devaluing your savings and then devaluing our debt because it's being paid for by inflated dollars. I don't believe it's purposeful, but now that they've set it off, I promise you, there's economists in this government who basically look the other way and say, you know, let it run this way for a couple years and think about it. The actual value of the debt in constant dollars stays the same, but it decreases because the dollar value has changed dramatically. It's cruel, it's crushing, and the economic violence that the Democrats' failure to understand basic economics has done to the poor, the working poor, the middle class. Please just stop hurting people. And it's math. So let's take a look at this. So we all got the May number. And we saw the price increases, the PCE, but when you started to look at the consumer price index, 8.6. Now, do you happen to remember before May, April, March, we've hit peak inflation? That's absolute crap. And structurally, how many of you have actually looked at the gas pump in this month? Have you seen where gas prices are? Put that as a factor in the inflation and tell me that prices are going down, prices have stabilized. There's an argument out there that we've hit a plateau. It just happens to be an outrageously high plateau. I don't see it yet. We are in functionally what you call a wage price spiral right now. And I was made fun of about 3-4 months ago when I came here and said, I think we're on the cusp of a wage price spiral. Well, guess what? I was right. And what's a wage price spiral? A business raises its prices. Well, for my workers to be able to afford things, we need to raise their wages. But if we raise their wages, well, we got to raise our prices. Well, if we raise our prices, you raise your wages. And it's the puppy chasing its tail. And right now, the only solution the left is offering, the only solution the Biden administration is offering is let the Federal Reserve break people's back. Raise interest rates enough, pull liquidity out of the markets, break their back, put people in the unemployment lines. That will slow it down. The cruelty of what's gone on here. And there's other solutions. I've been here to the floor multiple times saying there are things we could do tax policy-wise, incentives to save, other things that would be great for retirement security, great for growing the economy, and would help. It doesn't solve the Federal Reserve's problems, but it would help. The problem is I would need my brothers and sisters on the Democrat side to basically open up an economics book and say, yeah, maybe making more stuff, maybe becoming more productive would be good for society and it would be good for pushing down inflation. But God knows the way the Democrats run this place, I can't even get an amendment in the Ways and Means Committee anymore, assuming they would actually hold a real hearing. This place is nothing but virtue signaling anymore. But it's a virtue signaling that if they would actually talk about what they've done to people. And the hits keep coming. You start to look, and I know some of these charts are noisy, and one of the tough things about talking about this right now is these numbers have been moving so fast that trying to make sure you're using credible third-party sources, so you're just not making up numbers out of your own office and building a pretty chart, but you go out and you find the experts can't keep up with the movement of the prices. The economic distortion that's going on, and part of my challenge is go look at your 401k right now. Are you happy? Now you need to add in also the fact of the matter is the money you have in there is substantially worth less than a year ago. So it's not that your savings, your investments have crashed. Also, it's buying about 10% less stuff anyway. So you needed to discount rate that. You understand what we have real negative interest rates right now. That's one of the reasons the Federal Reserve is probably going to have to jack up rates dramatically more than the talking heads are telling you on cable finance news. Think about it. If you're living in a country where the interest rate, let's just use 10, it's an easy number. You know, I know the number was 8.6, in my community it's probably 11. And federal funds rates, let's do a 10-year, is what, 3, let's use 3.5. Do you see that gap there? That's actually negative. You invest in a 10-year T-bill, a 10-year U.S. sovereign instrument, you just lost all that. The model basically says the Federal Reserve is going to have to jack up interest rates to close that gap. And be scared. Be scared. I've been here on the floor with charts before that basically said if the mean interest rate is 2 points higher on U.S. sovereign debt for like 25 years, at the end of that 25 years, every dime of tax receipts, every dime of tax revenue goes to just interest. Do you understand the scale of the dystopian misery that the Democrats' economic policy has set off? And yeah, it had great virtue signaling. We're going to give money to all these people. Great job. They're all poorer today than a year ago when you handed out $1.9 trillion. And you start to look at who you're hurting. You start to look at, folks in Social Security. Well, they're already upside down another percent. You start to look at major health care programs. Well, the inflation there packing into that. You start to take a look at other mandatory spending. Well, at least that's actually been deflated upside down because they don't have the same COLA kickers. But you start to add up what's going on. Major changes in projected outlays. The budget process here is going to be really interesting coming next year when we take the majority, because the mess that has to be cleaned up economically is not going to happen in a year. For everyone who may be participating crazy enough to listen to me, it's going to take years and years, maybe a decade, to just clean up this functioning 24-month cycle of what bad decisions did. And for everyone listening, please rethink your retirement. Please rethink your savings. Please rethink your investments. You are poorer today than you understand because it multiplies out into the future. And I'm scared. I mean, we did one model in our office where, and I have some boards here that are going to sort of touch on this, but let's see if I can try to describe it. So let's say, let's go back to my retiree. You're on Medicare. Okay, so there's a hold harmless on the cost of Medicare, but not your copay. So if medical inflation is going up at almost double the inflation rate, so we had, 8.6, but we have some charts that show medical inflation in the previous month may have been as high as 16.8. So if you have almost double, that 20% of cash that comes out of your pocket also just doubled. So you're going to get an 8% COLA on your Social Security, okay? But your Medicare premium will adjust some, but your copay is skyrocketing. And if you carry that out through the decade, the number of our brothers and sisters who will be in their retirement who will be in poverty. It's math. But damn it, doesn't this place care about people? Or is it just too painful to step up and say, we screwed up? Well, they screwed up. We're going to reach across the aisle. We're going to actually work with people that actually showed up their economics classes. There are some ideas that would be good and they should be bipartisan that actually would help productivity, help people save for retirement, and would be great for bending the inflation curve. Do you think any of us could get an amendment actually even listened to? It's because they don't care. It doesn't fit this. Remember, we do public policy now by virtue signaling. The incredible difference, I'm realizing the difference between my brothers and sisters on the left and those of us on the right, is my constituents judge us on what did our policies accomplish. I swear to you, the media and the left judge their folks on what was their intention, what were their feelings. Because if they were judged on what they've accomplished misery. As of May 2020, inflation is plateauing. Really? Rather than peaking. Understand what these economists were basically saying is, this isn't the transitory that we were promised over and over and over from the Treasury Secretary, from the President, from Democrat leadership, even my brothers and sisters on the Democrat side in Ways and Means. Oh, it's temporary. This is a supply chain spike. No, it isn't. Such horrible policies, they built a structural inflation problem. And now you're in a wage price spiral. And so what the economists now are trying to say is, it's not a peak and a fall, it's a plateau. And one of the things that scares the crap out of me, and I'm sorry, but I don't know a better way to try to, without crossing the line and cursing and getting my words taken down, is you hit an inflationary cycle with stagflation, meaning you functionally have some economic growth, you have employment, Federal Reserve is jacking up interest rates, so you're trying to push up some of the employment. You're going to see some unusual charts and data we have here, but the inflation is sticky. And you basically have a plateau of inflation, you have a plateau of misery, and you're not able to raise it and crash it. And one of the reasons I come to you with that as a personal theory, and it drives some of my economists nuts on Joint Economic Committee when I say this, is I think we have a much more difficult demographic problem. Inflation in the late 70s, very, very early 80s, you had this huge baby boom population that was available for labor, available with new technologies, investments to spike productivity. We got a demographic problem. Functioning in 7 years, 22% of America is 65 and older. We've gotten old. We have huge, massive social entitlement promises that we have a moral obligation to keep. To the financing of Social Security, the financing of Medicare. Remember, every new dime of debt over the next 30 years is just Social Security and Medicare. I know a lot of folks don't like to hear that, but it is. It's our demographics. We got old. The rest of the budget's functionally in balance. Really hard to break a stagflation cycle without that available population spike to have that productivity to start to say, hey, we're going to make more stuff, we're cracking inflation. And when you start to see some of the smart economists saying, hey, we got a problem, we're plateauing, it's not a spike, this may be the mean for a while. And what's amusing in a very dark way is I've used this chart once before. So the projections of where inflation was going to go and the number of talking heads who would repeat the White House's line that, oh, it's transitory, or it's just temporary, or it's Putin inflation. Come on. At some point, treat the American people like adults. They may not have spent their life bathing in the numbers. They don't go home every night and read The Economist magazine and these things, trying to dig. That's our job. That's what we're paid to do. Other people need to take care of their families and have a life and try to survive these prices. But the trend line on inflation is heading towards almost a 10% plateau. God, I don't think we're going to get there. I really don't. But that's my charting. You know, this was our target. We are nowhere near our target. We blew through our target by 2.8%. I'm trying to show the happy talk that was going on in the previous 3 or 4 months. Oh, inflation's transitory. We're going to get. They've been wrong. And I'm going to do something slightly jerky. I've been here on the floor, and I got it right because we actually looked at the real numbers. You know, when you looked at the April inflation and realized, well, damn it, April inflation, they were calculating, they had fuel prices, they had base energy going down 0.6, 0.4, based into the number. That isn't what happened in May. I mean, all you had to do was break apart and look at the numbers and own a calculator. But remember, we work in a math-free zone. And you start to understand, I know I'm a Republican, I come behind the microphone, I sound like an accountant on steroids, and that's not my point. These numbers are people. These numbers are hurting people. There are millions, matter of fact, almost all of America is poorer today than they were 15 months ago when the left took power. Judge us by that. And it didn't need to be this way. I mean, when you know, what is it, Larry Summers, I mean, a leftist economist is begging the Democrats, saying, don't do this, don't do it, you're going to hurt people. And, oh no, I'm a member of Congress. I understand better than a guy with a PhD from Harvard. Turns out the PhD leftist from Harvard who was begging you not to do what you did, you went ahead and did it. You have a Republican quoting him on the floor. Only large businesses, now this one's important, are adding sufficient numbers of workers. So you remember how President Biden just I think it was yesterday, got behind the microphone and said, but we had such great employment. The pessimism on small and medium-sized businesses has skyrocketed. And that's actually where much of our job creation and disruption in the economy and new spikes of productivity come from. They're the risk takers who will try new methods and systems. So right now, big business has still been doing the hiring. What happens? Is that functioning where the Federal Reserve goes by jacking up interest rates? They're going to crush mid-market and small businesses? Is it big business? Will once again the outcome of, I hope it doesn't come, but every number I look at says it's going to come, the recession the Democrats have brought us? Is it going to continue the movement of the United States being a country of oligopolies? Because we're going to wipe out a bunch of our small businesses, our regional, smaller, mid-sized businesses get wiped out, but the big boys stay because they can afford the regulatory, they can actually participate in capital markets. Is that going to be the outcome once again, that this once again becomes more and more a monopolistic economy? And you also know the problem with that is you don't get a productive society when you have massive players that control so much of the society, the economics. And some of these numbers, got to understand, this number was the worst reading in 49 years for those smaller and mid-sized businesses doing hiring. So you functionally have almost two economies running at the same time. But this economy here, these small and mid-sized, are most of our employment. Be worried. These numbers are not warm and fuzzy. And now we start to go to some of the cruelty that the Democrats' economics have done. You see that bottom line? That's functioning real wages. So, hey, here's inflation wages. Hey, I got a raise. Look, wages are going up. Real purchasing power, I'm poorer today than I was the day before. This gap, so when you hear leftists come behind these microphones and talk about income inequality, they did it. It's driven by crap policy like this. This is what's going on right now. Real wages, people are getting poorer every single day. And yet, the folks here who are willing to just completely mislead on facts, oh, but wages are up. Yeah, they're up, but they're not up nearly at the pace of inflation. This is really dangerous. You've got to understand, if numbers like this continue, this is what tears apart societies. This is not a game. This is beyond me being a Republican and I'm beating up on Democrats. Please, I know we're heading into election season. I know everything's about knifing each other. But this chart is actually, this line here are people. These are people getting poorer every single day. And we keep offering suggestions, and we can't even get an amendment considered. I understand the partisan cruelty to our side. We're not in charge. You're in charge. But why the cruelty to your own constituents? Because this did not need to happen, and it doesn't need to continue. There are solutions. But maybe those solutions also require something very difficult. You know, if you're in a 12-step program, God knows I've had enough family in 12-step programs. What's the very first step? Admit you have a problem. Democrats, I challenge you, take the first step. Admit you screwed up, you screwed the American people, and you're willing to make it right. You're willing to work with us who own calculators to make it right, to help our brothers and sisters not continue to be poorer every day. And these numbers should start to scare you. There's a number of economists out there I believe have gotten this wrong, where they say, well, we handed out so much free money in 2021, everyone had so much cash in their bank accounts, they set off inflation because everyone went out and bought a new television. Fine, okay, but what happens by the end of 21? By the end, so several months ago, credit card debt was climbing and had climbed rather substantially. That basically lets you know the way people were maintaining their consumption, their lifestyle. Wasn't that they were building it in their earning power. They had chewed up their savings. They were using debt to maintain their lifestyle. This is dangerous because at a certain point, you hit that debt wall. And you have how many of your brothers and sisters who all of a sudden now are real financial stress. And when you start to see 28% annualized increase in the fourth quarter was the fastest on record, basically saying, hey, fourth quarter last year was the fastest on record of credit card accumulation of debt. So when the White House, when my Democrat colleagues say, well, things aren't that bad. Yes, we have inflation, but look how good the economy is. You built an economy on fake money and now people borrowing it through their credit cards. And at the end of the fourth quarter, there was a sizable but shrinking pool of excess liquidity. So what they're basically saying is, do you remember how a number of us were coming to the mic and said, hey, Democrats, your $1.9 trillion that you did, what was it, end of March 2021, you pumped all this liquidity into the marketplaces, you set off inflation, but people shored up they paid off some debt, they had lots of cash in their bank accounts, and it was substantially gone by the end of last year. So how have people been financing the consumption of these incredible price hikes over the last few months? And we're hunting for the latest borrowing data, but we're seeing some preliminary numbers is a lot of Americans now are in substantially more debt. So they're poorer than when the Democrats handed out $1.9 trillion. So within a year, they set off inflation and they made people poor, and now they're upside down in debt they've got to figure out a way to pay for. You know, it's like every economic nightmare, everything you could do wrong has functionally been done in the 15 months of Democrat power. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, may I ask for the time?
The gentleman has 28 and a half minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And look, this is functionally the same chart as the last one, except the point I'm making on this one is we functionally moved from $1.726 trillion up. Before that, we were at $1.3 trillion of household savings. The savings basically has collapsed. And is anyone talking about this? Remember, that was supposed to be the big Democrat talking point is, yes, we gave away a lot of money, but look, we shored up people's bank accounts. It's gone. It's gone. And it wasn't done through productivity. It wasn't done through investments that lead us into a greater future. You know, the left keeps saying, well, we invest in green energy, invest in, fine, but that's not what you did. You basically adopted almost every policy. You do realize in the 15 months the Democrats have been in charge, we're burning a hell of a lot more coal today. And the 2021 number is 23% more coal was burnt to produce U.S. electrical energy because they blew up the natural gas markets. They made the United States dirtier, according to the greenhouse gas calculations. So even on that, they screwed it up. And then here's sort of the punchline of why I'm here tonight. You see the chart. You see the red line. Is that red or maroon? Let's go with red. Do you see this chart right here? That's for folks under $40,000 a year. And red basically means severe hardship. They are in economic stress. This number here has exploded under the 15 months of Democrat control. This is what functionally they've caused by inflation, by everything around them. They've taken our most modest quartile of incomes, and they're brutalizing the poor. They're just brutalizing the working poor. Now, those folks over $100,000, yeah, but most of it is no real hardship. Their income categories, they're doing not fine, but better. But you get down to $40,000 and left. So if you ever let someone on the left tell you, well, they're the ones that care about the poor and the working middle class. They may care. They may care. And they brutalize them by their policies. And look, it's in the math. Once again, the math, it doesn't lie. The math will set you free. But we seem to do policy by virtue signaling here, not by some of the most compassionate, which is do the right thing. And you have a model. Take a look what we accomplished in 2018, 2019, first quarter of 2020. The number of our brothers and sisters that were less poor. It was one of the most amazing economic revivals in U.S. history. And yes, we had the pandemic. Yes, it was miserable. But think about this. Almost every bit of those gains are gone. And not gone because of the pandemic. They're gone because of the last 15 months of horrible economic policy that set off inflation, has set off optionality, has flatlined productivity, and actually really screwed up the next decade of our economic future. And these get a little more difficult to show, but basically, you're trying to sort of demonstrate when we hit the Biden inauguration. So this is the moment where Democrats had absolute power here. And how quickly the financial cushion disappeared. Now, a lot of this disappeared because you have the occasion where we're going to hand you a bunch of cash, but we're also going to set off inflation. Turns out the inflation chews up the cash a lot more fast than we're handing out free money. As of April 22, the average retirement benefits. Now, this is going to make complete sense. And in the scale, the reality is much, much worse. But we're trying to do a calculation of if you're getting retirement benefits, how much are you losing? How much is it changing? And so our first calculation was about $162. Now I need you to add a couple more months to that. But we're starting to try to model is every month, people on a fixed income, how much poorer are they getting? And that's also adjusting, saying, hey, they have COLAs, so they're going up, but the actual purchasing power, even adjusted with the COLA, they're falling. They're getting poorer every day. Now we're finally starting to get some of the data. The problem is we're about 3 months behind on trying to do hard calculations. And now you start to look, and this one's really important. I don't have a brilliant way to try to lay this out. When we look at different demographics and what they consume, a young family is going to have different consumption than a couple in their 70s. This one is going to be much more medical costs, and this one might be education and a new bicycle. So what happens when you start to realize that food, energy, when you start to see it moving in the charts, but then you come down here and start to see medical services, where they are in the inflation graph, and then you try to adjust them to populations. And you realize you're ending up with this crazy sort of bell curve of misery, where older Americans are getting crushed, and younger families are getting crushed because they don't have assets that are inflating. And this is what's going on. And I don't know why there's not a fire drill around here. I mean, what would it take for those of us as Republicans to basically turn to the Democrat majority and the White House and Speaker Pelosi and the left who's in charge here and say, we actually care about Americans. We're willing to work with you. Let's actually do the fire drill. Let's actually do the things that set off productivity. Let's fix expensing on the tax code. Let's do this. Let's do that. What can we do instead of just letting the Federal Reserve jack up interest rates and put people out of work? And that way, Democrats can blame the Federal Reserve and not their own policies because they need deniability. Our job is to make people's lives freer, economically more stable, better. But also someone like myself, and yes, I have a 6-year-old daughter, and my wife and I are the same age. It's the greatest thing that ever happened. And yes, I'm an old dad. Greatest thing that's ever happened. What's my moral obligation to her future? Seriously, for every person who on occasion actually shows up and works here, what's your moral obligation? What's your moral obligation to your parents and your grandparents, but also to these kids. You know, we already have this demographic curve that's going to make fixing inflation much more difficult. And we're basically shifting. If you're functionally under 40 years old and you're still voting for the left, please go to an economics class, go buy a calculator, understand the amount of misery that's been shifted onto your future. My back of the napkin math basically says for someone who basically is getting ready to graduate college today, when they hit their peak earning years, their tax rate will have to be double what today's is just to maintain today's benefits. Congratulations. Look, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I still have a number of charts, but basically they're all saying the same thing. You get to when the Democrats took power and just what they did in blowing up affordability in our communities, blowing up affordability, productivity in the country. And it was Democrat policies, because it's more than just what we voted on here. It was basically threatening investors. It was threatening the SEC is going to come and start to look at your investments. It's the threatening. They used the regulatory state. They used the up and down, even the virtue signaling within businesses. I mean, how many businesses basically sold their souls so Democrats wouldn't say mean things about them? And you start to look at family economic insecurity, and it just has exploded again since the Democrats took power. Mr. Speaker, and to whoever is interested, I'm blessed to be the senior Republican for the Joint Economic Committee. So I have access to some very smart people, and we're just doing our best to try to understand the numbers, but also what we can do with the numbers. Last week, I became the senior Republican for Social Security. And, you know, you're reading the actuary report, and then you're teaming it up with the actuary report for Medicare. And you start to realize the scale, the numbers here are stunning, the numbers of zeros. And we'll get the clown show around this place that says, well, if you fix waste and fraud, well, if you get rid of foreign aid, hey, if you just tax rich people some more, everything will be fine. None of those things are close to being true. The scale of the problem that was already built into just our demographics and our promises. Remember, the shortfall for Social Security and Medicare, when you pile on our current debt, is $120 trillion, and that functionally hits in 29 years. And that's adjusted to today's dollars. Add in inflation and the distortion. So my last comment I really want to try to share is one of our projects we're working very hard in our office is if the Democrats' inflation continues for 24 months, how much of our society will be in poverty? How many seniors? How many younger people? Because of the distortion. You know, they functionally have wiped out all the amazing economic progress we made in 18 and 19 in the first quarter of 20. Congratulations. You hated the last president. You hated Republicans and what we did for the economy. Fine, you got rid of it. You wiped it all out. But understand, in just 15 months, we have whole regions, whole populations, whole segments of our society that are several percent, and I'm sorry to put it in percent, are poorer today. And it just doesn't go away, and you just can't do another transfer payment to make it up. Turns out who you vote for does make a difference. And now America gets to pay a price for what they did in the last couple of elections, but they were lied to. They basically thought virtue signaling was policy, and it wasn't. It was about winning elections. At some point, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, the calculator tells the truth. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, at some point, we should be judged by our accomplishments for the American people. And if that accomplishment is misery, be held to it. If it's prosperity, take joy in it. But we need to step up and demonstrate we actually understand what's going on in our communities, and we're willing to step up and try to fix it instead of talk away from it. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4 of 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate that. For tonight's special order, the House Freedom Caucus would like to discuss our constitutional right to keep and bear arms. I think it's really important that we make exceedingly clear that every one of the members who's going to be here speaking this evening as upset and disturbed by the tragic events of Uvalde as everyone else. But what we will not do is allow the folks on the left side of the aisle to use that as a tool to, instead of addressing our school safety issues, instead of using it as a tool to address the mental health issues that are rampant across our nation, instead to use it as a tool to diminish the constitutional rights of law-abiding citizens across our country. Not only but reducing their rights, but additionally putting them in jeopardy as well at the same time that they continue to try and undermine law enforcement and compromise the law enforcement community to protect these very same individuals so that they are forced to go out and make sure that they can defend themselves and their families and their property. And this is a problem that we see taking place time and time again across our nation. And this just isn't happening in Seattle and in Portland and in Minneapolis, St. Paul. Unfortunately, we are seeing some of these exact same leftist radicals that would try and strip the power of law enforcement from cities, even in the state of Montana. No one would ever believe it. But we had ordinances that were proposed in Helena, Montana, in Bozeman, Montana, in Missoula, Montana, to try and defund our law enforcement at the same time that we see crime levels rising everywhere. And they are violent crimes. And I have talked to the Attorney General, and he has verified that very information. And so the members that are going to be here tonight, they're going to talk about the Second Amendment. And they're going to talk about it in great detail because they understand, as the million Montanans do, that the Second Amendment is about much, much more than just hunting. As a matter of fact, there are people, yes, they enjoy hunting with firearms, and they also enjoy just target shooting with firearms. But they also have weapons that are antiques or family heirlooms that have been in their homes and their families since the 1800s. The most important thing that the Second Amendment is about is home security, defending your home and your household. And that's what we're going to hear a lot about tonight. I'm proud to say that Montana ranks as the #1 state with the most guns per household. And that, my friends, is how we can keep those crime levels down. 64% of Montanans' homes have a gun within them. And guess what? Criminals know that. And when you put a sign out that says, "We defend our homes," people tend to stay away from those areas. We've got a lot of information to go over this evening, and I've got several of my colleagues that are going to be here to help me. And I'm going to start off with my dear friend, Representative Biggs from the great state of Arizona.
I thank the gentleman from Montana. It's important for us to be here tonight. It's important for us to address the attack on the Second Amendment. Now, the reason I say that is some people don't care about that Second Amendment. Some people would pack the court to do away with that Second Amendment. That's an important right. It's so important that in the Heller decision, Justice Scalia said it, quote, "The very text of the Second Amendment implicitly recognizes the pre-existence of the right and declares only that it shall not be infringed." What does it mean when you say that right is pre-existing? It means that it's not given by the government, and thus it cannot be taken away by the government. Instead, it is inherent in every individual, every person. In fact, the reason I use the word individual is because Justice Scalia made very clear, after a very lengthy discussion regarding militia versus individuals, that this is an individual right. It isn't some kind of collective. It isn't some kind of government organized right. It is a God-given right, and thus it is prohibited for the government to infringe upon that right. Justice Scalia went on to say exactly what I just said. He said, "This is not a right granted by the Constitution, neither is it in any manner dependent upon that instrument for its existence. The Second Amendment declares that it shall not be infringed." How can anyone who has taken an oath of office to honor, defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, how can they then vote for legislation that would surrender that right to the government? My friends across the aisle have failed to remember how important it is. I'm going to make 3 quick points. Number 1, why is an AR-15 important? It is a gun that is light and easy to handle for people who are being attacked. It is a perfect defensive weapon. It is important that we remember that. Second thing, good guys with guns actually do save lives. Democrats ignored the recent incident in West Virginia where a woman used her 9mm pistol to stop a shooter who was shooting towards a crowd of people with an AR-15, by the way. They ignored the actions of Stephen Williford, who stopped a shooting at Sutherland Springs, Texas. If you're relying solely on the police to come, I love my friends of the blue. We rely on them, we depend upon them. But when someone's attacking you, you don't always have time to wait for those first responders to get there. And my last point is this. If you're 18, 19, and 20 years old, you still have that God-given right to defend yourself and to the Second Amendment. The proposals of this body ignore the fact that the Ninth Circuit recently recognized and realized that they have those rights, and they struck down a California law that imposed a restriction on 18, 19, and 20-year-olds. Ladies and gentlemen, those who are listening, don't give up your right. And if you're a member of Congress, don't take away this important God-given right. Mr. Mr. Rosendale, thank you for letting me speak. I'll yield back to you.
Thank you very much. Representative Biggs, one of our strongest defenders of the Second Amendment here in the body. You know, if the left wants to address this issue, let's be upfront about it. Let's be honest about it. Let's stop trying to undermine the Second Amendment through changes in statute. Let's stop trying to strip away people's rights by inserting something into a law that later would be struck down by the Supreme Court. If you want to be honest and upfront about stripping away people's rights, then come to this floor. Propose an amendment to the Constitution. Debate it here on the floor. Send it to the United States Senate. See if you can get that done. And then send it back to the people of the United States and see how they feel about it. That's how this is supposed to take place. You cannot violate the Constitution and strip away people's rights. With that, I'm going to yield time to my good friend from Colorado, Mrs. Boebert.
Thank you very much. You know, I love what Mr. Biggs from Arizona was saying, how these are our God-given rights. That right there is fundamental. And that is why we have a government, to secure our God-given rights. None of our rights come from politicians. Our rights are not granted to us by the executive, by the legislative, by the judicial branch. They are granted to us by God. These are our natural rights. They're unalienable. And for anyone to say, I'm from the federal government and I'm here to help, well, those are very dangerous words. Another thing that is dangerous is gun-free zones. I am a co-sponsor of Congressman Massey's bill that would remove the law that makes our schools gun-free zones, that makes them soft targets. Our children are our nation's most valuable assets. And the more value an asset has, the more protection it should have. We secure our banks, we secure our airports, we secure the White House. We've even seen the Capitol surrounded by fences, miles of razor wire on top of that fence, 26,000 armed National Guards. Because even my colleagues on the other side of the aisle understand that borders that are secure and armed security works. We need to harden our schools. We need to secure our schools. I believe that this starts at a very local level. Maybe there's something there that can be a boost from the federal government, some of this unspent COVID money to go towards boosting security in our schools. But we don't need to be inching away the rights and liberties of American citizens. Liberty lost never comes back. We don't get that liberty back that we give away, and we certainly were not elected to legislate away liberty from our constituents. We are here to keep the American people free. That is the proper role of government. And a lot of people would like to say that the Second Amendment, well, it's great because we know you want to hunt. The Second Amendment has nothing to do with hunting. Our founding fathers did not just return from a hunting exhibition when they created the Bill of Rights, when they drafted that. No, they just got done liberating a nation from a tyrannical, oppressive king. And they wanted a government that was so strong and powerful that it would be able to fight off that tyranny and oppression that anyone from around the world might seek to reimpose on this people. But they also wanted a government so limited that it would never impose that same tyranny and oppression on its own people. Isn't it interesting that we heard for weeks how American taxpayers need to send money to Ukraine to make sure that those citizens are armed? Now, the same people who were saying that we were bought by Putin because we didn't want to send billions and billions of dollars to Ukraine while our southern border is unsecure, while we have an invasion taking place at our southern border, while we have our own supply chain crises, We have inflation that is skyrocketing. We said, maybe let's just put America first for a minute. But the same people who made these accusations against those of us who would vote against that spending are now seeking to take the rights away from American citizens. And these same people who had no problem arming Ukraine and wanting to disarm American citizens also call to defund the police. We even saw 24 of our colleagues from the other side of the aisle just today vote to not provide added security to our Supreme Court justices who have had mob violence at their homes, murder attempts against a Supreme Court justice, and 24 of these radical leftists said, no, they're fine. We're not going to send police to protect you. You won't be able to protect yourself. It's all rogue. This is a lawless administration that we are serving under, and I would implore the Senate to not compromise on the American citizens' rights. And I would like to just note that the 10 that we have heard of who are considering siding with these people who would limit the liberties and freedoms of American citizens are either not coming back to the Senate, they're retiring, or they're not up for re-election. And I think that that is very, very telling. And I will not give an inch of the Second Amendment, of the rights of the people to keep and bear arms, to protect themselves, especially when cries from this chamber are calling to defund law enforcement, and our southern border is wide open, allowing the cartel to send whatever they want through those borders without any added security. Thank you, Mr. Rosendale, for leading this tonight, and I do want to make reference that it is the House Freedom Caucus that is really setting the standard in protecting American liberties, and thank you very much for holding this tonight.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Representative Boebert. You know, we continue to hear the Democrats talk about the flawed arguments that we make, that the Founding Fathers didn't know weaponry would advance the way that it has, that the Founding Fathers could not conceive of a government that would never force us to do something against our will or deny us of due process. Please consider some of the activities that have taken place and the mandates that have been placed upon us over the last 2 years. And don't tell me that we have a government that has reached well beyond its boundaries. With that, I would like to turn some time to my good friend from Ohio, Representative Davison, who knows what it means to fight for our country, a veteran.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendale. Mr. Speaker, I don't think there could be a more serious matter before this body. Everyone in the country, frankly, everyone in the world, knows we can't continue to see what's happening in our cities, in our schools, in vulnerable communities. We can't continue to see those things happening. And sadly, Democrats have a preconceived play for every tragedy. A famous Democrat even coined the phrase, never let an emergency go to waste. Never let a crisis go to waste. It is a crisis for sure, but the crisis isn't the fact that that America has guns or that American citizens, individual citizens have guns. We've always had guns. What's different is the level of despair in our communities. We see it surging, not just in mass shootings, but in the rise of violent crimes, in the surge in suicides, in fatal overdoses. The leading cause of death for 18 to 45-year-olds is now fatal drug overdoses. A lot of people will point to the mass shooters as they're ready to lose their lives. They've even coined a phrase, suicide by cop. They know how it's going to end when they go in doing it. So what's driving this? Is it the gun? It's an inanimate object. But the solution that Democrats play, it's a long-standing wish list. They've had a dream for a long time. To repeal the Second Amendment, frankly, they don't want to campaign on that. Our colleague, Mr. Mondaire Jones from New York, when we were moving some of these bills through committee, the Judiciary Committee, said, quote, "You will not stop us from passing gun control. If the filibuster obstructs us, we will abolish it. If the Supreme Court objects, we will expand. We will not rest until we've taken weapons of war out of our communities. Frankly, Justin Trudeau agrees. But he's the Prime Minister of Canada. Canada doesn't have a Second Amendment. Just today, I was walking through the Capitol, from the Senate side to the House side, and a reporter stopped me, and she pointed out inaccurately that the Second Amendment grants us the right to keep and bear arms. No, ma'am. The Second Amendment does not grant us anything. In fact, the Bill of Rights grants us nothing. The Second Amendment is a limitation on the ability of government to infringe our pre-existing rights. Just as the Declaration recognized, we are endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This is an extension of the right to life. And hopefully tomorrow we'll see the Supreme Court defend life. You can't defend freedom without defending life. And in the modern era, one of the key instruments to defending life for adults is the right to keep and bear arms. People refer to some weapons as weapons of war. No, they're not the same weapons as weapons of war. Those were outlawed in the 1930s under the National Firearm Acts. They've been outlawed for a long time. A semi-automatic rifle or a semi-automatic pistol is not a weapon of war, though sometimes they are used in that mode in combat. They are very effective in war, but our founding fathers didn't vest the defense of this nation originally in a standing army. In fact, they said, we don't want a standing army. One of the limitations on this body is we have to fund the defense budget every cycle. We can't have it operate in perpetuity without reauthorizing it every time. We had a standing Navy, but we didn't have a standing Army. Let's read the text of the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment says, and I quote, "A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed." Famous words. People want to pretend that somehow the Second Amendment granted the state the ability to keep and bear arms only if you're in the military, only if you're in the militia. You know, that's the same right to keep and bear arms the North Korean army has. What a fallacy. I can't believe some of our countrymen fall for that, but some of them do. And that's why my colleagues repeat it. They know, though, but they say the lie anyway. Well, what are we going to do about it? Well, we're certainly not going to surrender our freedoms, because we know freedom surrendered is rarely reclaimed. We aim to keep our Second Amendment. Just as Ben Franklin recognized walking out of the Constitutional Convention, what have you wrought, sir? A republic, if you can keep it. The people. And we aim to keep it as the people's representatives. Who defends freedom in Congress? The Freedom Caucus. And I'm proud to be here with my colleagues taking this time tonight to defend this important freedom. But I think people are right to say, so what are we going to actually do about it? If you listen to the debate, you might know that there are a lot of shooters that turn into active shooters, mass murderers, doers of evil deeds, that people will say after the fact, well, you know, everybody kind of knew Johnny or whoever was crazy. You know, we kind of saw this coming. Maybe we could have stopped him. If only there was a red flag law. So people in America might not realize that in every single state and in the District of Columbia, it's already possible to stop such a person. The laws are known as Baker Acts. It's possible to have a person, even involuntarily, against their will, adjudicated mentally incompetent. That law preserves due process. The person has a right to confront his or her accusers. That law locks up the right thing. You can't deprive a person under the Fifth Amendment and the 14th. You cannot deprive a person of life, liberty, or property without due process. Red flag laws reverse that. Not only do they get rid of the due process, it's essentially civil asset forfeiture. First you seize the guns and you get to due process later. It seizes the wrong things. It locks up the guns. The person is the dangerous thing. So you take the guns away from the person. The person, if they really are mentally dangerous, they could get access to guns in other ways, perhaps illegally, as a substantial portion of shooters do. Perhaps they could drive a car through a parade route. They could use a blade. They could use all kinds of ways to harm others. And frankly, they could also harm themselves, turning into one of the tragic suicides that occur every day in our country. So no, I think the Baker Acts ought to be the thing that people focus on. Those are overwhelmingly state laws. And we ought to focus on understanding why aren't those laws used. My colleagues know of these laws, particularly the ones on the Judiciary Committee, but they don't bring them up. They pretend as if the only way to stop this is with the red flag laws. And, you know, while I know the Democrats have had a longstanding desire to go after the Second Amendment, I'll admit it's especially discouraging when Republicans break ranks on this core issue. I was disappointed to see 10 of our House colleagues vote for some measure of gun control in the House. 5 of them aren't running again, and 5 of them may find that they're not running again at some point. In the Senate, there's already 10 that are openly supportive of this outline framework of a deal. We haven't seen text, but we do know it encourages red flag laws, which ought to be ruled unconstitutional, as all civil asset forfeiture ought to be ruled unconstitutional. And when you look at civil asset forfeiture, it's disproportionately used in minority and disadvantaged communities. And why and how? Because they don't have the money to get the assets back. The government seizes it, it spins due process on its head, and you have to go to court to prove the property is yours or that you're able to own it safely. And when you talk about a gun, while guns aren't always cheap, lawyers are more expensive. So most people will simply buy another gun rather than go back and fight the unjust action in the courts. It's so ripe for abuse. It's horrible to see anyone who's sworn an oath to support and defend our Constitution support such measures. I hope people will pull back and rethink it. Not rethink solving the problem. Let's look at Baker Acts and let's look at mental health. Let's look at these acts of despair that are wrecking our communities and individual lives. And let's stop falling for the fallacies that somehow gun control is going to end the actions of these doers of evil deeds. Thanks for hosting this, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Davidson from Ohio. Again, I am proud to stand here with the members of the Freedom Caucus tonight because they are the ones that understand we are standing here on a simple task, and that is to defend the rights of the people across this nation. That is what our job is. And with that, I'm going to turn over some time and yield to my good friend from Georgia, Representative Heiss.
Well, I thank the gentleman from Montana and for your leadership on this issue and for all the members of the House Freedom Caucus who stand for the issues that are both constitutional and extremely important to the American citizens. All of us have been shocked over and over and over to see the unspeakable acts of violence, mass shootings, and the likes that have taken place in recent years and are rising in intensity and frequency. We see the heart-wrenching situations that these tragedies create in families and communities, and we see the rippling effect that they have on our nation as a whole. But far too often when these type of things happen, the reaction has become predictable from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, from the media, from others who immediately jump to conclusions, politicize the tragedies, and transfer to an agenda that includes disarming law-abiding citizens and stripping away our constitutionally protected Second Amendment. Stricter regulations is not the issue, it's not the answer. Stripping away constitutional rights of American citizens is not the answer to these problems. When considering how to deal with issues like mass shootings, we've got to dig down to the root cause. I mean, this is just common sense. We have a major problem. Let's get to the cause of the problem. Look, firearms are just a tool. And like with any tool, the tool is only as effective or ineffective as the one operating the tool. Look, I am not a violent person. That's why I don't have violent guns. The guns are not the problem. The person is the problem. And if you have a violent person, as has already been stated tonight, a violent person is going to commit violent acts. And yet, what's our response here? Let's not go after the person. Let's not deal with the cause. Let's go after the tool, the instrument that was used. That does not solve the problem. Look, if we are ever going to deal with issues like mass shootings and a host of other issues of that nature, then we have got to look at the problem, which is the shooter. We in this country right now, we are a nation in deep moral and spiritual crisis. And among other things, we are watching our values in the family unit deteriorate right under our nose. Just today, we had a hearing in Oversight Committee where the Democrats were yet again offering one piece of legislation after another that continues to deteriorate and dismantle the most critical unit in this country, that is the family unit. And here we are having I would challenge anyone to take a deeper look at those who have committed such violent, heinous crimes that we've watched and see what their family life was like, what their spiritual life was like, and we will start finding some of the issues here that must be addressed. And yet we have so many attempts right now to address all the wrong things.
Time expired.
Pardon me?
The gentleman's time has expired.
Your time has expired.
All time has expired. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to discuss something that has been on my mind, discuss an issue that we've been talking about. We've been holding hearings in both the Budget Committee and the Ways and Means Committee, and that is the state of our economy and what I would characterize as the dire state of our economy, which I believe, and I'll demonstrate with some charts this evening, is due to the reckless budgetary policies of this administration. And what I'm talking about is today we have inflation at 8.6%, which is the highest level in over 40 years. We also have a GDP, or a gross domestic product, the total output of our economy, that is shrinking. In the first quarter, it shrank 1.4%. We may well be on the way to a recession if the second quarter shows that it's shrinking as well. So there's no better time than right now to renew our nation's commitment to fiscal responsibility and to make a difference in the lives of the people that we represent. So let's talk a little bit about inflation. Food prices are up 10.1%. Real wages, that's the difference between inflation and the rise of wages, are down 3.4% as of today, meaning that the average family is facing an effective pay cut of $1,500 just this year. Gas prices, everyone knows gas prices are at their highest ever. with average prices in my hometown of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, now exceeding $5 a gallon. And overall energy costs, home fuel oil and others included, is up 34.6%. And unfortunately, as I'll point out tonight, the spending policies enacted and pushed by the Biden administration and by Democrats in Congress are really responsible for driving inflation and are certainly, even if you don't agree with that, they are certainly saddling future generations with debt. Our kids, someone will pay the price for the massive debt we have now, and unfortunately that will be our kids and grandkids and future generations. You know, it's been said Congress has a habit of only addressing a problem when we reach a crisis, only addressing issues when we reach a crisis. But that crisis may have already begun right now. We're in a pretty tough spot in our economy at the moment, and people are feeling it every single day. So we must step up to begin to address this. You know, every member of Congress, I'm sure, has talked to their constituents and can share stories about how their constituents are impacted by rising prices. I can tell you myself, you know, growing up as a child, I experienced what it was like to have it be difficult for my family to afford food. I was one of 12 kids. My father was first a farmer and a roofer. My mom was a stay-at-home mom. And I can tell you a stressful time for my mother was going to the grocery store. And the reason for that is because she knew she would not have quite enough money to buy everything that she thought she needed. So I remember walking with her up and down the aisles, and she was calculating in her head how much she was putting in the cart, was very concerned that she would get to the register and be embarrassed that she would have to put some things back. And today, people are feeling that. I hear in my district, for instance, my constituent Lamar, he put the impact of inflation in clear terms. He tells me that he spends more now, but has less. He's doing with less. Paul says he's sadly giving up on his hopes of retirement at this time. Tim said he has to choose between gas and groceries every week. Laverne, 66 years old, had to go back to work to help out his children and his grandchildren now. Though the impact of inflation on future debt will mean, as I mentioned earlier, that his grandchildren will be paying the cost of the reckless spending that we're seeing now. They'll be paying for that for decades. So we've all heard from our constituents. We've heard their outcries. We've heard them talk to us about needing to rein in inflation. I think it's time that we take it as a wake-up call. Let's identify the causes of inflation and work to mitigate them. And that's one of the reasons that I wanted to get up and speak tonight, because we've had debates in both the committees that I mentioned about the causes of inflation. And that's not just a political debate. It's not just because. It's because the only way we can begin to solve it is to understand the root cause of inflation, what led to where we are now, and then what we can do to change it. It's going to take leadership at all levels of government to address not only inflation, but the $30 trillion now in debt and trillions of dollars in deficits as far as we can see and as far as the Biden budget projects. Now, I'm a business owner, not an economist, so I can't even say that I have all the answers. But what I can tell you is that I believe that capitalism, freedom, free enterprise have made the United States the most powerful nation in the history of the world, has provided more opportunity than ever before in the history of humankind. And I think returning to those core values can help lead us, will help lead us out of this mess. So let's talk, first of all, a chart I want to show you. Inflation, it does not arrive randomly. There are forces that cause inflation. Every time we've seen inflation in our history, there are forces that cause it. And in this case, we've had things that are outside of our control, and Democrats will argue the president blames inflation on COVID-19, supply chain disruptions, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the big bad oil and gas companies, and other things. I don't know what the next thing is that he'll be blaming inflation on. But I agree, they certainly have played a role in causing inflation. However, those challenges are the same challenges that every other country across the world has faced. And they do not explain why inflation in the United States spiked earlier and is much worse than what we are seeing in other countries. This chart shows the annual core CPI inflation compared to OECD, which is sort of peer countries, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development countries. And it shows how inflation spiked starting roughly the beginning of 2021 and far exceeded that of comparable countries. So what caused that? Well, I have another chart that puts a little finer point on this. And this shows that inflation started about the time that Biden took office and really accelerated after the passing of the American Rescue Plan, which put trillions of dollars in spending into our economy. Now, I showed that chart today in a hearing and budget to Mr. Stephen Moore of the Save America Coalition, and he agreed that the clear difference between what we saw in the past chart, the blue line, and the other countries, the clear difference was the stimulus that was provided, the increase in demand that was provided by inserting trillions of dollars into the U.S. economy through the American Rescue Plan Act. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, I have an article I'd like to insert into the record, if I may. I wrote an op-ed that was published in The Hill on how President Biden's policies have caused and will further fuel inflation. I'd like to submit that for the record, if I may.
Without objection.
Thank you, sir. So again, March 2021, the Biden administration, congressional Democrats, rammed through $1.9 trillion in deficit spending. And by the way, and only a small portion of that really went to solving problems and helping people that needed help through the pandemic, that helped to defeat the pandemic. So much of this was not needed and only served to fuel inflation. And by the way, they were warned by many economic experts. We warned them. Republicans on the committees, both Budget and Ways and Means, warned Democrats at the time this was passed in early 2021 that we would see exactly this result. And we were relying on the forecasts of many economists who were saying exactly that, who were warning the administration of that at the time. Not just Republican economists, by the way. There's a name that many of you will know. Former Obama and Clinton economist, Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, warned that the American Rescue Plan would be the biggest macroeconomic mistake in 40 years, and it would cause inflationary pressures of a kind that we have not seen in a generation. Again, Larry Summers, very well-respected Democrat administration, economists, warning that we would be seeing the inflation that we're seeing now over a year ago when the American Rescue Plan was passed. Just recently, a study by the San Francisco Federal Reserve confirms that prediction, attributing the American Rescue Plan for at least 3 points of the current 8.6%. Mark Goldwyn of the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, CRFB, described the American Rescue Plan as, and I quote, pouring gasoline on the fire in terms of an already overstimulated economy. And in my discussion with CBO Director Philip Swagel during our House Budget Committee hearing last month, he also agreed, head of CBO, that the American Rescue Plan Act pumped trillions of dollars into the economy that artificially fueled demand and ultimately drove today's inflation crisis. So what happened? We had far too much cash in the economy, far too much demand, to the point, and I want to show you something that my governor in Pennsylvania said, Governor Wolf. He tweeted he wanted to send more money to people all across Pennsylvania. After jobs are open, people are back to work. Because he said, and I quote, and you see it on the quote here, states are swimming with cash. They have an unusual problem in Pennsylvania right now today. This is the week they're finishing the Pennsylvania budget, and they have more money than they know what to do with. And much of that came as a result of the American Rescue Plan and was excess money that wasn't needed in the economy. Those funds would have been far better used paying down the deficit, paying down the debt, and not fueling inflation by artificially boosting demand. So it really is unfortunate because this hurts my constituents, hurts people all across the country, that the White House did not heed the call of experts sooner and did not take steps to reduce the impact of inflation. For a while, the White House instead said that inflation would be transitory. And now just recently, Secretary of the Treasury Yellen, Fed Chairman Jerome Powell backed off that argument and agreed that they were wrong. Inflation was not transitory, and we have a real problem dealing with inflation at this point. Secretary Yellen said in a Ways and Means hearing just last week, and I quote, "I think I was wrong then about the path that inflation could take." The sad thing about inflation, one of the sad things about inflation, is that it impacts different people differently. And the White House has claimed that inflation are high-class woes reserved for the rich, the economy's challenges that we're seeing today. But instead, it's the people on the lower end of the economic scale who are making less money, who are impacted more than any others by inflation. The Penn-Wharton budget model concluded that inflation disproportionately impacts lower-income Americans who have to pay an even higher percentage of their income on necessities like food and transportation, the price increases for which outpace the general inflation rate. As I mentioned earlier, the White House tries to blame multiple sources: corporate greed, gas companies, Russia, whatever it may be as a source of inflation. But I think that only serves to deflect blame, obscure the truth, and prevent us from coming to an agreement where we can then begin to solve this. I think the president became more interested in inflation after he's seeing his plummeting approval rates. He's now talking about inflation being as a top priority of the administration. He, in fact, just recently wrote an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal titled, "My Plan for Fighting Inflation." I'd like to talk just briefly about that. He begins the op-ed by arguing that our economy is actually in great shape, which strikes me as being about as out of touch as you can get. He apparently isn't talking to the constituents that I talk to on a regular basis. And he lays out then 3 points for combating inflation. One, well, it's the Fed's job. 2, his energy policies and Build Back Better agenda will fix it. And 3, a supposed newfound commitment to fiscal discipline. And in the op-ed, he says he welcomes debate on his plan. And maybe tonight that's what we're doing. We're debating what really are the ways that we can combat inflation and whether his plan really will work. So let's talk about the Fed, because the president, first point was arguing that it's the Fed's responsibility to control inflation. And the president, again, has spent a year and a half pushing policies that fuel inflation and then points to the Fed to fix the problem. Now, I do agree that the Fed has a role in controlling inflation. And essentially the tool they have will be to raise interest rates, to try to slow down the economy. But we all know that raising rates, which we'll be doing now, tomorrow they're talking about a 0.75% increase in the federal rate, which is a significant increase, and they're talking about doing that multiple times. So it has significant consequences on our economy, both in the short and long term. What do I mean by that? Well, it makes it more expensive for businesses to borrow money. It makes it more expensive for individuals to borrow money. We're seeing home mortgage rates go up significantly already. That will continue to do that. And hundreds of thousands fewer people today are able to afford to buy a home, and when they could have done so when the rates were lower. So there'll be a decrease in demand for goods and services, which again, it's an attempt to tamp down the economy, to decrease demand and decrease spending. But the other entity that's affected by rising interest rates is the Fed, the federal the government. You know, we have $30 trillion in debt. And for this chart shows what will happen as interest rates are being raised. Just raising 0.5%, if you see the first line, will increase interest costs over the next 10 years by $1.3 trillion. Going up 2% will increase interest costs by $5.3 trillion over the next 10 years. Now let's put that in perspective. That would be, under the President's plan, 1.5 times our current Medicare spending, 1.4 times our current defense spending, and 11 times our current veterans' health care spending. So every single dollar that we have to pay in additional interest costs will be taking dollars from programs that help people across the country, and will be taking dollars out of our economy. Increasing national debt is also a threat to our national security. And Mr. Speaker, if I can introduce another article. I also wrote an op-ed in May that was published in the Washington Times, and I'd like to introduce into the record, if I may.
Without objection.
Laying out how increased inflation causes interest rates to rise, which ultimately undermines our national security. China, perhaps our greatest adversary of the next decade, now owns $1.1 trillion of the national debt. That's the second highest total among foreign sovereign governments, and increased dependence on China is a clear threat to our national security. If the current trends continue, China's portion of our national debt will increase to $1.7 trillion over the next decade. Interest payments, as they rise, will mean more income for China and will directly fuel China's growth, making them a stronger economic and military adversary. 12 years ago, Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Admiral Michael Mullen famously warned, and I quote, "The most significant threat to our national security is our debt," unquote. That was 12 years ago. Most significant threat to our national security is our national debt. At that time, by the way, the nation's federal debt was roughly $13.5 trillion. Now it's at $30 trillion and growing. What could be even worse is if our lenders lose faith in the ability of the United States to pay back, make good on those loans, essentially lose faith in the credit of the United States. That would be what we call a sovereign debt crisis, a major economic impact in the United States, affecting every single American. And by the way, that's not merely a hypothetical. We've seen major nations face sovereign debt crises. In 2009, Greece's budget deficits totaled 12.7% of its GDP. By 2012, Greece's debt to GDP ratio was 160%. under CRFB's analysis, our debt held by the public will reach 126% of GDP by 2032 with the anticipated increased interest rates. That has put us well on the way, if we don't change this trajectory, put us well on the way to fiscal calamity like Greece has experienced just not long ago, just a few years ago. So it's long past time for the U.S. to get our fiscal house in order and abandon the reckless budgetary policies that sunk the Greek economy at that time. Let's talk just briefly about energy. It's another big factor in the rising prices that we're seeing. And this chart sort of blows me away. Average prices of gas in my hometown right now exceed $5 a gallon. Like, think about that. Just a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, like, no one would have imagined that we would be spending $5 per gallon. And you see the same kind of increases in home fuel, heating costs, and so on. And the president blames oil and gas markets for that high inflation rate, and he focuses on the role of Russia in driving those. But you know what's amazing? Under President Trump, when President Biden took office, our nation was energy independent, becoming a net exporter of oil in 2019. And some of the very first actions that President Biden took were to halt drilling on federal lands, to stop the Keystone Pipeline. And even as prices went up, the administration doubled down on limiting the supply of our drilling. No new permits improved. So it's a classic economic formula. They dramatically increased demand and reduced supply, which led to the prices that we're seeing now. The president just put out his new budget. And he says now, for really the first time, I think, since he's been in office, that it's important to reduce deficits. Welcome that. I think it is important that we reduce deficits. We have to reduce the debt long term. And he claims credit for reducing the federal deficit by $1.7 trillion this year due to the expiration of spending in the American Rescue Plan, which, by the way, was all deficit spending. And he says that this reduction demonstrates a newfound commitment to fiscal discipline. Now, let's just look at that for a little bit. Now, if I eat 10,000 calories today, which is way more than I need, and tomorrow I eat 5,000, well, that won't make me a model. Doesn't mean that I'm on any kind of a diet. And when you look at this plan, this is the president's budget straight from his budget documents. I get it. There was an anomaly during COVID. It was a challenge for all of us. And the deficit went way up during COVID. But look at the deficit before COVID, which is the second bar on the left side. And then coming out of COVID, what happens? Do you see, if you take out the 2 COVID years, which was an exception, an anomaly, do you see deficits declining at all? No. In fact, they're going up every single year. That is not fiscal responsibility. In fact, I call it swamp math. To say that we're reducing deficits when this is exactly what it looks like in their budget plan. It's swamp math. You set 1 foot outside the Beltway, and I can tell you, every single American that looks at this does not believe that we're reducing deficits in any way. And I don't mean that as a knock on the administration. Well, I guess I do mean it as a knock on the administration. But what I really mean to say is that we have to get serious about implementing policies that will drive growth and that will result in lower deficits over time, or we will be going down that path of fiscal calamity. Besides this, the other thing that the president is still calling for, is what he calls the Build Back Better plan. And this is outlined in his budget. Now, what's Build? I call it Build Back Bankrupt because it continues to put us on a path of a potential sovereign debt crisis, certainly continues to build debt for our kids, our grandkids, and future generations. The Build Back Bankrupt plan imposes new taxes, 36 new taxes on Americans, and dramatically increases spending beyond what you see here. This is what they want to do while they're claiming to do this, which they're saying is reducing deficits. Makes no sense whatsoever. And one of the other things I want to mention, I'm running out of time here. It's just been recently that we've had this economy working on all cylinders. And we could be doing that again. This economy could be in a far different position if we implemented policies similar to what were done under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act under the previous administration. Just before COVID hit, we were seeing the impact, almost every measure you could possibly take showed that the economy was working for the American people. And by the way, middle income American average household income increased by $6,000 per year. That's a real impact. People were feeling it compared to a $3,500 drop in real wages during this administration. So the TCJA boosted workers' paychecks, income and wealth inequality fell. Real wages for the bottom 10%, by the way, grew nearly twice as fast as the top 10%, and real wealth of the bottom 50% of households rose 3 times faster than that of the top 1%. Despite the challenges that we face now, I think hope is not lost. I am optimistic that if we install the right policies, if we implement the right policies, America can once again work for the American people. We need to be committed to that. We need to have a discussion about what policies will work, and we need to stop this massive
The gentleman's
spending
time has
of this
expired.
administration.
Pursuant
Thank
to
you, Mr.
Section
Speaker.
11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate and noon for legislative business.